Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the qualifiers here for Iesf. We're working Asia right now. It's me and Tolchers. It's my first time on here with Tolchers. I know that you've been spending a lot of more time around. Do you have a favorite for the two teams that we're seeing here today?
I mean, a favorite, not per se. I will say that Indonesia has been looking very strong in some of the other tournaments. Even in particular, when they went at it, when you had Execration and Boom in also some of those other tournaments, they made it all the way to the grand finals to face off against Nemesis. Didn't win, but that goes to show that this is a team on the up and up.
True. Always learning, and I know that you and I have had a lot of like kind of this like tournament growth teams, you know, where we see a lot of people who like enter tournaments. You see their roster change literally like week by week, or sometimes new subs. And you can always see when people are like actually improving together. It's not necessarily like a draft thing. It's like, how are you playing the map? Are you guys actually making the same moves together? Are you actually like cohesive with your item builds? It seems like everybody have a role, you know, like these sort of things that kind of add up. And this tournament is absolutely something like that can kind of foster that growth. We'll see if they keep it going. But if we see a certain team win, we could see a three-way tie for first place, which is all of our seeds here. So, hey, if you want some chaos, root for Mongolia.
I mean, this is the interesting thing about this, at least for the Asian qualifiers. You have so many teams, and not just in one group, but in both of the groups there, right? Malaysia on the other side. Meanwhile, over on this group for this match that we are causing, you know, you have Indonesia, Mongolia, and between both of those sides, we spoke about this. I mean, I spoke about this with Automo yesterday, that in a best of one, anything can happen.
Oh, yes. Dude, those Huskars hurt. You got to be ready for anything. And a lot of people, I know, especially when we get to other tournaments, like a lot of people have been favoring first pick. So sometimes it feels like if you win the coin toss, it's like you feel like you have this small advantage over everybody. But I'll be honest, guys, you know, best of threes are real. You cannot let it go to a coin flip to see if you're going to win a series or not. You got to be good on first and second pick.
Meanwhile, I mean, yesterday we did have the Oceania qualifiers. New Zealand did end up winning that best of three against Australia, so they have qualified for the big event. But take a look at this group match, Group A and Group B for Southeast Asia. I mean, Mongolia, Myanmar, Indonesia, all three of these teams are currently in the top three. And sure, Indonesia, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka are not going to be qualifying, but India did manage to take a win, so that was an interesting one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's very hard to see teams that go 0-5 because in some ways it's very hard to learn from that. Whenever teams are able to net themselves at least one win, it kind of feels like, okay, we know what works for us. We also know what went wrong in these other games. And it feels like sometimes those two things finally allow you to like piece it all together and see like, what do we need to work on for next time? So happy to see that we were able to get some extra wins there at the bottom.
And another interesting aspect is that a lot of these teams don't normally get to play against some of the bigger teams out there. Take the example of Bangladesh that we casted for IESF yesterday, where Bangladesh had to play against Indonesia, and that was a match that everyone knew that they were never going to win, but they still tried, they still came out and had fun, and at the end of the day, it's all about having fun, you know?
Always about having fun in Dota 2. It's hard, you know, you have some people that, you know, you can see their drafts, maybe they have a little bit too much fun, but hey, always enjoying the people that you're playing with. That's the easiest way to have fun regardless of the drafts here. And you can see our schedule for today. We are going to be covering the Mongolia versus Indonesia game today. Top two teams potentially battling it out here, but there are other games that are happening on the Dota 2 ticket. You're able to go to the watch tab and check those out yourself if you really do want to go see them. But hey, come on, make sure you're staying here for this potential three-way tie in first place.
I mean, you have a total of 52 matches in this version of IES7 in these qualifiers, right? So there's plenty of matches. Tune in for the live one, and then you can also take a look at some of the other matches. I know Philippines will probably have... I think Pakistan has already given a walkover to the Philippines, but then we will also be covering Malaysia versus Bhutan, and then you will have Nepal versus Thailand going at it. Thailand is a team that I thought would have been doing much better, but they're on the brink of elimination, Mats. They're currently 2-2, so if they actually don't win against Nepal, they're going to be eliminated.
That's a rough one. And Nepal, they're also 2-2, so it's not like that's going to be a walkover by any means. That's an interesting one because obviously you see like a few more notable players there on the Thailand roster. So man, Nepal coming out swinging in this one. You know they'll be pretty happy if they're able to work that upset.
you'll have Kazakhstan versus Turkmenistan later on. And an interesting thing about the Western Asia match, I was talking about this with Otimo. You take a look at the roster for Jordan, and their substitutes actually have Miracle inside of them. So we might actually see Miracle's return to the Dota scene at the back of those subs.
Yeah, this is a wild one. Like I like Isla. We saw Isla actually on C-Dub for a little bit. And so I have a special place in my heart for him. But yeah, for the rest of them, man, you got Afro Moosh, which I believe is the manager of the Falcons roster. You have ATF and you have Miracle there. So those are some hard hitting subs.
They are going to be going to the Tier 1 tournament, the biggest one of the year, right. The Valve sponsored one, of course. So we won't actually see, we probably won't see Afro Moosh, but I know that the Dota 2 community itself has been waiting for Miracle to come back for quite some time, and if he comes back for IESF, that's going to be a big debut, or at least a big return.
No, yeah, it'll be nice. It's always nice, he's been playing some pubs. I'm sure he's also even maybe hitting some scrims, so it's a good way to kind of get back into the swing of things without going on the biggest stage that you can go to first. Get your feet wet a little bit.
But I wonder, I mean, we do have the first matchup, and it's going to be Indonesia and Mongolia, and we've both costed these teams. I mean, over on the last year's CCT circuit, we had some of these players, Norman and Say coming in 423, players from Mao's Secret, Zero Tenacity, all coming together. But an aspect about this is the fact that a lot of these teams, a lot of these countries have players that have been competing with each other for quite some time. For Mongolia, I think their biggest drawback is the fact that they don't have that same kind of synergy. Right, they haven't been playing with each other for the several months that Indonesia have.
Yeah, no, that makes it hard, right? Whenever you have like 4 people who are on the same team coming into this, that's always going to be like a slight advantage. You don't have to worry about, do I need to change my playstyle for this? Do I need to edit like my hero pool at all? We had a minor patch come through, but nothing that I think is like significantly changing the meta. So whenever Indonesia is coming in here, like, you've already been playing together, there hasn't been significant hero changes. You know what you want to do. Your drafts feel more cohesive. Your smokes feel better because you know exactly what you want to get done on the map. For the Mongolia side, like, yes, Z10 and Secret, I think they've both been making some good moves. Z10, of course, is a team that has been doing well even in Western or Eastern EU qualifiers. They're constantly battling up with Na'Vi. They're showing that they've got the stuff to make it, and even qualifying to some of these events over them. So it's clearly a good roster. But as you said, like, that raw synergy from just like having the reps together, you're gonna see it a lot. I think at the end of this, maybe this is a tough call to make now, you should see more draft time utilized up by the Mongolia stack rather than Indonesia. Indonesia's probably gonna be flying through with their draft.
Yeah, and we'll see how far they make it. I do think, this is just my prediction because I do cover the Southeast Asian scene quite a bit. I think Indonesia are going to at least be in the tier 2 stage within a year, maybe even qualify through some of those tier 1s, because you take a look at the rise of these Southeast Asian teams, right? 4 teams independently, 2 of them going to EWC, 2 of them going to TI. And that's something that's never happened before in the history of the game. And I think that with just the fact that you have 8 players from the Philippines going to TI as well, right? That's 10% of the total population the player population heading to TI.
Yeah, no, the SEA qualifier also was like insane. Of course, like Nemesis, you said, the one that's actually made it through. Nemesis was an open qual team. They weren't even like one of the teams invited. They were ones that like through open qualifier 2, nonetheless, made it through the whole top side of that bracket, beating Talon, and then of course Boom making it through on the other side. So it's a wild west out there. It kind of reminds me of a little bit of NA, because obviously I'm going to do the same stuff. Shopify no longer up there. We got Wildcard that made it through instead, and sometimes it can be surprising. But at the end of the day, when you give these teams so many reps against another top team in your division, at some point they're going to learn from you. They're going to get better. They're going to come out on top.
But we will take a look at some of the rosters. We've already covered, I believe we have covered both Mongolia and Indonesia in some of the streams as official costs for IESF. But for Mongolia, you'll have Say, 423, Saime, 11, and Norman. And I honestly, even though the synergy is there for Indonesia, I can't make a call towards which team is actually better, even though Indonesia are at the top of the group. It just really seems like in a best of 1, anything can happen. Perhaps we see a cheese pick come out. And speaking of cheese picks, Matt, we have seen the Huskars banned. right? I think for the very same reason.
Yeah, you have to. You're just not allowed, especially in a best of one. Like it is disastrous if you lose a Huskar game because I don't know, you just don't play versus it very often. So your team as a whole is, especially for a roster like Mongolia, you better not get Huskard. This is a team that has 4 original players that have already been playing on the team. They know how to make those map movements. Your team might not be all set because there are different theories on how to take out that Huskar, right? Do we sit in a side lane and wait for him to get overconfident and like kind of jump him, nuke him? Do we just split waves and hope that he gets sad running around the map? You know, your team will feel comfortable doing one or the other, and you kind of got to be on lock to make that happen. But you know, that roster, we had some like important, even though we only see 2 people currently on teams. You know, 423 was on trial with OG. We had Narmer that was playing on Mouse. So, like we have a lot of still notable names, even though they aren't all on the same team.
Meanwhile, for the roster for Indonesia, you'll have Varis, Dalul, In Your Dream, FBZ, and Jikroy, and all of these players are pretty recognizable. I mean, these are players that some of them have competed at the tier 1 stage as well. Some of these players are in the tier 2 to tier 3 region, but this is a roster that the Southeast Asian scene has always had that national performance coming about. You talk about Team Malaysia that made it all the way to the international like a decade ago. And then you also have the Philippines, who are incredibly strong, Indonesia, Malaysia, Mongolia. It really seems like there is just so much talent bursting at the seams in this region.
Yeah, no, it's always, I don't know, again, it's that growth. You know, the more and more they're able to play, and the SA region is thriving with pub practice that's actually reasonable. You have people that are always like actually looking to invest into the region now. We have so many teams that are coming through as you check these qualifiers. It's not a bunch of no names. People are getting signed all over the place here. It's really cool to see that we still have orgs that are like, you know, offering that amount and like still allowing these players to kind of get more involved with Dota 2. So it's really cool, right? Like it seems like a really healthy place for everybody to grow in SA right now.
We might even see a switch from like a lot of orgs, like for example Shopify Rebellion. A part of the reason why they did have to exit was financial, right? It is pretty hard, particularly if you are in a first world country. But when you take a look at the expenses of Southeast Asia, coupled up with the talent that you can actually acquire, it makes it a natural kind of a natural decision to pick up players from Southeast Asia. I mean, you take a look at the players from Indonesia; they are actually picked up by what was prior to this an European organization, or rather an Australian organization, right? So it's interesting. We might see more investment coming into the Southeast Asian scene at the back of this, because, like I mentioned, 4 teams heading individually to those tier 1 tournaments. This is a region on the rise.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like whenever you watch a region grow like that too, like you remember these guys from like some of them were just subs on tier 1 teams. Some of them you only actually knew from pubs for a while, and all of a sudden like, you just get that nice stack of people that actually are able to work together, and man, it really comes alive. And hopefully we can see that again here, because you know, whenever you have this mismatch of players coming through, you know, you want to see that you know, raw talent come through. What are the drafts that these guys like to go for? Because I know again, like, we've only seen best of ones. I think that slightly changes what you're usually looking for, just because, you know, all of a sudden you want to get those gotcha picks out. Looks like we have a lot of mobile heroes from Mongolia. We got some pucks, we got some shakers, timbers.
Puck has been I believe the most contested hero so far. But one thing that I have noted for Indonesia is the fact that they are going for the same picks that they go for in the tournaments out there. They haven't really changed much else. Let's see if Mongolia switch it up, but I suppose Indonesia are just playing to the meta. And this is the question, actually, if you were talking about the minor patch, so this is something that I did want to ask you. There are 2 camps right now, right? One camp from the community is saying that they would like to see a patch come out, and the other side are saying, no, you can't possibly have a patch before the biggest tournament. So which side do you fall on?
It depends on how the meta is feeling at the time. I currently feel like this meta allows for a lot of different heroes to be viable, so I'm okay with only like, you know, like letter patches coming through right now. So you can pick almost anything, at least from the carry role in my mind, and you can make it work out. You know, I think Spectre has a little bit less, but dude, it's TI. People always find a way to make Spectre work in TI because these average game lengths are so much higher. So I think people will always make it happen anyways. We've seen like people try to experiment with the Hoodwink carry, the Venomancer carry. You know, there's a lot of different stuff. Even PL got picked during the TI quals. So I'm okay with the patch right now. I think it's in a fine enough spot that just like many heroes are viable. I don't really care which ones it is, as long as like a higher percentage of heroes are actually pickable in the draft.
I have a bit of a controversial. It wouldn't be controversial. I would say I would be alone in that camp. It's a third camp with just me inside of it, and it's where I think that Valve should actually come up with a patch that is kind of a universal patch. You know how like how FIFA is like just one game, right? You can have updates and changes, but it doesn't actually change the meta. I think heroes should all be viable, and meta changes should be around item choices rather than hero changes.
Okay. So what, like right now we're seeing, oh boy, what is like, it's more that like Maelstrom is, at least again, I'm thinking from the carry role, but like I think Maelstrom is a lot more viable for people rather than Battle Fury. So what, we want to see a Battle Fury buff?
Or a Maelstrom buff? Or maybe just add more items.
Or you want to see it? Oh, just I feel like the Maelstrom is really good right now. So like a Battle Fury buff could definitely like change, I think, how some heroes are. I think like the Manta nerf has obviously changed. You don't want to play as much of like your Luna, your Medusa, just because like, you know, your illusions only last 20 seconds. It is actually really short to get those things down to wave. You've got to have a lot of raw agility. And obviously, like, you know, when you buff Manta and you buff Battle Fury, one of the heroes that comes immediately to mind is the anti-mage. You know, people could see another anti-mage patch come through and be terrified, make those supports afraid again of the guy that blinks in on them.
Maybe you have, because when you take a look at a lot of the items out there in Dota, they seemingly are inspired from the hero abilities themselves, right? A lot of the items just do what the hero abilities do. So maybe you have more of that. Just if you added more items, that's gonna add more food for thought, because that just adds in customization. If the hero abilities stay the same, but you have a diversity of items you can pick from. Right now, it's right as you mentioned, carry, you go for the Battle Fury or the Maelstrom. Mid lane, you go for the Blink Dagger or the Maid Slayer or the Orchid. Off lane, you go for the Blade Mail into the Blink Dagger, right? That's the standard items. But if you have another pool to play with, perhaps you have some more diversity added without necessarily too many changes to the heroes themselves.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've actually seen some mid Monkey Kings, instead of going for the Mage Slayer, they've gone for like the Fusel Blades. So we're seeing like a little bit of like, we're trying new things. Conda just got a buff recently as well. So I don't know, maybe we are one, you know, Manta style buff away from Luna being a good hero again. As you know, we all got kicked from lobby, right? Isn't just me?
No, we didn't get kicked. I think we are going to be reconnecting.
Oh, it just loaded again. I forgot about second loading, huh? Well, new for me, and that's okay, because it looks like we
I got your back.
Yesterday, in front of us here.
Yesterday we were told that, hey, you have to identify yourselves, otherwise you will get kicked from the lobby, and I was like, okay, guys, okay. But we made sure to identify ourselves. You know, we're harmless people out here. We're just guessers.
Oh yeah, we already got a draft underway here. So TA, one of the heroes that's been super contested right now. Same with SF. These are two heroes that actually, with all the items we discussed, these heroes don't do it. Item that's on the rise right now is Desolate, but just minus armor in general, because TA of course loves that, you know, Blink, Dragon, Mask of Madness, and a Dragonlance on the SF. So I wonder if it's just Dragonlance carries that we want to watch out for right now.
Although a Shadow Fiend in a best of one, Mats, I would say is very risky, right? Shadow Fiend is one of those heroes that, you know, if you get shut down, you will have very limited options for a comeback. Ideally, in a best of one, you want some hero that even if it has a bad enough early game, you can still come back from it.
True. Yeah, I think the benefit right now, and I guess it depends on who your players are, right? The benefit with Shadow Fiend biggest is that it is flexible. People are still willing to play Magic SF from that mid lane, get yourself a favorable matchup, and he has tons of great pressures that he can offer in the safe lane. Require a melee pause 5. People don't do that too often. Here comes the Disruptor, and with that Shadow Fiend still in pull, you know, Indonesia, if they wanted to, they could go ahead and pick it up. But right now it feels a little bit worse for Mongolia, since you don't really want to play that combo with Disruptor.
I mean, Disruptor, one of the reasons that he is popular alongside the Axe, right? And the reason why Axe and Disruptor are both having a rise in popularity is because Disruptor counters a lot of the meta mid heroes out there, and Axe counters a lot of the carry heroes out there. But Indonesia, they're going to go for the Beastmaster, and I wonder, Mongolia can actually go for the Storm right now. They have the Disruptor by their side. The only thing that Indonesia would be able to do is either ban or pick that silencer.
Yep. Yeah, Silencer's been super important for people so far. I mean, we've had the Dawnbreaker that's been very popular, as you said, the Axe as well. Silencer has kind of been like it feels like there's too much hard committal, right? And we had like these small options for, even Dazzle was part of it, where like we have these smaller saves, smaller, regen. And now it's like, okay, there's too much hard committal. We need a hard stop, all right? We need to go Silencer or else.
Let's see though. I mean, Mongolia can't go for the silencer, right? Because a disruptor and a silencer kind of feels very weak. You want to have an aggressive support, if with such a defensive support in the form of the disruptor.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, it'll be interesting to see where Indonesia send this Beastmaster. I mean, I know it's typically an offlane role, but in the Southeast Asian region, I have seen too many mid Beastmasters come out. I've even seen a carry Beastmaster, if you would believe that.
Yeah, no, I have that. That was a pretty big build. I think that once the Ags got pretty nerfed, I don't like the carry Beastmaster as much. Nigma was actually a team that was also running that carry Beastmaster. It just seemed like the hero did so much damage. You're able to roar someone, get all those stacks for your drums, and just like beat them down. It's like, why do we have to do this offlane? It seems like a carry player loves to do that too with all that attack speed. So it was pretty nice. I do like what you said though about the Silencer and the Disruptor. Sometimes teams like to do this 2 range supports and just go 3 melee heroes right out the gate. Whether it's Gyrocopter and Beastmaster right out there, grabbing this Gyrocopter to protect their Beastmaster, you don't want to play 3 melee cores into the sky.
Yeah, it'll be difficult. I mean, and Gyrocopter is one of those heroes that does do well against a Disruptor, right? Even if you glimpse him in, he can just activate that BKB, throw out that call down, has that rocket barrage as well. So Indonesia right now, I will say that they do seem to have the stronger draft. It is only 2 picks in, but Mongolia, they're going to go for the Centaur Warrunner. And I have to say, it's not exactly a great hero against Gyro, right? Because when you are trying to go in, at least in the laning phase, when you're trying to go in for the Hoof Stomp or even the Double Edge, the Gyro can just activate that barrage against you.
Yeah, no, people kind of sleep sometimes on the Gyrocopter laning stage. You get these heroes, like your Axe, like your Centaur, like your Timbersaw, and oftentimes these are heroes that offer up a lot of stick charges. And Gyrocopter, his spells don't take a ton of mana. You grab him, a stick, give him some raindrops, and dude, that Rocket Barrage hurts, and he's always going to have it up. You can see it in this lane, even he goes for the Rocket Barrage Facet instead of going for the double call down. Could be a really nice lane for them depending on what they pair up.
Mongolia do ban the Silencer. So they're right now, they have the option to go for that Storm Spirit. It is a hero that does do well in this game, even though you have a Beastmaster on the other side. But no, Mongolia are going to go for the ranged support duo, like you mentioned, will pick themselves up a Warlock.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. It's weird though, because you have this probably Disruptor pause 4. We haven't seen this in a long time, at least in the actual meta. I say Disruptor pause 4 because Aghanim Scepter on Disruptor means so much more for him than it does for a Warlock, so I'd rather see that. But it does mean, again, like if you're doing this, you got to run a 3-2. I think every Dota draft should be 3 melee, 2 range if you're able to afford it, or at least 3 heroes that are sitting in the fight and 2 heroes sitting out of it. Spectre is a melee hero, but I'm gonna tell you, for like 30 minutes of the game, she plays like she's a ranged core. She's staying way out of the fight. She's looking for support, and finally she'll go in later, okay? So as long as they're able to get that, I think it'll be fine.
Mats, I will say that this draft is a very nice build-up to a high DPS mid-timing-oriented carry, right? Something like the Ursa or something like a Swen for Mongolia would be really good.
Agreed. It's something Blink Initiation, able to play on 1, maybe 2 items. I think I like Ursa a little bit more just because it is kind of like that quick 2-item timing. Sven gets weird, right? Like he's going, Mask of Madness. Sometimes he's going an Echo Saber too. Then he's getting a BKB. Now he's got to get a Blink. There can be a lot of items until.
Indonesia do go for the Abaddon, and I'm not exactly too sure about this. It should be an offlane Abaddon unless they're trying to flex this Gyrocopter as a support. But wow, they go for the Zeus, and this is a switch up because I haven't seen the Zeus so far in these qualifiers.
Yeah, there's a lot that just happened there. I think in general, like my question with you, why Abba? You already had, I feel like he flexes really well between 1 and 3. You already had a hard 1 and 3. This feels like it's a pause 5. Is this solely because they want to dispel bonds? Like, I don't know. I think that in general, they were like, I need a melee pause 5 to push in front of my Gyrocopter, so here's 1.
I'm not actually sure about this Abaddon. I don't think it's that strong of a pick, although I will say that if this is a support Abaddon, and you max out your mist coil plus your aphotic shield, you can keep someone alive if they are stuck inside of that static storm. But that's perhaps the only benefit I see over here.
I think in general, like whenever I think of like melee 5s that I want with a gyrocopter, so I know it could have been a little weird this game, but I think Clockwork would have been way better. You're trying to like isolate this centaur. He's not able to just run out of cogs. He's got to sit there and hit. So anything that kind of traps him is great. And now with the Pangolier, would have been a great Clockwork pick, guys. But hey, we got the lineup that we have right now. Pangolier is a hero that, you know, sometimes you think he can get punished by these ranged mid laners such as the Zeus if it is going into the mid lane, but Shield Crash is one very good drug. I read the caster, you know, I know what I'm allowed to say here. He's a very good hero too, and he's able to get himself some protection with those barriers. So hey, I think that this is a deceptively good pick still into the Zeus.
I think the Rolling Thunder is particularly good against the Beastmaster because your Boars and your Hawk and your Ancient Creep, they are going to get slammed by that frontline Pangolier coming in, right? And then you can also knock around the Gyrocopter, and I think the Pangolier will do well because Indonesia don't actually have a lot of disables. You take a look at their lineup, and the Beastmaster Roar is the only guaranteed stun they possess. The homing missile is a stun, but it just takes so long.
I like the you like the Beastmaster being able to roar the Pango while he's rolling, so that's you're not able to just like roll TP away if that's ever something that's happening. You also have a way to kind of like focus him down if you have the opportunity. But are they really going to be able to roar a Pango and just beat him down with a Gyro BKB? Yeah, I don't think so. And you've got Stomp, you've got a Rock also on top of it. So like, yeah, you have your own BKB piercing disable. So does Mongolia. Like it's not just that free. So there's a ton of lockdown in this game in general. It's a huge BKB game for everybody on Indonesia. And I think the one thing that I do love right now is that I see still do like to buy BKB. And I think they need to keep that going. Zeus doesn't. I don't think this is there a world where this is for Zeus?
I would say that it would be a pretty weak game if you go for the 4 Zeus.
Yeah.
There's that Huskar ban. I mean, Mongolia, they don't want to see that one. But they do go for the 3 melee composition, like you mentioned. And I'm not too sure how I feel about the Bristleback. I mean, sure, there's no Silver Edge builder on the other side, but it does seem like a damage-oriented carry at the back of those Fatal Bonds would have been a lot better.
Yeah, this feels like it's like you're trying to out-beef, right, Indonesia. You don't think that they have the damage early, which, you know, they have a lot of control. I think if you slap a pipe on the Centaur, right, like there is a damage issue for Indonesia, but they still have time to fix that right here. You know, get yourself a overwhelmingly. Actually, they're probably going for a pause 4, right? Like they might not even be going for damage.
I mean, Zeus can make a Conda, so you can have that break mechanism against the Bristleback, but I would say it's not the ideal item. It could be a bit of a contingency. But in a scenario where Indonesia are not able to actually take this Bristleback and Centaur down, then I think that Mongolia will be able to out-sustain them, because there's not a whole lot of sustain over on Indonesia outside of the Abaddon's support spells coming in. The Beastmaster is going to be so far in that front line when he blinks in for that roar that it's going to be a bit dangerous.
Ooh, okay. So
that's one way to cut through the damage.
Yeah, so I think Mongolia actually did a really good job. They kind of baited this gyrocopter pick out by kind of showing like they banned the silencer, and it's like, we're picking Dawnbreaker. Like, you have to do something about it. So they had to ban out the Dawnbreaker and then pick the gyro so that they can end up kind of like saving themselves and protect this Beastmaster. But then, you know, they got stuck with a really weird line of that. I don't know if they wanted to play. I think Mongolia is kind of heading the draft right now. I'm happy with what they ended up with. Are you happy with either one of these?
The Bristleback, I think it could have been a better pick, but I do think that Mongolia have the better draft. They have a response to the initiation of Indonesia, and then they also have a pretty solid counter initiation coming in at the back of that Centaur with that Stampede and that Rolling Thunder. It does seem like they have so many disables. This last pick for Indonesia, Dreamocell, if he is unable to actually farm up and get to that dataless timing on the Swen, then they won't have the damage output, because like you mentioned, it's a position 5, it's a support gyrocopter who doesn't actually offer all that much outside of that laning phase, right? Outside of that Rocket Barrage. It kind of just feels like you're just roaming around. You're not going to be farming up either, so it's hard to enable the Swen to do what he wants.
Yeah, I don't know. I am very skeptical of the heroes that we have. I mean, maybe not the heroes, maybe the positions that I have, because yeah, it's the Abba carry. That is not a hero that's doing a lot of damage early is kind of the issue, right? At least on a gyrocopter, you're kind of able to, like, you go early crit stick, you can show up twice. You can even go double call down facet, and like that's a lot of damage early for your team. So I don't know if they diagnose the correct issues here for Indonesia. They're gonna have to again rely on that raw team chemistry to get the job done here, and we are already into game number 1 here of 1 game, so it is the one to see who's going to get first place and who is going to get, well, third potentially here by the end of it all.
Now you do have the Abaddon dispel against the Bristleback, right? Which is why I thought that the Bristleback carry is kind of weird, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Or actually, it's going to be Bristleback on the mid lane. Is it?
Oh!
Yeah, it's a Bristleback on the mid lane, Mats, against the Beastmaster. And that's a good one. I like this. Because the quill sprays will mean that the boars end up falling.
So, interesting. I've not seen Centaur carry. I don't know what they're going to do to make this work, but I mean, I think this is more of, we don't really care how our heroes get the job done. We just believe in them to do it. And obviously you would rather play the Bristleback into the Beastmaster. It's a little bit, it's a lot of flex for me. I don't know if I love it, but I still like it more than what I've seen from the Indonesia draft.
There's a fight over on the top side. Unless they die here. Saime in trouble.
I think he is. I mean, they've already done a lot of damage, but there's the second blood grenade. It looks like they're turning, though, onto the Zeus, and they get the kill. Disruptor aiding the backline and getting it. And Navarre, he's trying to get the... Oh, they're grouping. They're grouping. They're both taking the rocket barrage. Step away, Disruptor. Let Narman take it. No. Okay. You know, maybe he wanted to die anyways, but now Narman, he's going to be the one to get the benefit of 2 different kills. This is a Jack Warlock.
Yeah, it's a 1 kill and an assist going his way. I'm not too sure if this will help them now too significantly, but Indonesia, it was their move that they were making, and they weren't able to take the core down like they had planned.
Yeah. Looks like there was actually a full role swap. It is not hero swap. They are swapping roles in general, so thank God it is Centaur offline. Yeah. I was very worried, but okay, and Pango mid. This feels a lot more like what I want.
Pango versus Beastmaster, I will say that again, it's a similar theme, right? If the Bristleback was to be the mid, you'd have the Ghost Spears right now, you have the Pango, so he does have that swashbuckle against the boars, which means that not only can the Beastmaster not surround him with that movement speed slow, but the Pangolier, Shield Crash, you can take care of the Beastmaster creeps. And Beastmaster is a tempo pick on the mid lane. You want to be overcoming the opposing side, but I don't think you will be able to this time around.
Yeah, and those creeps matter a lot for your farming. It's not just the raw tempo, but like it's easier for you to CS. It's easier to kind of bully people out of lane. So Pangolier in the mid lane, man, you get a bottle, feels like all your spells are good to go, and Shield Crash feels even better versus the summons mid laner.
That's you know how I said that, but the Beastmaster right now has 8 denies. He's actually denied both of the creep waves that came out from Mongolia.
What on earth?
I have actually never seen that.
Yeah, what? 8 and 8 is crazy for like the first 3 waves, and it looks like there's a little bit of trading going on top of it. Like, man, 8 and 8?
He's 9 and 9 now.
He's 9 and 9.
9 and 10.
Somebody stop him.
This is a bit of a disaster for Mongolia's mid lane. I will say, I know it's a bit preemptive to call it this early on, but if things continue with this at this pace, Mongolia are going to be too far behind on that mid lane. You won't hit your diffusal timing.
Yeah, I think the only thing that potentially is better for you is that I don't think that these dire supports are as great roaming into the mid lane. So there is a possibility for a rating to kind of, send in a Disruptor and a Warlock, right? A lot more potent from those mid lane rotations and probably get this lane back. Whereas you can't kind of stomp the lane with your supports on Indonesia right now.
And I think this is a drawback of that role swap you were talking about, right? 11 is an offlaner and not a mid laner. He's probably wondering, why am I here, guys? Look at what you've done.
Why isn't my support securing these range creeps?
Over on the bot lane, though, I mean, again, Bristleback versus Abaddon, you have that Dispel coming in for FBZ, so he should be doing fine, but needs to be careful against these quills.
Yeah, I mean, that's this lane in general has a lot of sustain, a lot of beef, and that's what we talked about, how like it could be good. Shield on Abaddon, fantastic. Does not do anything against quills. Quills are undispellable, so You know, he's kind of having a hard time. I think the biggest issue is going to be mana for these two. 4-2-3 is just kind of giving stick charges away, obviously, to the Zeus, but he's not really getting as much back. So I like this Null Talisman. Maybe need to see some early treads from him so he can keep tread swapping these quills.
And this is the problem with the support Zeus, right? In a lane with a Warlock,
yeah,
you throw out those nukes, which is the only thing you can do in the lane, right? But then the Warlock comes in with the heal, and suddenly you have limited value in the lane.
Yeah, dude, it's so much of the Warlock too, because like theoretically versus a Bristleback, this should be great. You should always be getting stick charges. You should always be winning out on these trades, but Zeus takes so much regen to keep going. And honestly, if you're not winning the Lotus trades, it feels really hard to play now.
The upside, this Disruptor might just die.
He could be. Big stun here, and Varus, he's going to have another Rocket Barrage very soon. The jump away. He's actually fine, and now they can turn this one back on the Gyrocopter. A huge double edge from Same, and they get the kill. Now Dreamer Cell could go down himself. Another one, and it's going to be a double kill for the Centaur.
That was very impressive coming out from Mongolia. They actually baited Indonesia in playing at the edge of their lives, but over on the mid lane, In Your Dream actually ends up getting the kill. He was already doing so well in terms of CS, and now we can call it he has won the mid lane for Indonesia.
Yeah, no, this is a hard one to come back from in the mid lane. You don't see leads like this very often, especially in like the new bottle meta where you have these water runes, ton of regen early. Used to be a death sentence, right? There was no way to regen out other than running back to base and missing waves. Now there's a way back, right, with the wave clear, but at this point in the game, we're getting into power runes. The supports will be coming. If Beastmaster have this much of an advantage, it could be that it's just too easy for supports to help him, even though they're very low mobility and do not have like any ranged spells.
The good thing, though, Mats, for Mongolia is that their side lanes are doing very well. I mean, you just got 2 kills on Indonesia, and Saime, look at his goal. He will have that Blade Mail very early on, by that 8-minute mark, perhaps. And then he can look towards making that Blink Dagger, create the space for the Pangolier to be able to come back into the game.
Yeah, right. Whenever we look at this lineup, we know like they're going to have beef, have the thickness to kind of take these early engagements. The two things they really need is getting those items right to stay healthy, but also mobility. And Saime, no matter what, he's going to be offering that with his ulti, man. You add in the Blink Dagger, it's going to feel like this guy is all over the map. Not again.
No. Yeah.
No.
And they even brought in their supports to try and counter this out, but it just wasn't enough.
At least they'll get a return kill there by the end of it all, but now that's just a haste rune bottled up by the Beastmaster here as if nothing ever happened. This net worth is going to start to get out of control. Thankfully, the Pango has cleared enough waves that he's still about as farmed as the side laners from the other side.
But I mean, you take a look at his net worth, and the Disruptor, the position 4 Disruptor, almost has the same net worth as their mid lane Pangolier. That is...
Okay, but he is really farmed on the Raptor. Like, that's a lot of net worth. He's 2 and 3 assists. Like, this dude did 1,700 net. I end with this at, like, you know, 12 minutes, 14 minutes on the pause 5. This guy has it before the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, and he'll even have a very early level 6, right? He will be able to grab the Shrine of Wisdom, like you mentioned, and he should be getting around half of the experience required. And they do have the more important ultimates. The Golem, the Shadow Storm, is way more important than the other side with that Call Down and that Thunder God's Wrath.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a little bit worse right now for Dire, their level 6s, because it is Afterburner on the Gyrocopter, so not the double Call Down, which... Looking at their lineup, I kind of wish he went double count on because they're missing some damage, but looks like this could be a nice roll. He's trying to position himself on FPZ, so he gets pushed into the Roach Pit, but 11, whether it was on purpose or not, stopped the roll so he didn't hit in time, and 4-2-3, he's going to pick up that kill. A really good heads-up play right there. Make sure they still got the kill on the Abaddon. And they kill the Gyro on the other side. Simon, this guy is way too good right now, all right? Stop bringing supports into the mid lane. I think you guys got to start answering the Centaur.
And they even wasted In Your Dream's time, right? He came down to the bottom lane to try and counter something out, but he wasn't able to, so that was a wasted haste rune as well. So Mongolia, slowly but surely, they are slightly coming back. They did have to expend that Golem to be able to grab that kill, so they won't have that for about 100 seconds, but maybe once you have that Static Storm, you go for something like this again, because your Rolling Thunder will also coincide with that Static Storm coming online.
Sometimes this could be like a really hard lineup to read because you look across like all the ultimates that you have. on Mongolia, and you're like, okay, so I have Rock, I have Static Storm, I have Roll, and I have Stampede, like all these like huge big ticket ultis. But if you only use like one, maybe two of them, like you can still fight. You're missing some important things, but you also still have a lot of important things. So early on, it's really hard to gauge still like whether or not you can fight into this Radiant lineup, even though they're missing like one or two of their ultis.
And I have to say, with the Mongolia, with the Centaur doing so well, I mean, he's almost has his Blink Dagger match. It's not, he doesn't almost have it. He is 900 gold away, sure, but he will have it by that 11-minute mark. A Blade Mail, a Blink Dagger, and then your Bristleback is naturally a mid-game oriented hero, and you can disable Dream of Cell before he hits his very much needed Daedalus timing.
In general, Blink Dagger timings are really good at like 14 minutes for like almost across the board. Because if you have a core that's going it, they have like 2 or 3 items that they're setting up. If it's a support that's going it, they probably have a lot of net worth if they're getting it by 14 minutes. So the fact that he's getting it, like, again, if he gets it by like 11, 12, he's on a very fast pace right now on the Centaur, and he's already got horsepower. So of course, it's just bracers. He's got plenty of move speed on top of it. He's got a really strong start, and I'm okay with this, you know, Crimson Guard build first if that's what he really wants. But I still do think that a lot of this early damage coming out from Indonesia is still magic, and a pipe as well on top of this is going to hit really hard for their team.
I think you really do need a pipe. I mean, pipe is perhaps the best item to make against the Zeus, right? The Thunder God's Wrath deals just about 1,000 damage overall if you add it in towards all of those heroes. But for Indonesia, I wonder, Mats, why are they not making a move towards that Centaur?
I think they're scared. I don't think they want to. In your dream, he's going to use the roll immediately, but there it is. Another big ticket ulti, and from Mongolia, they'll take the kill. You don't want to fight in right now because you'll lose.
Mongolia grouping up. I mean, they recognize who from Indonesia is doing well. It is the Beastmaster, and they are going to be grouping up with their potent ultimates. The Golem is there available, which means that this tier 1 tower, it's very difficult to actually contest if you're Indonesia. You've used the roar. You don't have the call down.
Yeah, no, they already used so much, and now FBZ also getting chased down. As you said, he has the shield though, so the slow not going to be as great. You probably pop the shield at like, you know, 2 or 3 stacks, and you should be able to get away most of the time. But you know, these items that they're going right now on Mongolia, they're going to be quick. You already have a Diffusal Blade almost finished. You had the Bristleback, who's actually going for a Lotus Orb there on our, you know, carry Bristle. This is not a usual build. This is very much playing for the game. I think in general, this team is going to have very good one-item timings that are really going to be hard for Indonesia to fight against. I'm just not sure what items I see on their end that are going to be as potent.
I think you need something to jump Mongolia. I think you need Blink Daggers. You need damage coming out from the Swen. And I'm not sure what FBZ should be making. Ideally, right, you have the typical build that he has queued up, which is the Radiance, but I don't think Mongolia care much about the Radiance.
Right. Yeah, it's nice for that extra like physical damage reduction, but how many of them are actually going to be right clicking that much? A lot of this coil damage actually is going to be what you're fighting against. Sure, Bristol does like those right clicks as well with his ultimate, but he's quite literally like the only one. Everybody else is going to be really using their spells to trade. And
right now the lead is stacking up. I mean, Indonesia have completely ignored the Centaur. He is going to be going for that pipe like you mentioned and skipping the Blink Dagger, because right now Mongolia seem to have been getting the better of these initiations despite not having that Blink initiation, right? They were found in your dream earlier, and right now they have the Glimpse to play with, as well as the Static Storm. Golems online, Stampedes there, Rolling Thunder, you name it, they have it.
And they're clearing him out here. So since it is offlane Abba, I was thinking like maybe he could go, you know, like, I don't know, Harpoon Manta or something like that to kind of make it a little bit better, but he's trying to go for this like sit around, be an aura, be somebody who is impossible to initiate on right now on the Abaddon. So there's going to be a lot of jungling happening from Indonesia. It is very much onto Mongolia. Yes, they have a 4,000 net worth lead, but they had to keep this pressure up. It looks like they are still saving some of these stacks in their triangle, but look at this move top. They're trying to run right behind the Centaur and be early and aggressive on the map. There it is, roar out. Rock connecting though to kind of stop it in your dream. He's making these moves happen, but the Zeus ulti, it'll take down 2 or only 1 actually to help out only the Disruptor. And this lineup from Mongolia, it is just so cohesive.
That was, Indonesia didn't go in there with the smoke mats. They went in there naked. And Mongolia, all they really had to do was pop that Stampede. You're happy to lose your Disruptor.
Yeah. I just don't. It was Roar and your Thunder Gods, and all you're getting is your Disruptor out of it. I'm just not sure what the idea was there. Maybe they didn't even want to fight. They kind of just got caught off guard, but I don't know, man. You have to have more of a plan than that.
That is a good point. I mean, they did have to force the commitment there because it was a Disruptor they spotted, so they can't actually go back because you just end up getting glimpsed.
Yeah.
But it is Mongolia who are playing more synergistically. They seem to recognize their power spikes and they know that how far ahead they are, and they're happy with the pace of this game. I mean, in your dream, it's good that you had a great laning phase, but if you're not able to match it up with increased tempo so that your carry can farm, it looks like you're going to be in pretty bad shape.
Yeah. And this is going to be one of those games. You have 12 kills right now in Mongolia. It's going to feel bad as a support, but that was actually, I would say, a good death as a gyrocopter. You finally brought the enemy team back onto their side of the map. This time it was for the Wisdom Runes. You've got to do whatever you can to allow this Sven and Abba to farm up because, as you said, like, we have an Abba who's going Radiance. This is going to be a while that we're jungling this one out. We have the normal Sven build. He's got Echo going for Blink next. You've got to waste a lot of time, get your side lane cores this gold, and I think it's unfortunate because the Beastmaster had such a strong start, but he is the one that needs to be sacrificed if this is truly your game plan.
And he needs a few items before he can do anything, right? There's this timing window where he's almost has a scepter. The scepter isn't exactly going to change too much. You need that Blink Dagger alongside your scepter in order to actually fully be online. But like you mentioned, it's going to be a while before they're online. The Abba still doesn't have the Radiance. Dreamocell still trying to farm up. Has the Echo Saber, but he's very weak.
And oh no. Yeah, he's just a dead man here. A lot of extra damage coming out from Sammy. It's impossible to click this guy. He's got the Blade Mail, and that's going to be actually Narman picking up the kill there on the Warlock.
They're slowly running out of room here. I mean, Mongolia, right? You could try to Wisdom, sure, they catch at the gyrocopter, forced to go back to their own side, but immediately they will go back to the other side because they recognize that they see anyone that they just hit their go button. They don't need to go back. They don't need to think twice.
FBZ, like he's trying to do his best out here, but 4-2-3 really putting on the pressure. We do have a point saved for the ulti here on Abba. Yeah, he's gonna pop it, try to turn around. A lot of damage going out for 4-2-3. But look at this, man. They used the Roar. Finally gonna get this Warlock. That was a Rock Warlock, actually. So very good Roar, actually, to take him out. And the Zeus TP away. Okay, Indonesia. I see what you're doing.
That's a killing spree, so it's not the worst thing in the world. You find a spree for yourself. But the thing is, Matt, if you take a look at their lineup, without the Roar, they can't do that again. They can't take a fight without the Roar.
No. And thankfully, I don't think that they want to. I think they got something very fortunate there. They should be happy and not try it again. But, dude, 4-2-3, look, this guy is behind the tier 2. He's very aware of how strong he is and how much the enemy team does not want to fight. So he's actually going to turn on this Sven under his tier 3. Get the Centaur in as well. Can they get him out? No. He's just dead. And now on the other side, it's going to be a static storm. They are picking apart this Indonesian lineup. Now they're going to find In Your Dream. He wants to turn on this Bristle back, but the Bristle, he is so damn strong. It's going to be 3 gone. And FBZ, the only one out of his core lineup, at least, is going to be able to survive this. Hopefully that means that he's getting his Radiance soon.
It can't come soon enough, though, Mats. I mean, this is the problem. Mongolia, they realize that, sure, the Warlock died, but hey, the other side, they use their only hard stun that they have. So what's to stop us from actually taking Indonesia down? And they went all in. They know that their timings, they know their ultimates are a lot stronger. Their heroes are a lot stronger at this stage. And right now, Indonesia need to find a way to slow down the pace at which Mongolia are coming to them. But it doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, and this is one of the sadder parts. You have this Radiance, but what does it mean for you? What are you actually able to get done with this item here? Now you've already gotten the Shadow Word heal, and plenty of people can TP in. Your ulti's down on Abba, and has he gone too far? There it is. The rock dropped right on top of FBZ. He wants a return kill. I don't think he's going to be awarded it. A nice swash through from the Bengal will get themselves a kill on FBZ. That is immediately after he got his Radiance.
You take a look at the utility.
Oh, he rocketed a Lotus's target.
Oh, wow. He's dead. Oh, is he dead, though? Oh yeah, he's dead. the Glimpse sealed the deal there. But you take a look. You take a look at the utility that Mongolia supports are able to provide versus Indonesia. I mean, this is the problem. The Zeus, we talked about it, has a Thunderbolt, but apart from that, can't really do much, you know. And it seems like the Gyrocopter, apart from throwing out these homing missiles, can't do anything either.
No, this is it's getting into a weird spot now. Like, if you're Indonesia, you have a Beastmaster Sven and Abacor duo. Those guys do scale relatively well, and you have a Zeus gyro support. Your team at 50 minutes is really cool. I think we really have gotten to the point that it's like, how do we get there? I don't think you're fighting this team at 25 minutes, at 30 minutes. It's going to be so long before you actually get items that I think truly matter against the net worth that Mongolia has amassed right now.
When will he get the DP out? There is no golem, so he will. But it's over on the other side, the Lul. He just gets spotted out. No one from Indonesia can actually survive the Glimpse.
No, and that's why like BKBs are so important. I think part of the reason that Indonesia feel like they can't fight is that you need the BKBs, but you also need some oomph behind those BKBs. What is a BKB if I don't have a Daedalus?
That is the absolute worst case scenario for a carry to be in, right? You need simultaneously, you need 2 items and you're faced against the clock. You need damage and you need survivability, but right now the circumstances that you're in, you can only realistically go for one and hope that it's going to be good enough.
Right? Like I don't know, like the BKB is obviously great for Sven. He's gonna really wish he had it right now because it's already jumping the backline from Same. There'll be a call down, yes, but it's actually gonna completely miss where they're running. You don't expect them to run into your tier 3, but by God, that's where they're going. And the Centaur, he's gonna take down this Beastmaster again. And onto the high ground. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Mongolia wanted to try it out.
They have the tools at their disposal. Now, sure, Indonesia didn't even expend their roar there. So I think the high ground is going to be a bit tricky because remember, it's a best of 1. So you may not want to be giving the other side a chance for the comeback. Maybe Mongolia just head into the Roche pit. That is a place where Indonesia will definitely have to think very hard about whether or not they want to go for the contest. But right now, Dalul needs to be careful. Oh man, I wonder if Tsukimoto will find him with the Glimpse. Oh, he's spotted him out. He's dead.
Yeah, it's here. He's actually going to use the Static Storm, but this Zeus actually got his shard, so he's doing a ton of damage, even without having any extra spells to throw out there. Again, this is super greedy. We're looking at a Solar Crest from a Warlock on one side and a Shard on Zeus from the other. Now, there is going to be Varge going to go down, but Dalul, he does get himself the kill on this Disruptor. Then he gets the TP away. This is what they're trying to do, right? Get whatever wave clear spells you can get and just try this with the map for as long as you can.
Grimocell did come there, had to use his God Strength, but I don't know how well they'll be able to split up the map mats, because the only reason why right now they can have some semblance of control in this game is because the Centaur isn't interested, at least for the moment, to join the rest of the Mongolian squad. But once you have that Centaur, you take a look at his items mats. He almost has a Shiva's Guard. He has the Pipe. He has the Blink Dagger and the Blade Mail. So you see Saime running towards you, you run the other way.
It's all up to Jawa in order to get that physical damage output, right? Like, Beastmaster is cool, but you're looking at summons that just don't do that much damage into the Crimson. So it's Sven. Sven needs to be the one to burst him down. We'll see if he has that kind of oomph here. Look at the survivability of this Warlock. Gonna get the rock off. He does! Now you're finally gonna go at him, but he even got himself off the Fatal Bond. It could be impossible to fight into this one. They already lose Dalul as well. And the roll gonna isolate Dreamwhistle one more time. Again, trying to position himself to get dropped onto the low ground, but it doesn't matter. He'll just die anyways. Damn near a full team wipe here, going the way of Mongolia, and Gyrocopter, the only one left. Saime, can you find him? Do not stay for that. Well, he tried.
He tried. He gets the props for trying. But interestingly, Mats, they chose to take the fight without the God Strength. It was on cooldown. And that is a mistake you cannot make. Like, you can be forgiven for everything else, but when you're this far behind and you are not utilizing your abilities to your full potential to try and take some of these fights, I don't know, man. Like, I don't think it's gonna work out.
We're seeing the raw survivability, man. That was a Warlock with Shadow Word, with Solar Crest, and I think with Pipe Crimson as well on top of him. Like, this should be a burst, right? Especially for a Sen. As you said, they went without God Strength. He lived with about 100 HP, right? God Strength, that dude is dead way earlier, and is a much different fight. So I think you got to be a lot more selective from Indonesia, especially when you're down so far. I know that they know that they're down so far, so they should be able to make those calls.
Roshan is up though, and now you do have the God Strength Lance. You have the Roar. You have the Gyrocopter call down. So perhaps you go for the defense, but their heroes aren't pretty close together. I mean, in your dream, it's all the way towards the top side Tormentor. So it will be a Roshan that goes the way of Mongolia. And now with the Aegis, they're instantly going to go for a smoke, and they'll even find a few kills.
Oh, no, 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 no. They're going to find the Sven again. This guy is the one who needs to live. He's the one that needs to be farming out these side lanes. They did a good job. They smoked before the Roshan was out, letting the Bristleback finish it while they're already running to the Sven. He didn't know he was in danger until that call happened. By then, it was too late.
And because...
Okay. Okay. Ooh, that is so much damage. But he does get out of there just barely on In Your Dreams. Getting the kill on this Disruptor, that's a lot of gold for him.
The question is, does it stop the high ground push? So far, it does seem like it's delayed it. I mean, Mongolia, they're not going high ground. So, interesting play coming out by Indonesia.
This best of one, right?
Yeah.
Like, you also don't want to go high ground, like, even though you want to be really careful. So they have this huge net worth. At what point do you risk your series on it?
And it's a particularly important series as well, because that top place position in the group stage guarantees you to actually be ahead of everyone else. You will be going into the playoff semifinals. The second place goes to the quarterfinals. So it's a very important match.
Yeah. This seeding is so important, and part of the reason I feel like you should feel confident running up with Aegis right now, especially on that Bristleback, but it will get reclaimed in 3 minutes. So if they aren't careful, they could use up this timing. And we got to get a way to get Sven out here, though. He is smoking all the way down towards this bottom side of the map. It's been a lot easier to farm River at this point at current patch, since there are Ancients down here. So it feels like even though, you know, you're not farming lanes as much, you're not farming into the inner jungle, you still get Ancient camps for yourself.
But he's used his God Strength. So they may be giving up this lane of barracks unless they are planning to defend with just 4 here. So I don't think that's going to happen. So it will be Mongolia who perhaps get out with a full lane of barracks. And at the end of it, Indonesia will have their BKB on the Sven because his farming speed is increased for this duration of his ultimate.
Yeah, and Zeus's Shrine, he's able to clear the wave, but Same and 423 are way too thick. They do not care about these arc lightings that are hitting them.
It's a rough spot to be in. And the Beast Monster isn't here, so this is them giving up at least one lane of barracks. Yeah. But I don't know if Mongolia stopped there because you take a look at the Aegis timing match. 423 will have it for the next 2 minutes. And what's to stop them from heading on over to the bot lane?
Yeah, no, he's got so much damage right now. I like them trying to go for 2 barracks, but on the other side, I actually do like them giving up mid. I don't know if I love them giving up bot, though. I think that's a bit too much. I think you got to start fighting now.
But you don't have the God Strength. He just used it to farm up the rest of his BKB. So you're going to be farming, or rather, you're going to be fighting at half capacity.
Yeah, you definitely wait for the God Strength. It is up in about 10 seconds, though. They could do a fortification, could try to trap people here, but honestly, your team is already committed to split pushing. Oh, this is a little too early for my liking. FBZ, they stop him immediately. They don't let him heal off of his ulti. I think this is actually the death sentence now. Do not fight. 423 should be able to just grab this and walk away. No, please don't smoke.
They're going to go for the smoke because right now, man, 423 still has a full minute on the Aegis, and Indonesia have no choice. They cannot capitulate right now. They have to go for the one last defense.
They're smoked around the back. They're going to try to find a supporter here. Barge, he's going to be the first one to show him. Getting the roar on this disruptor. They get the kill. They killed both supports. Going to buy back into this one. They'll trade their own supports away. Yes, for the BKBs out on both. Trying to get out of this one. In Your Dream, he's going to be the first victim here. Big kill for them. Now Dream is Cell. He already used BKB. The swash through. It'll take another kill. 423 will lead the charge into FBZ. No ulti on Abaddon. And this could be the end here for Indonesia in this game 1 of 1. A triple kill for 423. This Bristleback, he is way too thick. Even taking his talents into the fountain. It's GG called. Absolute domination from Mongolia.
Indonesia, I mean, you take a look at that last Swen death match after Mongolia took the Aegis down. If that Swen did not die at that moment, perhaps he would have gotten the BKB before the second lane of Varexes went down, and maybe you would have had that chance of comeback. But Mongolia, they played very strong at the back of that Centaur, just having a phenomenal time. And Indonesia, they had the chance over on the mid lane. The Beastmaster could have potentially snowballed because he took down the Bankier twice, had the items at the ready, but it really seemed like they were not expecting Saime to have the time of his life.
Yeah, I mean, this was still definitely a playable game in 10 minutes, even though the net worth was in favor of Mongolia. As you said, he had a great mid lane, and honestly, Sven didn't have a bad time as well. Like, he had 4.3k net worth. That's not going out and fighting, but it is a good setup for your items. I think in general, like, I know this is a super hard map to play, and I think your draft already was really rough to start, but I think there needed to be a little bit more off-map farming from Sven. It was really good for Mongolia to go hunt him out, but anytime he showed on a wave, they're just going and running him down. I think if we see this team in the future, probably want to lessen up on these flex picks and just pick heroes that are good at those positions.
This was a very surprising run. I will have to say, I do think that Indonesia were the stronger team going into this. However, draft-wise, we had our reservations, and Mongolia seemed to actually prove us right. But at the very least, neither of these teams are going to be eliminated, right? At the back of this this series, at least guaranteed, or even before the series, both of these teams were guaranteed to actually move on forward. So perhaps this is a bit of a learning lesson for Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean, they almost had, even in this fight where they're down like a huge amount of net worth, they got 2 support kills right away. They're forcing buybacks. Like, this is still proving that they had the skill in order to take this game, which is why I'm a little disappointed in how they played at the beginning of the game, because they clearly know how to choose targets. They know how to be really aggressive with their items, and knowing where they're actually able to go with it. But unfortunately, you can see that they already had like the bottom outpost taken in the triangle. So these support buybacks were really good, right? Without those tier 2s already taken, without having that outpost, I think that could actually have been a one fight for Indonesia.
And Mads, what a game coming up by 423 and Saime. They did not die a single time. And when you are playing against a team whose carry you haven't been able to take out, whose offlaner you haven't been able to take out, you are never winning that game. I mean, there's no other way to put it, right? 11-0 and 7 on 423, and 9-0 and 17 on Saime.
Yeah, no, it's insane performance from both these guys. They're the unkillable monsters of this lineup. You had damage issues, and these heroes are the ones that get out of control. It's literally like the worst case scenario for you.
Meanwhile, the supports also did pretty well, right? I will say that it was at the back of the superior draft. I mean, the Disruptor, Warlock, both heroes with whose ultimates are a lot better than the Zeus and the Gyrocopter. But overall, I mean, like you mentioned, Indonesia, it really did seem like they had a way back until the very end, but unfortunately, they weren't able to find the comeback.
Yeah, I think you're seeing the Saime kind of influence there, because this is a very Eastern European draft. I feel that we have from these guys, having those like 2 range supports coming in with like 3 melee cores. This is something that BetBoom does a ton. Like, they always want to just like shove these, like, especially like flex picks, kind of like the Dragon Knights, your Bristlebacks, even like Timber Pango, where they can go into multiple positions. Anything like that, they love shoving those melee heroes first in the drafts and kind of just like making sure that your supports are never touched. You can see here, even like trying to get on the back of these guys is impossible. You had to smoke around. You had to smoke while your racks were being taken, because that was the only way they weren't able to section you off. So I think a really nice job for this one. I hope we see more drafts like this from them, because it feels like they're really comfortable playing this style.
Meanwhile, I mean, as both Indonesia and Mongolia, they're actually tied 4-1. But I believe, Matt, you were checking out the rules for the tiebreaker, and in a head-to-head, since Mongolia did win, so they should be on the first place position.
Yes, I guess the only thing I didn't factor in, so Myanmar is also 4-1, so it's 3 people at the top. It should be wild aces, and for Indonesia, of course, they did they did beat Myanmar, but they did lose to Mongolia. I think Mongolia, this could actually be wild aces. Yeah, I think it is. So I think there may have to be, it could be just like a a coin toss. It could end up being there.
We will actually confirm that for
Yeah.
you guys by the time that we do have our next match. It will be in, I believe, the West Asia region match. So we're done with Southeast Asia, at least as far as the IESF stream goes. So I believe we will have Iran and Oman playing. Well, actually just
okay.
I will actually take a look to confirm that. No, we'll actually have Malaysia and Bhutan playing, so it will be we are going to stay in Asia. But then after that, we'll have Kyrgyzstan versus Turkmenistan, and then Iran versus Oman. So Matt and I will be here for the first two, or rather the Asian ones. But I'm actually not sure about your schedule, Matt. But I'm only going to be here for the next match. But after that, I may be taking the exit.
Oh yeah, I'll be here for one more game, and then I'll be heading out. But yeah, no, it's gonna be a cool match for us there. I think this is again the Malaysian one. This also matters a little bit less for their seeding. They kind of want to make sure that they are for sure ahead of the Philippines, who also they got a forfeit win already, so they're sitting nicely there at 4-1. Malaysia, if they are able to get this win, they secure themselves first spot, and as you said, that matters for positioning in the bracket. So I think Malaysia, they're coming out swinging in this one. They're going to try to really knock down Bhutan, but they have taken one game off, right? They did get a win versus the Pakistan team, so not the greatest win for them, but hey, hopefully got to get in with some confidence.
Yeah, I will say the subcontinental belt is not as strong as some of those South Asian countries out there. So the Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, these teams don't actually have that developed scene in Valve games as compared to the countries found, I believe, north of them. My geography isn't that strong, so I wouldn't take my word. I would take that as fact, but you guys get what I mean.
I barely can fill out a map, so I'm going to trust you on this one. So I hope you don't lead me astray. But yeah, no, guys, thank you so much for watching, but it ain't over yet, okay? We'll see you guys in about 30 minutes with our next series. So stick around, but get some food, get some water. We'll be back with that series. Yo, hello everybody. Welcome back to the qualifiers here. We've got our last series, well, my last series of the day. I know you guys still have 2 more after this one, but for me, it's the last one we got. It is going to be Pakistan. Pakistan already forfeited, so we are looking at Malaysia and Bhutan. And this one for Malaysia, man, they've already gotten themselves the #1 slot. They're 4-0. They beat the Philippines already. So even if they do lose this matchup, they are looking at the #1 spot in this Group B, which means, Toltras, what are some heroes you want to see out of this one? Because I'm sure that Malaysia, they don't want to give anything away. They don't want to give away their drafts. They're going to try to pull out some fun stuff. What are your theories? What are you wanting?
I would personally like to see a Pudge. It always makes for a fun game, but we might even see something like a Techies coming out, or perhaps you want to experiment because you are going to be going into the playoff semifinals and face off against. I mean, the group A has a 3-way tie, right? But if there is any time for an experimentation, it is right now.
Yeah, you know, I've been seeing a few people try out the Hoodwink 1. I've seen people go Maelstrom build. I've seen people, I don't know if you remember the old Weaver build where you go like, you know, Dragonlance Deso and you be a part of the fight early. I think I've seen that build do pretty well on the Hoodwink as well. I think that's the only experience. I think there's always been the Venomancer core, but I think that one got a little bit weird after last batch. So I don't know. I can see some cool stuff from the carry role.
Interesting you brought up the point of the Weaver, though. We actually saw that in the match between, I believe it was Australia versus New Zealand, where they picked up the Weaver as the position 1. Unfortunately, they did end up losing. However, they did end up qualifying, so there is that. But for Malaysia versus Bhutan, I think for the side of Bhutan, they should just ideally stick towards having fun, similar to how Bangladesh played their match against, I believe it was against Indonesia. So for them, this should be a game about having fun. But one thing that I always like to remind everyone of, as far as Malaysia is concerned, I believe they are the only team in the Dota 2 scene that have competed at the tier 1 level with a national roster. It was quite a while ago, right? But surely you remember Ohio, Mushi, KYXY, Net, and Extinct back after, I believe it was TI4 or TI5. But that was a pleasure to see. I wonder if you'll see more of it, because Southeast Asia has this unique opportunity to actually be bringing that out. You take a look at the Philippines, you can create that national team. You take a look at Malaysia, a lot of players there. Indonesia also has one now. So who's to say, what's to stop these teams from actually competing at the tier 1 at the back of their national flag?
Nothing will ever stop you. As long as you believe in your heart that you can achieve victory, you'll always get there. All right, we just need a little bit more positivity in the Dota scene, a little bit more teamwork. I will say the only slightly unfortunate part sometimes about these is that these teams are, you know, they already have other contracts that they've signed. This is great for meeting people and seeing who you may want to team with in the future. But unfortunately, these teams aren't necessarily going to stay together. You're not really going to sometimes with these things, you're not going to pub around and be like, oh, we need to get ready for next year too, right? You know, get back at it, get those reps. You kind of leave and you take in a bunch of experiences with your pubs and what your other teammates, and then you kind of come back. So in some ways, it kind of does matter on what your team success is outside of this, right? And then you get to bring that experience back to the region. So and we got an audible. We're going to the Nepal versus Thailand match.
Wow, that is actually going to be a fun one, because we were talking about this. I think we spoke about this a bit earlier as well in that first best of 3. Thailand need the win, right? They are currently faced up with the brink of elimination, and if you take a look at their squad, you have, I believe, Boombui, Jengi, Tigger playing. Yeah, so Jengi, Fearless, Tigger, Boombui, and you have 9 and Z. These are players that have been competing in the tier 3 scene or tier 2 scene for quite a while, and they have had some successes to show for it as well. So I would like to see them qualify, or at least I do think that they have a pretty good shot at qualifying.
Oh, I mean, theoretically, I feel like Thailand should actually be favored, right? I mean, we've got teams or players that we recognize from our own tournaments and some other tier 2, 3 tournaments around with other rostered squads. So I feel like Thailand, they have that kind of name basis with each other. But man, this Nepal squad, it feels like they've been, they've been kind of pulling up where people didn't expect. But I will say that was 2 forfeit wins for them. So I think that's probably why we're a little surprised to see them in that 2-2 spot right now. I think that actually really hurts them, especially if they were already going to win those games, getting reps on stage, getting those drafts out of the way, figuring out what your team wants is so valuable. Even though they technically did still get the win, they would have rather played.
Definitely. I mean, particularly at a tournament like this where you are coming in to represent your country, right? You may want to be playing. So, and that's something that I would give a lot of credit towards some of these younger or some of these underdogs, right? You talk about Bangladesh. They have played all of their matches despite of not being able to win a single one, and they have always played those games in full without throwing the GG call too early on. So kudos to them, and I hope that some of these teams that have given forfeits, they come around next time around for IESF 2026 that at least try, and even if you don't win, at least you get to have some fun.
Amen. All about having fun. And also, I feel like I have to root a little bit more for this this Nepal roster. Blues, maybe that's a Mega Man reference. Maybe I'm about to have just the best time watching this team and some profile pictures.
I do think you're a Mega Man fan, right?
Oh yeah, big fan.
But I mean, who knows where now Ultimate, we're talking about this, a lot of you can actually tell a lot by what the profile pictures of the players are, right? If there's an anime in there, if there's an anime pic in there, you know the team's going to be strong.
Oh yeah, I'm hovering over Blues right now. We got the anime profile picture. Okay, this is going to be a good game. And
Lewis has a Barcelona picture. You know that Blues and Lewis are two really good players.
Competitors all around. And it looks like Thailand, we are waiting only for one more in the lobby here. But this should be all, again, like whenever it comes to like the name recognition, the Thailand roster definitely seems like yeah, they've got a little bit of the edge here. And of course, also they have the edge in actually playing their series. They did get to play versus the Bhutan squad, but they did also lose to both Malaysia and to the Philippines. So, you know, Thailand, they're kind of looking at like this middle of the bracket match, see if they can come out with a win. But we really haven't seen enough, I think, from either side to definitely know who has the upper hand in this one.
Wasn't surprising that they lost against Philippines and Malaysia. I do think that those two squads were stronger than them. Although, as far as us upsets go, I do think that Philippines should have won the game against Malaysia. I mean, we costed that, and Philippines were quite ahead for a long time. And you talk about the Philippine squad, they're execution players. They have played in the biggest tournament of the year. So quite the upset coming out from them.
So I think knowing that, though, because obviously, like when we look at this Bhutan squad, sorry, not the Bhutan squad, the Nepal squad, they also lost 0-1, of course, to these. But like, you know, you look and you see Philippines, they played versus Thailand. That went 30 minutes. It seems like they had a slightly competitive game coming up to it. So who knows? Maybe you're able to kind of look at that and say, hey, you know, we made it 30 minutes and Nepal, they only made it 14 minutes. So even though we don't have a direct matchup or many games played at all between the two of them, you can imagine that you have a slightly better time, but only slightly, right? Because like sometimes teams just match up better against each other. Sometimes you like see something in their offlane or like their pools that like your team is naturally good against. That doesn't mean necessarily that like it's a free matchup by any means for Thailand.
Now, I have been looking at the past IESF tournaments out there. Back in 2020, Nepal actually won against India in the grand finals. India in the subcontinental belt actually is, in my opinion, the best team compared to Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, etc. Because you do have a few players from India competing in the international region. Krish, for example, he played for Kyrgyzstan, so he has competed in those Southeast Asian circuits. But very surprising there. I obviously it is going to be a completely different draft, but I'm hoping that it's only gone up since then, because when we take a look at the 2021 IESF, Nepal lost to Pakistan, and I can tell you, I'm here, I know all the Pakistani players. That should not have happened.
That's definitely, yeah, no, I get that. Sometimes those I don't know, that was the best of three though, right?
Yeah,
I imagine. So I was gonna say, like, sometimes with the best of one, as you said, anything can happen. But man, that really is like, it shouldn't have happened if it's a best of three.
I do wonder though, one of these days, whether or not we'll see Sumail playing for Pakistan. That would actually be interesting, because I remember when Sumail won TI, national headlines all over. Everyone was talking about it. People who didn't even know what Dota was would be like, "Hey, have you heard about that kid who won TI?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, I know about the kid. I play the game." But that was a sight to behold. And I think for a lot of these teams, winning at Iesf does not only put Dota on the map, not only esports, but also recognition towards some of this young talent that gives it their all, really. A lot of people don't realize that esports, it requires a lot of dedication and a lot of practice and a lot of patience.
Yep. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of unfortunate timing going on right now. I know, like, from the StarCraft era, like, a lot of people, when it comes to these, like, international competitions and, like, kind of representing the country for that, like, a lot more people on the StarCraft side are kind of, like, participating in that because there's a little bit more space, right? You have, like, this almost blocked time where it's like, I'm ready to play, you know, I'm going, I'm representing my country, and I'm going to have a good time out there. So I hope that Dota can get to that point, because it's always so fun to have, and you always feel like you don't really recognize, like, who's from what region. All you know is, like, those people are from Eastern Europe and, like, different parts, and, like, you know that, but you don't know, like, exactly who's from the same country and, like, who can compete together. So you see these incredibly stacked teams and you're like, how can these people come together? Nobody's able to beat these guys, and it's nationality, you know. So I think it's really cool to see this sort of stuff come together. I would love, as you said, to see more of the top players come back and rep the home country.
And it's also about I would say viewership, right? If you want to grow viewership, a lot of the times it doesn't matter what you're showing. You can create some really interesting storylines just at the back of certain countries going at it against each other in the game, which is a lot more healthy, in my opinion. Like, for example, the cricket match between Pakistan and India breaks viewership records all around the world. In fact, I remember for the World Cup, you had the match between India and Pakistan, and it actually had more viewership than the Super Bowl. And you're from the States, so you know that is a pretty big deal.
That's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, yeah, no, I'm not as much of a, you know, American football guy, but I do know that, you know, we got a lot of viewership there. Because, goodness, the amount that it takes to get a commercial during the Super Bowl, holy moly, it's like $1 million for like 30 seconds or something. It's crazy.
But we are going to head into the game. I believe the draft is underway. Hopefully the lobby connects on us, but I don't think we'll be having any sneaky draft, right? Because Nepal, or rather Thailand, does seem like they need to actually win this game, like we mentioned previously. So I think they are going to be going for the same kind of picks, and they are a team. All of these players were playing on a team called C911, and in that team, you go for the meta picks. You go for the high tempo picks. Their mid laner goes for one of the spirit heroes, or just a hero that creates space around the map, and then at the back of that, you take the mid game. And I think that's a similar team to all of these Southeast Asian teams.
Yeah. Sometimes, yeah, you know, I think Southeast Asian specifically is like a lot more on like the spirits puck mobility in the mid lane. Sometimes even Tiny, of course, to kind of counter that out. But like anything with that like mobile initiation is I don't know what it is. Sometimes about SCA mid laners are just very aggressive. Obviously, my experience is kind of with like Abed, since he was also on Shopify for a long time, and that was Storm. Storm Spirits is like, it's in pull slam it, and that was obviously something. He still had Bat Rider and he played other heroes that were good, but it seemed like the teams were much more used to like initiation actually comes from the mid lane, and this like tank ability and like aura creation is what the off lane is, not necessarily blink initiation.
Southeast Asia is all about the flashy plays. It's all about putting yourself on the map at the back of those plays. I think Europe is a lot more, I would say, patient with their draw, with the way that they play. They're a lot more calculated. Southeast Asia is you want to get kills, and so is South America. I was doing the South American tournament, and you say the same thing there. So I think these two regions have a lot of similarities. Yeah,
it's definitely like almost like a spectrum between all of it. Of like, I wouldn't say like discipline or like conservative play, and then like wild. And I think SCA is getting like approaching that bound of wild. I think South America, it depends. I think you have some players that are like really wild with it and like some that aren't. But I think in SCA you definitely have like I see somebody on the map and I have a blink dagger. This is my calling. And then you're just going. Doesn't matter if that's tier 3s. Doesn't matter if that's like, in the river, whatever. You're blinking on them and you're going to show them what's up.
we do have the first ban on the map. Oh wow, Nepal actually are going to ban out the Queen of Pain. Thailand, the ban out the Batrider. And one thing to mention is that Thailand are actually coming in this with hot hands. Nepal, as you mentioned, got 2 forfeit wins. So this will actually be their first proper game in the tournament. So one can only wish them the best of luck. I mean, having a lot of in a round robin, playing games out actually creates momentum. And sure, it's a reset every time you have a new game, but momentum actually goes a long way. We've seen it in the big tournaments. We see it in small tournaments. With momentum, you actually can snowball your way to victory. How many teams have we had in the tier 1 stage that have made miraculous runs at the back of just the momentum they're able to gain?
Yeah, it starts slow, right? Like some of that momentum even has started from teams that are like 0-4, 0-6 to start. Sometimes you just need to figure out like, okay, these things that we came into tournament, like we thought these were going to work for us, it's not working. We need to switch gears. And if you've had 2 forfeit losses or 2 forfeit wins, even, like you don't get to find out what those things are that you thought were working, could work out for your team. Now you're having that first experiment, whereas Thailand, they've at least had a few more like reps with their team, even in their wins, to figure out like, okay, this is the stuff that we still feel was good, and in the losses, what was good, what can we translate into this game? So a lot of, I would say, more unconventional bans on the Thailand side. They got the Batrider out, they got the Doom out, 2 very like hard disable, just elimination heroes, whereas Nepal, I think this is much more meta banning. Like we've seen a ton of the Nature's Prophet getting flexed out. Dawnbreaker's been a super popular hero. Quap gets flexed out. Axe gets flexed out and is very popular. So it feels like the tale of 2 cities right now. Like one team is trying to focus out on just like what do your players do well, and the other one is, I don't want you playing any meta heroes at all.
I think that Thailand want to be going for a flashy mid laner. I think it's probably going to be the Buck or Storm, because you take a look at those bans, right? Silencer, Batrider, Doom. They don't want one of their 5 heroes to be actually getting got out. Wow. Nepal have the opportunity to just pick up the Abaddon right now. Thailand didn't ban it out.
Right. Yeah, okay, so I was just saying, Nepal seems like they like these flex picks. In their earlier matchup, they played Terrorblade, and they kind of actually flexed it to the offlane. So I like this pick a lot. I think Dazzle actually would have been a lot better as an opener for Thailand. You already have the Axe banned out, Silencer as well. It seems like a really good play. Honestly, Nepal, if you really wanted to do it, you could pick it up yourself, but you already have the save hero, and at this point, whenever you have like this big ticket ulti as Abaddon that you're able to just shield off, you're okay paying Abba as 5. Like you've done your job, and anything else is just bonus.
Yeah, it's and not only that, you can go for a flex pick yourself. You can go for a flashy pick yourself because you realize that the Pain is most likely trying to try to get the Fiend's Rip, but then you have this support Abaddon that can just break it away. Right, and Nepal, we might even see a Rubik coming out. I think we've only seen it once, but stealing the Nightmare is quite good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's it's good if you want it. I think the only weird part about it sometimes is that like Rubik is a very fragile hero. If there's any jump, man, it feels that hero can just like fall apart. I'm not sure what the temperature on it is right now because I haven't seen many people picking up, which maybe is my answer. But it seems like sometimes whenever it's like in, people will play it pause 5 and they'll be fine. But when it's out, nobody touches it except for maybe your Rubik specialists.
Rubik specialists are very too far and few in between. Makes for quite the cinematic plays though. Like I remember the 10 years ago or 8 years ago, the Rubik plays we saw in the free-to-play documentary as well. It's nice to watch. May not be nice to play, but because you're only going to steal the RP once in the entire game, right? But you'll get a really nice clip out of it. But
oh man, another disruptor pickup here, which I'm not sure. Again, like I feel like we need to have a little bit more stunning, but there it is. Snowball save now. Now we have the other internet, right? Like this disruptor. Not gonna have the easiest game, but at least Disruptor, man, your ulti is still great. At least whenever you drop it right on top of someone, still very good. So Tusk can save from these glimpse plays if there's creeps around. It's not anywhere near the direct counter that we have still from the Abba and Bane.
Thailand actually coming out with the Shadow Fiend in the best of 1, and I don't, Mats, perhaps you know, because I know I'm the analyst, but I don't know about this particular interaction. Can Bane nightmare you outside of the kinetic field?
Oh yes, he can get on in there and he can nightmare you. But unfortunately, if you are static stormed, you eventually will still wake up from the damage that you're taking. But Yeah, no, the Nightmare is still able to work. I don't know. I think that I'm wanting this Bane to be a pause 4, which is so weird because his ultimate is super countered. But at the same time, like Tusk and Shadow Fiend, like it's gonna be really good.
Ooh, it's going to be a core Abaddon because they have picked up the Willow and the Beastmaster, and I wonder, Thailand, if this is this going to be a Shadow Fiend on the mid lane or a carry? Because can be pretty bad if it's a mid Shadow Fiend, right? You're playing against a Disruptor on the other side as well as a Roar that you can't dispel. So I would hope I would hope to see that the Shadow Fiend goes towards the carry position instead of the mid.
Yeah, I think that's still dependent on the support matchup for me. If this is Bane 4, 100%. I would love to see this Shadow Fiend on carry. I think it's like way too good against the Beastmaster as well. So something that's able to clear out those, the creeps, and then your overwhelming physical damage actually makes it so that this Beastmaster could have a hard time. Unless it's Beastmaster mid, of course, and then that matchup changes a little bit. But either way, I think your lane is very strong. And now with this Mars coming in, I think they finally have their way to counter out the Abaddon. So they're trying to arena somebody, use that vision advantage to grip someone as well in the arena. And as long as the Abbot can't see them, you're fine. But it's still, and I think part of the reason why Abaddon can be a core here, it's an ungrippable target. You just press ulti on Abba and the grip goes away anyways.
But you do have some amount of vision you can throw down inside of the pit, right? The Disruptors coming in.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Dark Willow as well with the maze.
Yeah.
And not to mention, if you make a Blink Dagger on the Abaddon at the back of that borrowed time, like you mentioned, you can just blink inside of the pit because you're not going to end up dying. But Silent, I mean, I think for this game, Mats, it's our eyes are going to have to be on the supports here. The Tusk also has the save against the Beastmaster. Sure, he doesn't have that dispel, but he can snowball someone if they get roared up.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's there's a lot of good stuff that he's able to do. A lot of good utility from this Tusk. I think his game overall is going to be really nice because he's again laning with the Shadow Fiend. Always super potent when you have that extra physical damage to drop in. They have a cohesive lineup. The Abaddon is obviously like throwing a wrench into, I feel like, the hard lockdown that they want to do. But otherwise, I think that their lineup does work very well together.
Ooh, an anti-mage ban, actually. That's very interesting. So it is going to be a carry Shadow Fiend, and they're going to pick themselves up a mid Leshrac. So in the end, if this Beastmaster does go mid, the Leshrac does do very well against the Beastmaster. At the same time, I'm not exactly sure why Thailand banned the anti-mage. I think it's because they wanted to go for the Leshrac, but the Shadow Fiend destroys the AM. So
yeah, no, I don't know if that was really the needed ban. I don't know if there are many other picks because they did ban out the Medusa maybe. So that's just another hero that the AM loves playing against that isn't in the pool. I also don't think that they're going for a ranged core here. Again, you already have your two range supports. You're playing into a Mars. You really don't want to be a range hero into Mars because you want to be able to get your BKB and go through that arena. Honestly, I can see a world where they want to go for a life stealer, but it's not the easiest game to play. I just don't see much else that really wants to, unless of course you're going carry Abba and then you pick up a mid laner.
What about the Ursa? Because with the Scepter, you can break away from the Fiend's grip yourself, and you can also burst down the Shadow Fiend and the Leshrac. But no, they are in fact going to be playing that carry Abba, and will pick up the Storm Spirit. Very hyper-reliant on this Abaddon to actually make sure the Storm Spirit stays alive, right? Because right now, you can get Fiend's gripped, you can get speared and skewered to the wall, and not to mention, the Leshrac does very well in the laning phase against the Storm.
Yeah, no, he's got a lot of extra magic damage. Thankfully, though, once you hit level 6 on both heroes, Storm does have the advantage, right? You don't think about it, but Diabolic Edict is a very committal spell. You press it, and you kind of got to be around in actually order to do that damage. But Storm able to zip away, so it doesn't really matter as much for you. They had to have that extra lockdown immediately in, and I think last game, we saw some good teamfight abilities out from the Radiant roster, but honestly, their laning stage went so rough that it was kind of hard to play. So I think in this one, Thailand, even though you have the Bane grip that is directly countered by the Abba, if your laning stage goes well enough, these guys aren't going to want to group up into you. Even though they do have the answers to your spells, they're going to want to go in the side lanes, get that Radiance on your Abba, get your other items. So I think if Thailand are able to focus on this laning stage, in which Bane does a great job at, your Shadow Fiend and your Tusk do a great job at, and as you said, your Leshrac does a great job at versus the Storm, I think there's still going to be a really good job for Thailand to come out on top in this one.
I do think the pressure is going to be on Nepal. I mean, they have to make the Storm Spirit pick work. They have to get the kills in on towards the Shadow Fiend. If you don't, the Shadow Fiend is going to be rolling all over you, because Abaddon versus the Shadow Fiend, Abaddon against any hero that creates that that Hurricane Pike, right, isn't that good, because you can just create the distance between yourself and the Abba. And not to mention,
you almost need like 2 items to... I was gonna say you almost have 2 items that you have to get in order to counter it, right? You have to have BKB so he doesn't push you away, and you have to have Harpoon so you can get him back.
Yeah, and not to mention your borrowed time is going to be proccing so quickly against the Shadow Fiend with a Daedalus, right? It's just a few hits and your borrowed time has to come out, and that's one of the weaknesses of the Abba. He hates playing against heroes that force out the borrowed time too quickly.
Yeah, it is in debate, and honestly, we can see a world where it kind of wraps around, right? Bane obviously doesn't want to play into the Abaddon as much with the grip, but with the sleep, as soon as you see him pop the ulti, instant sleep. He doesn't have any way to dispel himself. Somebody else has to click him out of it. Thankfully, though, you do have the Beastmaster summons that should be able to just like click and be slept themselves. But hey, you know, if he's away from the Beastmaster, away from those illusions, still should be pretty good.
I will say that Nepal do have a natural disadvantage in the sense that this Abaddon is a carry, right? So when you're a carry, you need to be farming. So for most of that time, there's going to be that window where the Storm Spirit is vulnerable, because he obviously is going to be the focus for Thailand, but then Nepal will have to be forced into an awkward situation where do you bring your carry in just to save your Storm? It seems like a catch-22, because it's like you lose whichever decision you make. If you bring your Abba to save the Storm, then the opponents get what they want. They're forcing your carry out. You're not going to be farming. Meanwhile, the Shadow Fiend will be farming away.
Yeah, no, I think that's part of the reason I was okay with this being the Abba support. Like at that point, like you do your job, you press W and whoo, we got him, guys. So like I don't know, this being a carry now is really weird to me. As you said, it feels like now there's so much more on his shoulders, and still has some indirect counters there. They could have waited and just gotten a different matchup. I guess it comes down to like you know, Disruptor and Willow. Disruptor already kind of soft counter, but a lot of what you see here, Willow is a good support. Do you think that these picks kind of make up for the fact that this Abaddon is maybe going to have a rougher time?
I mean, Willow is one of the supports that can actually nuke down any of the heroes on Thailand, right? The Shadow Fiend and the Leshrac don't exactly have a lot of HP, and we have seen just how much damage the Bedlam can do. So perhaps, I mean, if the Willow can be a playmaker this game.
Yeah, it might have to be. I mean, whenever you look at that, you're thinking, what, Blake Yules?
Yep. Maybe a Glimmer Cape, but I suppose a Disruptor can go for the Glimmer. A very good hero to make the Glimmer Cape.
Yeah. Oh, man, there. A little bit of an engagement to start here. Just a lot of people looking around, and yeah, there it is. Glimpse back. And this, Bane, a few more hits. Already using the stick, and they get the kill instead on Puzzle. Really wanted to be aggressive for this kill, and now they could lose another one. Lyrics going to go down as well. Session trying to turn in for 9, but now he just puts himself on the line. It is a triple kill for the Leshrac. If you thought this lane was hard before, wait until you give first blood, second blood, and third blood to your competitor in the mid lane.
And the Observer Ward. It's not a good look.
No.
I mean, Titan coming out with 3 kills, and with 10 seconds on the creep wave, the Leshrac can actually go back to the fountain if he wants to, but no, he's going to stick around. But at the same time, that was a bit of a disaster. I mean, Nepal, that is a very awkward spot to actually be trying to get first blood.
He stuck around because he got a bottle. He bought a bottle in, just bottled up all his region. He just popped a bounty rune on his bottle, and he's gonna do it again.
Oh man, the fact that he has full mana right now means he can actually spam out these lightning strikes, use the bottle again to regenerate the mana. And Session at the back of this will have a bad time.
Oh my god, this is like almost unheard of from the mid lane that you have stick, tangos, branches, and a bottle with a bottled bounty rune in it. Now,
it was 5 heroes, so it's not going to be a significant experience at disadvantage, right? The Storm will be close to that level too, but that's, I suppose, the only good thing.
Looks like a lot of brawling going on elsewhere. They did get their first kill here for the Nepal side, so taking out Sanu in the top side, but it's still really good start right now for Thailand. It's going to be, again, I think the laning stage is their opportunity. for them to kind of make sure that this Abba doesn't get to be the counter that we may be expecting. And now topside, look at this tag team on Sad, but Sad, is he gonna be sad eventually? But not before this Beastmaster. He's even more sad. That's gonna be the second death for him already, and this is a combo that keeps on giving. I think they're gonna be able to do that time and time again. This Beastmaster, really, I don't know, you're gonna have to start stacking ancients for yourself.
I mean, definitely worth it on the Shadow Fiend, right? Because he was able to get the kill. Meanwhile, mid lane is just dash. No, he's gonna be safe. But Shadow Fiend got the experience from that kill. Beastmaster didn't, so you're going to be happy about that. The Shadow Fiend's ability to recover is pretty good. So unless you're shutting him down consistently, it doesn't work because he can just raise his way back to the game.
Absolutely. Raises is so good. I feel like I see some builds where people try to go for like this overwhelming physical damage. It's not worth. Man, these early points in your raise, I even max them out almost all rolls. I think it's so good. And there it is, another kill this time. The beauty of tag team, man.
Oh no, Storm. But is it Fearless in danger, actually? The Storm Spirit is going to come in alongside that Thunder Strike, and that's a dead Mesh Rack.
No, really good rotation off from Puzzle. I mean, whenever you feed the enemy mid laner 3 kills, the least you can do is come back and get a kill later on a Water Rune.
And that's a killing spree. I mean, this Storm Spirit... Oh! He may just be ahead of the Mesh Rack at the back of this.
You know, it's close. I think they've evened up about the net worth now. Blues does go down the bot side, so Proto Man having a rough time. But oh, Bulma, he's gonna go down too, and now Tigger trying to get a bit of revenge, but won't get it. This is an absolute brawl on all sides of the map.
Oh yeah, it's a very interesting one, right? Despite these side lanes, I would say being defensive for the side of Nepal. I mean, you have a Disruptor and an Abaddon, but they're still playing aggressive.
Yeah, no, I mean, Disruptor Abba are probably 2 of the most defensive heroes that you can think of early on, but they're still going for it. And then topside, I like how they're weaponizing this Lotus Pool. 2 heroes that even though you're Tusk, but most of the time you've been running to people with tag team. You don't have the skills just yet to keep people locked in place, but fighting over an objective kind of keeps everybody involved since they really want that Lotus.
You will have the Storm dying, though.
Oh my goodness, more rotation. This isn't even for runes. Like, this is almost the opposite of what you expect. And now topside to get another kill, turning back onto the Dark Willow without the Shadow Realm. There it is, finally at the last second, trying to run forward on Sad, but the last hit from Willow, she doesn't use it. So she won't trade away for any of her health, but because of that, she lives.
That's that could have gotten a bit dangerous, but Zidane are actually getting the better of these trades. I mean, taking the Storm Spirit down, taking the Beastmaster down, which he's died, what, thrice now? And Shadow Fiend is one of those heroes which, if he snowballs, it's very difficult to actually fight against him.
Yeah. Oh, the fortification. Dude.
Oh, man.
Blue tooth and nail in the mid lane.
Have you seen the video Who Pressed the Cliff?
No, but I do. I do want the ability. I want to see who pressed it.
Yeah, you should watch it. I think Jenkins stars in the video, and you have quite a few Dota personalities actually involved with it, and it's hilarious. It's suspense and comedy at the same time.
The Slacks production. Oh. That's a pretty early Shadow Realm. Could be death here if they're not careful, but looks Sad. Already so low, and they miss on the shards, but thankfully still end up getting the kill. So now Lewis is going to get the return. Solo kill for him, not so bad. He's getting that XP and gold himself, but the pressure on here from Thailand.
Nice recognition by Nepal, though. They realize that Thailand want to play aggressive, and they use that to their advantage. But over on the bot lane, it is going to be the Storm Spirit in trouble.
This is by a tier 3. Why are we here? Do you know where the mid lane is? This is nowhere close. This is a stacked hard camp. This is not near where compared to the wave. What is going on? No, go back! I want to see them ball out. Looks like Fearless does go down, and now 9 with the tag team. Looks like they should take down Luris as well. And you know, guys, the fighting, it keeps on giving. Blue's in danger again, but Trigger, he doesn't have the mana available anymore, so looks like it'll end here.
I'm actually very impressed by the cameraman. He showed us every single kill that happened on the map,
right,
across 3 lanes. Yeah. That's kudos to him. But I'm not actually sure who this favors, Mats. Right now, the big winner does seem to be the Shadow Fiend, right? Because he hasn't been the one that could die. He did go down the last time around, but he's 4-2-5.
Yeah, I think that since it seems like it could be a tempo lineup coming through for Thailand, having that extra gold on the SF, I think it matters a little bit more for them. Even though I will say it's very valuable for the Storm Spirits to come back after having, you know, a rougher time versus Leshrac, now getting, I think, 2 kills against him with support rotations.
They want to take down the Beastmaster.
Or
is it a Shrine of Wisdom play, or is it both?
It could be everything. It looks like they're going to try to chase down Luris. He is level 6. This is the only time I think this is worth sometimes to go contest this as a carry. Look at it. He can chain that ulti together with the raises. Easy kill there on the Beastmaster. Now looking back at the room, but Fearless, he's already taken so much damage. No, he didn't sidestep the brambles, but a nice save maybe in for the Tusk here. Sad, alive and well, getting the wisdom, getting the kill, now turning back onto this Dark Willow. One more right click, no, a big stick out, but the punch in from 9. Another one. It is a killing spree for the Tusk, and this is well in favor of Thailand.
That was a bit lackluster from Nepal. I mean, if they brought their Storm Spirit before the Beastmaster went down, then perhaps Nepal could have fought back. But because they didn't, Sad was able to get off his Requiem. With the Vortex, you could have disabled that. But as I say that, the Storm doesn't even have the Vortex. And that, I think, is a big reason why some of these kills are going so heavily in favor of Thailand. You can Vortex the Leshrac before he can stun you down. You can Vortex the Shadow Fiend before he can use a Requiem. But
you don't usually see 302 on Storm. I feel like this is a very uncommon build.
Prioritizing farm, I suppose, over... I'm not sure what he's prioritizing it over, because it does feel like it's not working out for him.
Yeah, because isn't it partially far? Like, your W is going to proc your E, so... I don't know. It's an interesting one, but we'll see if that raw farm is able to help him out. Maybe he's already diagnosed, like, look, I think my team is not fighting. So whatever I can do to just give myself that extra, like, creep potential, good for me.
Ooh. He could have glimpsed the Tusk. Did he not have it?
Yep.
No,
Tusk
he has
pause on him and say, is Glimpse not skilled? Oh, okay, never mind.
Meanwhile, Luris on the Beastmaster, for some reason, is just feeding the boars to the Shadow Fiend. He should just not use the boars.
He's also going... So he went Treads Null. This is obviously like an Axis build. And as you said, yeah, he's kind of feeding those away. But I think I would have rather seen, like, if you're doing this, 3-1-1 and maybe go more in for Inner Beast. It feels like a few of these item builds and skill builds are not lining up. Obviously, the other way we could go is going for the Phase Boots on the Beastmaster and going more in for the Call of the Wild. Give yourself that extra armor versus the SF and Tusk, so Lord knows you need the armor. I'm quite surprised, actually, about this Treads pickup from the Beastmaster.
He wants to be spamming out the boars, but so far it hasn't been working out for him. Now, with the creep wave having pushed so far in, he can farm anyway.
Yeah, I know. I mean, this build is great for his axes, but I think this team is going to eat him up. Look at that. Speaking of eating right now. And this is going to be Puzzle potentially going down first. He does get a nice glimpse off to maybe save. No, it's still going to be 2 kills. Now Sad checking in, almost getting that kill on the Hawk, but turning around instead over to the Storm. Do they have the arena? They do. They're going to grip. They're going to arena him, and under the tier 2 tower, they're going to get themselves a kill on that mid laner as well. Thailand are really running away with this one. Nepal need to find their footing.
He's a carry, so he couldn't come in, or rather, he could have come in, but chose not to because he wanted to farm up. And you have a full duration Fiend's Grip on your Storm, he is going to die.
That's part of the reason, right? That we aren't really happy about this being a core. It seems so rough. Like, you have this one job, and you're like, man, that's great for support. Literally have to do one thing. The rest of your items can be exactly what's needed for the game, right? You don't have to focus on anything else. Now this Abaddon has like a laundry list of items that he needs in order to effectively play this game, and I don't even think his hero is that great as this game scales on. So it's really hard for Blues. You got to feel for him because he's doing everything he can to farm up. He's got the value glove of haste. He's watching his friends die. It's everything that you can do to just get this radiance.
Oh wow, the Vayne didn't have the Nightmare, but the problem with the Abaddon is he's going to have that Radiance at that 14 to, or rather, no, it's not going to be a 14-minute.
Oh,
Where is his farm, Matt? He's going to have a 17 to 18-minute Radiance.
Yeah, he's got about 3,000 net worth that he's got to accumulate. He's going at about 400 GPM. So right now, looking like this is going to be another 7 minutes before he gets this Radiance. We're looking at an 18-minute Radiance.
It's that was quick maths, by the way, Matt. It's very impressive.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can do now. It's mental math. People still ask me to help them with their abstract algebra, and I say go to someone else. It's been too long since I've been in school for that. Looks like a big punch. Blues. He's got a stick. He's got some fancy footwork. And looks like he's alive for now. I actually don't know if he dies if he gets speared, but he certainly uses his ulti, so it's still something.
What do you think this Gloves of Haste is all about on the Abaddon?
Farming. Raw farm speed. Sometimes you have these strength carries that just don't do too well farming. I guess this is technically a universal carry now, but they just don't hit creeps too well. I've even considered going Glove of Haste on like your Wraith Kings sometimes whenever they're farming up for this Radiance, just because it gives you a lot of extra, farm speed. And over the course of the next 8 minutes, yeah, you're gonna get value out of it.
The Abba is here though.
This could be a good kill in there. Oh my god, it's the Vortex! He has it, but then he stays on top of the SF! Why? Oh no, there's literally 1 pixel on the map where you die in that trade and you stood there for it. I feel like he had the mana to zip away, right?
I think it was a bit of miscoordination because you saw the Beastmaster exit, the Storm Spirit stayed. Yeah. So I think the Storm wanted the Beastmaster to stay as well to try and take the Shadow Fiend down within the duration of the Vortex. But it's I mean, Nepal don't have much room anymore. I will say Thailand can walk all over them right now.
I think with that move, things got a little bit weird. There is, I believe that was just a sleep use so far. Static Storm, it's nice. How much damage you have to pump into this one though? Looks like they will get the kill on Fearless. It's a big one to pick up first. How much more they're gonna get with this one? Boom boy. He's the next target. It'll be another big amount of gold going the way of Nepal. 2 huge ticket kills for them. And that's got to give them some hope at least.
That was a great Static Storm coming in from Puzzle. I mean, just holding the Leshrac and the Tusk, meaning that the Tusk couldn't snowball and save the Leshrac. That was what you need to do. Punish Thailand's aggression at the back of those ultimates, or rather with those ultimates. But right now, I mean, Blues isn't farming quick enough. That's the problem, Matt. As you can get these returns, it's nice, but unless your Abba starts to pick up the base, it's not going to change the state of the game.
Yeah, they were fortunate early on, of course, to get the kill on the SF, but it hasn't really slowed him down very much. He's still a very good net worth. He's going for the Manta style next, and it feels like, yeah, they could kill this Beastmaster as well. He gets the Roar only to get himself away. We saw this last game, right, where you use your Roar, and it could have a favorable outcome for you, but it does mean that fighting this next fight is very difficult. We'll see what they can do. Stashin, yeah, he's going to start bringing back this Dark Willow. Thanks to the glimpse, and now the arena coming out, even getting clipped by the Requiem Obsession. Oh, the Fairy Fire. He's actually okay for now. They didn't call their targets, and they allowed the Storm Spirit to get away. But he died to Fearless on the other side. Oh, no.
They're not okay, Mats. They're okay. It's rough. I mean, they went for the glimpse on the Tusk. He can just snowball back.
Yeah. A little bit of a miscoordination there, and honestly, I thought that it was good to get the Storm out of there, but I guess Fearless just blinked on the backline. It was like, you can't get away.
Oh man, they're going to go for more.
Yeah, he's in a bit of danger here. Oh wait, is Tigger in danger? I think Tigger's in danger. He is! Go to the Willow.
What are these saps? He'll still be able to grab him,
he's going all over, but there's no BKB on this guy, so he's trying to turn, and that's a kill. Are we back?
I think we are, because Blues, you take a look at his farm, he almost has the Radiance, so it is going to be a bit earlier than we expected at the back of those counter initiations, and you're able to take the Storm Spirit down. And Nepal, I have to say, Matt, whenever we've seen them play as 5, they've actually been the ones to come out on top.
Yeah, with his participation, he's actually increased his GPM by I want to say a good like 13%. So good job on the ABBA there, getting more involved. Hopefully, getting himself to this Radiance about a minute or two faster. And I think the next part is, okay, you've gotten the Radiance. Is this going to be cool? I can hit more creeps, or can you actually participate in these fights with the Radiance on your side?
I think you don't have a choice. I think you have to stick with your team. Your Storm needs you.
Oh, they're sleeping over puzzle. He could go down here. Grip, it connects the shield. It was already used. Now Blues, he already pops his ulti as well, but Fearless does go down for this one. Ooh. Huge arena in from Tigger. That's going to be the first kill, and Sad just cleans on up. It's 5 gone here. In Thailand, they get themselves another advantage this time. I mean, honestly, they could take this into Roche if they wanted.
Oh man, I mean, that fight was looking so good for Nepal when they were able to take down the mid laner from Thailand, but that arena completely changes everything. And you can't get stuck inside of the arena if you're the Storm or this Disruptor. This Disruptor needs to stay at the back line. He is a defensive support. What is he doing charging in with the rest of his team?
Yeah, that was the sleep definitely caught him a little off guard, but that's not a huge range, like for Boom Boy to get that close. I don't know. I think that a lot of positions is dead. That was a DD Roshan take, so really fortunate there as well for Thailand that they're able to get in with the DD, make it so it was no time at all off the map really for them. And they can take all outer towers. I very much believe in their lineup at this point. With the Manta style, I think the Hurricane Pike coming up next. Sad, he's getting closer and closer to unkillable just because there's not enough oomph coming out of this whole lineup with the lack of net worth they have.
And with the Manta, you can dodge out a lot of these spells. You can break away the stun coming in from the Willow. You can even dodge the Glimpse if you're quick enough. And you can cancel the animation of the Roar as well as the animation of the Vortex if they want to be going for the grab. So then you have to click it again if you want to be using that spell on the Shadow Fiend. And that's a lot of room. 0.5 to 1 second is a lot in terms of Dota time.
And watch this. Puzzle Disruptor get 0.5 to 1 death. And he's out of here. No way to defend this mid-tier 2, I think. Now, Session doesn't believe that. He's going in. Oh, then the Spear, it actually comes on the Willow instead. Sanu, honestly, taking that for the Storm Spear. Get down, Mr. President. I think he just saved his mid laner there. Now, wanting to get that ulti off, but there it is. The Requiem. It was after the Roar. He's still trying to chase down Blues. He does get the hit. It's like the invasion isn't even there. They'll also take down Luris. Now looking at the Sword Spirit, the stuns. I'm surprised they were able to chain him down, but they do it, and that's another set of kills. Another tower gone, and my God, they might actually try for high ground.
I mean, that play from the Willow was really good, but then Nepal had to disengage. They had to go back to their high ground. And I think the idea was that they thought the arena wasn't there, so that they were going to have a great shot at that team fight. But the Storm had no more mana or even the HP, and you didn't have your Abaddon. You needed to be taking more collected team fights. And Thailand, I mean, they have the Aegis right now. Even if Sad falls over here, they don't need to actually go back. They will continue with this push.
Yeah, and the Roar, unfortunately, was not on the SF, so they didn't get the first life. I thought it was so good, right? They pushed him away, so the Requiem didn't really hit as hard. But it feels like Tigger is just a little too strong. You look at his items and you think he shouldn't be that invincible, but they just don't have the damage right now. I feel like Roar can only really go on Fearless, but Lord, man, you got Bane and Tusk behind. As aggressive as these supports are, they're just as equally parts defensive whenever it comes to these, really high committal stuns.
Do have the Static Storm though, but I don't think they're going to use it. But if they're waiting and hoping that Thailand are going to go back, then I don't think that's going to happen. You still have this Aegis. It's very fresh.
Yeah, they're not waiting, but Storm is actually the one. He cuts the waves. Really good job from him. That's part of the advantage of these really mobile mid laners, that they should have the levels and the mobility to clear waves without being too much in danger.
They could have actually gone for the Storm though, but it's actually Fearless on the mid lane that's in trouble.
Oh, yeah, it looks like they're gonna send him back here in the Static Storm. Fuels up is nice for now. Requiem is from downtown, and they're not able to save him, so he goes. Lose does have the ulti. It will pop eventually here, and yeah, the Tusk trying to save himself for a second. They're going to get the kill on the Willow here, and now with the Arena, Tigger, he's on the high ground. He's in a bit of danger, actually. Your team needs to come up, and Session, he's finally going to get bumped actually out of the Arena thanks to the shards. Now, oh, there is still an SF Aegis here. He's taking everybody down. The raid boss is absolutely too powerful. The rest of his team is gone, and he's still chasing down more heroes.
Sano can hold him, though. Perhaps they go for this. I mean, you have your 3 heroes. Your Storm is very close to the fountain, but it doesn't seem like the Storm is interested. They want to wait out the Aegis rather than fight against it. This time around, though, the Arena from Tigger wasn't that good. I had a great idea, but unfortunately, they didn't have the follow-up with that Arena. And Nepal, I mean, they hold on, but they did lose a lane of barracks, so it doesn't change anything for Thailand.
No, and in fact, I think, you know, Sad seems like he still wants some. This is a very aggressive lane to farm. They're even standing on a ward. I want to say that they don't know, but honestly, maybe he does, and he's just taunting them. Like, you know what's coming. Oh, good Manta. Yeah, there we go. Does mean he's a little vulnerable for now, but still 20 seconds on the Aegis.
You have all your ultimates up for Nepal, and you have to defend this. The Aegis will expire in about 10 seconds, and it will be time to go. You have a glyph. Ideally, they should be using it.
Ideally, yeah, it would have been much easier to fight underneath that. And honestly, you could have forced that away. Now they're going to go on the backside here, but there it is. A nice snowball save. Blues already popping the ulti again. Fearless is so low, but the Iesf are going to keep him alive for a few more seconds. Arena will isolate the rest of this Radiant team. And here comes the Razors. Boom, boom, boom. Sad. Give him the triple kill. He's on a godlike streak. And Aegis, yeah, he ain't needed.
Radiant's top barracks are
Slightly uncoordinated. I mean, 2 of the heroes went on the Bane, while the rest of the team went on that Leshrac. And then, of course, I think the big MVP for this game, Mats, is going to be Tigger with those Arenas just consistently able to hold Nepal in and allow the Shadow Fiend and the Leshrac to finish Nepal off.
Yeah, which is more important, the setup or the throwdown, because as much as Mars set it up, man, SF used every bit of it. Whether it came to those rotations, whether it came to the good laning stage, it feels like we could have seen a pop-off from Fearless, actually, but he still played a little bit sacrificial. He was really being aggressive so that his SF could play the game as well. So pretty selfless play overall from this Thailand roster, but feels like their first real win here, getting themselves up to 3-2 and into the top 3 of Group B.
And now Thailand have actually joined Malaysia and Philippines into qualifying. Unfortunately, Nepal won't be able to, but this is the expected for both of these groups, right? Indonesia, Mongolia, Myanmar from Group A, and Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand from Group B. But one thing, Mats, I have to say, the playoffs are going to be very interesting. I mean, just the likes of the best teams going at it. I honestly can't tell who's going to win, because a lot of these players play against each other consistently, and a lot of the times it's really back and forth between the scene here.
Yeah, the group stage standings are sometimes a little bit weird to read. Of course, on one side you have 3 teams that are 4-1. They have the Wild Aces between each other, so it feels like kind of equal at the top there. Whereas in Group B, we're slightly more top heavy, right? We have 2 teams that, one undefeated, one only losing 1 game, and then, you know, another one trickled down afterwards. So I'm not sure if that means that Malaysian and Philippines are like insanely strong and they just won't stand up there. They'll be way better than everybody else. Or if Indonesia, Mongolia, Myanmar, they all have kind of like, you know, iron sharpens iron with themselves, maybe they'll come in with a new fire to this playoff stage.
The last time all of these teams went at it, or at least all of these players went at it, you did have a grand final between Indonesia, the players from Indonesia versus the players from Myanmar, and the team from Indonesia ended up winning 3-1 against Myanmar.
Okay.
So let's see. When that happened, you didn't have the players from Philippines playing, though.
Right.
So when there's this much of a surprise added into the mix, it's really hard to tell. Even if I've probably costed these teams, probably costed 100 matches of these teams, it still seems like it's not a case of one team growing. It's all of the scene growing simultaneously alongside each other, which I think is the more pleasurable thing to see.
Absolutely. No, the growth, knowing that Dota is growing like this, and knowing that there's still light at the end of the tunnel for more and more teams to enter in, have a good time. Unfortunately, you need games like this to learn. It may feel awful, but I'm telling you, what have we learned in this game? First off, Leshrak, don't give that guy 3 kills to start the laning stage. They brought supports over and still made that lane playable, though. I think that's something that you can learn from, like, these easy support rotations, why we play with the Disruptor. I feel like they learned a lot about their support duo in this one. I think they maybe learned a little bit more about, like, okay, when can we be aggressive with this, mid laner? When do we need to bring our carry into the mix? There are things, despite this being only a 22-minute game, that I think the Nepal can learn and take into the next tournament that they are able to participate in.
And hopefully we do see them again. I mean, Nepal are one of the consistent teams out there that do compete in the Iesf every single time. Hopefully they have a better time. Hopefully they fix a few issues with their draft, or not their draft. The draft was fine, but ideally, a support is supposed to counter a support, a core is supposed to counter a core. And there are only there are very limited resources available in the game. You can't pack too much in, right? You're going to be unable to actually carry the heavy load.
Yeah, I mean, I almost would have rather seen the Dark Willow carry with an ABBA 5 behind in front of him. So I think that would have been maybe a bit easier for us to see, just the raw participation, right? The ABBA, he had his own stuff that he needed to do, and all of a sudden there's like so many battling priorities for him, and just wasn't able to get everything that he needed. So very unfortunate for Blues there. Of course, we wanted to see them more, but I think good for Thailand. Of course, they get a real game. They're able to show why this SF is so damn strong, man. Like, every lane is a win. Pairing it up with the Tusk felt really nice. I wonder if this is something they're going to try in the future, but yeah, really good stuff for them as they get into the playoff stage.
And in the playoffs, I believe we'll have Malaysia playing against whoever wins in the tiebreaker, and then you have Philippines waiting in the quarterfinals already. I believe Group A has a 3-way tiebreaker, so we don't exactly exactly know which teams are going to be placed where. We might even see a few matches coming out in the tiebreaker before that, though. But if you guys want to, there are 2 more matches to actually come out today. It is going to be between, I believe, Turkmenistan playing against. It was. I'm actually forgetting. Wait, I will have to actually take a look at that. It is going to be between Kyrgyzstan and Turkmenistan, and then you will have Iran versus Oman. Both of those teams will be casted. Both of those teams will be streamed over on the Twitch channel.
Yeah, but that's not it for today, guys. There's going to be plenty more Dota. That is it for me. So thank you, everybody, for watching. I'll be back tomorrow as well. Tolchers, thank you for casting here with me. But for us, guys, take that quick break, all right? But be back right here, 30 more minutes for more Dota 2 action. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Iesf Qualifiers, Asia Oceania Qualifiers, and I'm Ted, and joining me on today's cast is going to be Johan.
Hello.
Johan, man, we have an interesting BO3 on our hands.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very interesting one. We have a very familiar player here, which is Sinekyo. This guy has been in the scene for such a long time. It's great to see him again in this tournament, in this qualifier.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player coming. I think he goes all the way back to, I think, TI3, TI4, I think.
Ooh, that long?
Maybe even before that. Yeah,
Wow.
He has been playing for a long time. If I'm not mistaken, I'm assuming this is the same guy. But yeah, I mean, it's really nice to see some players coming back and, playing competitive here, because I haven't seen him in such a long time in any sort of tournament format.
Yeah, beside him, to be honest, I'm not so familiar with the rest of the players here. And what about you?
Same, man. So what happens is, we were talking about with Otomo yesterday as well.
Oh.
What happens is, majority of the time, these teams, they're representing the country, so it's a mix and match of different players from different teams, and we have been seeing it across kind of all the matches as well, where some teams are not as well gelled together or like very well connected in terms of playing.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to keep track of who has been where, kind of thing, when it comes to the players.
That's true. We also don't have much data online. I did try to go through their previous matches and try to trace their players' data or players' info through some others website, and I don't get so much of the player data, but I see some of the players, they are kind of high rank and they mostly play in the Europe server. So we might see some very high quality gameplay from this both team.
Yeah, I'm also assuming, and especially when it's a best of three, we might see some, some weird drafts as well coming out.
Yeah, of course.
One of the teams might try something. It is always the case when it comes to BO3, where a team, if they do think they are weaker than the other side, they might try like a cheese strat or something. Hopefully, we will get to see it. I would love to see something like that.
Yeah, I'd love to see some very cheeky play coming from these two teams. And what's the most cheesy hero you see so far?
Right now in the current tournament, I actually haven't, because majority of the matches that I've watched has been best of ones, and teams don't really stray too far away from the meta.
That's true.
And but as of right now, the most contested hero has been, I feel like, the Disruptor. Disruptor has been pretty much there in either picked or banned in all the games. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on this, but all the matches that I watched, it has either been picked or banned.
Yeah, it's one of the best post-fight hero I feel in this current meta right now, and Glimpse is just one of the best ability in Dota 2, especially when we are so far ahead. It's one of the best catching ability. The range is insanely long, and the mana cost is pretty low too. It's pretty decent in the lane. It's just a very solidly positioned fight right now in this current meta.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to the fact that any hero with the ability to displace enemy hero during a team fight has always been a part of the meta. I don't think they have ever gone out of it.
Yeah.
Even like cheese picks like the Pudge, you would see it at least once in a tournament, because the hookshot being another displacement skill, Magna Square, Batrider, then we have the likes of Darkseid. Darkseid is essentially picked not for the wall or the iron shell, it's the vacuum which makes or breaks that game for that hero. So any hero essentially with like a displacement skill, even Tusk for that matter, has been one of the more popular picks in the current patch.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Any movement manipulations ability is just very fun to watch in Dota 2, and also one of the best hero you mentioned just now in Dota 2, which is the Pudge.
Oh yeah, for sure. It has always been a fun, and going back all the way to Dendy's Pudge era as well. Like, it has always been part of the community. It's probably still one of the most highest played heroes. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he's still the most highest played hero in Dota. Yeah. We should be. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
It remained like one of the most played hero for years in Dota 2 history.
And what are we like in Dota 2? At least since 2010. Yeah, 2010, right? Dota 2 came out 2010, 2009. So it has been a long time, and he has held that top spot for ever. I mean, you would always see it in a pub game, or even in your whether it's casual games or even a ranked game. You're bound to run into a punch for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, just checking the status of the lobby. We should be starting shortly. But just going back into some of the matches that did take place. So we had Pakistan who played Philippines. That was won by Philippines. And then we had Malaysia up against Bhutan, which was won by Malaysia. And then Thailand versus Nepal, which was the match that was previously there. It was essentially a kind of like a stomp.
Yeah, it was a stomp.
Yeah, there was an SF who was rampaging around, and there was nothing that Nepal was able to do. And then we had Mongolia versus Indonesia as well, which happened parallelly, if I'm not mistaken, and Mongolia came out on top.
Yeah.
So we were. What do you think like the strongest teams are so far in the region?
In South Asia region, I feel like Mongolian, they are the most underrated team in the scene. They don't show their hand so much, but when they do it like a boss. And especially in this qualifier, I feel like they has the highest potential in that qualifier. And I just want to call it, and they might be the finalists in that qualifier.
Yeah, and I think Malaysia, everyone has seen this team play right now throughout the entire tournament, and they have been extremely strong. I think probably the only team that can take on Malaysia is probably going to be Mongolia.
Yeah.
Maybe Thailand, but Thailand has a few things to work on in terms of their communication as a team. I think it goes back to the fact that the team is kind of mix and match of different teams, so they're not as well gelled together. But Malaysia and Mongolia, they seem to be playing extremely well together as a five-man unit. Yeah.
Totally agree with you. And we are about to
get into the draft, I think. Yeah, the match started. So for those of you who are watching, it is a best of 3. So hopefully it will go the distance and we will get all 3 matches.
Yes.
But we'll have to wait and see.
Hopefully we get the full series here, more Dota and more fun, more quality gameplay for the viewers, also for the casters here.
Yeah, I mean, we always love the series that goes the distance. It's always more entertaining when the competition is that good.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting into the draft, we do have a couple of bans already taken away. We had the Dawnbreaker, Queen of Pain, Undying. I think very standard bans for the first phase.
Yeah, very standard ban from both teams. They ban out all these like highly contested hero in this current meta. QOP and Dawnbreaker just very broken right now, even after the nerf in this recent patch 7.39D. Also, Natural Prophet, of course, he got nerfed 1,000 times and still very broken.
Yeah. And Dawnbreaker especially, we did see a game day before yesterday with Dawnbreaker with a Rubik on the other side. And the amount of times that the Rubik managed to counter the Dawnbreaker with his own ultimate multiple times. It was a lot of fun to watch. It's always fun when there's a Rubik face.
Yeah,
one of the most fun heroes in the game.
The Stolen Solar Guardian is one of the best still, I feel like, for Rubik, because it's a piercing behavior control ability. And we might see one more ban here from the Radiant team. And they will have the first pick, and they ban the Shadow Shaman and go for the SF first pick. Wow, very interesting.
Very early.
Yeah, very early.
Very early.
Yeah, very early. SF
like
pick.
He was. Isn't he like one of the most broken carries right now? I don't like him on the mid role anymore, but I feel like coupled up with Pain or something, I feel like he's one of the most broken core heroes that we have right now.
Yeah, it's definitely very strong in the safe lane with the racers. When you hit level 3, the damage is super high. Paired with a very solid disable support hero like Bane you mentioned just now, it's just so hard to play against that. And Bad Rider pick by the Dire team. It's another broken hero, I feel, in this current meta. Sticking a palm with his Innic, it just dish out a lot of damage.
They have ignored the Abaddon, which is strength. I feel like Abaddon has also been one of the more highly contested heroes. And the problem with the Abaddon, I feel like if you pick it as a core, then like you can't counter. Like we saw in the previous game against like Thailand, Nepal, they had the Abaddon on the core role, right?
Yeah.
But the idea of the Abaddon was to actually cancel Fiend's Grip, but then you're playing core and you need your farm as well, and you can't really be in all the team fights also. So it's a bit of a weird interaction for the Abaddon that entire game. But
True.
of course, it is a straight up counter to the lasso. So
Yeah, the Aphatic Shield, one of the best ability to dispel anything from the Bat Rider, the Flame Break, Sticky Napalm, and the Lasso as well. And right here, I feel like the SF first pick from the Irradiant team, most of the time we see SF in the safe lane, but the beauty of the first pick SF, I feel like is the flexibility to put this hero in 2 different positions, in the carry, also in the mid lane. I know that you don't really like it in the mid lane, but this hero also very strong in the mid lane with the racers. It's not easy to deal with that.
yeah, for sure, and especially after they changed up the tower placements. Now it's really hard to kind of go up high ground in mid lane, and you have to be very careful with your creep wave or the creep stability in that mid lane as well. And SF kind of he dominates from that high ground, right? You can't really walk up to him at any given point because now you have the tower also to worry about. So he essentially gets free farm in that mid lane as well.
Yeah, true. And
Naga Siren.
Yeah, Naga Siren is in the previous patch is one of the best position 5 hero, and in this small recent patch, people started to ignore this hero, especially in pop. No one plays it, but in pro scene, this is a very strong position 5 hero, but it requires a lot of good coordination.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I don't think I saw the Naga Siren in the matches that I watched, at least. But yeah, definitely a good hero. And then again against the Mongolia as well, I feel like the Song of the Siren is quite nice to have. Mongolia uses his ultimate, and then the Naga just songs, and you disengage completely.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Usually people just pair the Naga Silent with the SF. So the Dire team pick it right here as their second pick. It's kind of also like a D9 pick from the Radiant team. And now with Lion and Mongolia on the Radiant side, they have pretty decent solid control right now to pair it or to combo with the SF Requiem or set up for his racers.
What do you think about the Lion though? Yesterday we were having conversation, and not just the day before, Otomo absolutely hates Lion. For whatever reason, he hates the Lion. I mean, I love the hero. I think he's very strong in the patch. So what are your thoughts on the Lion?
I think Lion is one of the pretty high value position 4 or 5 support right now, because with the mana drain sharp upgrade, he has free BKB. Not a lot of support hero has that. And with mana drain and a lot of hero that will have mana problem just hate dealing with Lion. I can get why maybe October he got traumatized by Lion too much. Maybe that's why he hate that hero.
Yeah, I also feel like Lion is kind of the do-it-all hero right now in the patch. Very good in team fights, very good in the lane presence as well due to that mana drain. And then later on when you get your shard, you have that free BKB. Does not easily die, and a support that does not easily die is always a valuable support to have. And this support dishes out a lot of control as well as damage with that Finger of Death as well.
Yeah, totally agree. And right here, we see a TA Underlord pick coming from the Dire team. Very solid pick here. TA is just one of the high value or high tier carry hero in this current meta. It takes tower, it kills Roshan fast, and it farms pretty fast as well as a carry. Also, can do very well in this carry matchup against SF. And also, they have Underlord right now to front line or to buy the aura for the team. Once they hit the aura timing, around maybe 20 minutes, they have very strong death ball potential coming from the Dire side. And right here we see Abaddon, like you mentioned just now. It's good against the Bat Rider. Also a lot of good ability he could dispel this game. The TML, the Underlord root, or the Naga Silent Ensnare. Yeah, you called it just now, the Abaddon.
Yeah, Abaddon, I feel like it's another hero that has always been picked or banned, I feel like, in this patch. And my only problem is, does this mean that Abaddon is on the safe lane with an SF mid? Or is the Abaddon going to be played off lane with a Mongolia mid? it's not bad. Like
Yeah.
I mean, we saw Pangoliers being played mid before as well, so they can still do like an Abaddon off lane with the Pangolier mid and Shadow Fiend safe lane. But I'm not entirely sure what they will probably end up doing with this.
Yeah, I think that's the tricky part for the Radiant team. They have very flexible hero that could go to like different position. Abaddon can be 3-1 or 5, SF can be 1 or 2, and Pango also can be 2 or 3. So very interesting draft, but I like it a lot. It's good to have this kind of flexibility in the draft. So it's very hard for the opponent team to guess which or how they set up the laning phase. And right now we're gonna see
At the same time, I feel like they're drafting in a way that they don't really care about what the enemy is picking. They are more concerned on how they want to kind of play the game. They have this mentality on their power spikes, on when to push. They are drafting around that with the Naga Siren, Underlord, and also the TATA, like you said, is very good at taking towers, very good at pushing out waves, and Roshan as well. I feel like they are not too bothered by the picks on the Radiant side here.
Yeah, that's one of the thing that we see from like a lot of like experienced player. They have their own kind of way they want to play the game. They don't care what's their opponent draft or what's their opponent picks. So right here, we see a Keeper of Light and Pugna ban in the last banning phase. Looks like they're assuming this might be the Core Pango and Core Arba and SF. That's why they're banning out 2 support heroes here. And for Dire,
and also maybe it is also they're worried about the defensive push coming out, because the Kotl and the Pugna can both hold whatever push that might actually come through by them. So it's a decent ban overall. Yeah,
the deep push potential coming from Keeper of Light is kind of hard to deal with for hero like TA. And so last pick, Warlock. Wow.
I'm not sure whether I love this too much. This is assuming that the Warlock is 5 and the Lion is 4. But yeah, I feel like overall, I'm liking the Uzbekistan draft a little bit better, I think.
So it's gonna be a mid Pango, safe lane at 7, position 3 Arbor. I feel like TA might have a free lane in the against Abaddon and Lion, because I don't think they are strong enough to pressure Ngaka and TA. So they see the Pango in the mid lane, they can just counter pick the hero here. And let me see what's left in the pool. Park up ban, and Ember is another decent option here for the Dire team.
Yeah, I think Ember, Storm not too great to play into the line, but it's Lina. All right.
Lina, okay. It's not that bad. It's a very strong lane dominator. Not a lot of heroes that could win against Lina in the mid lane. And Pango, a melee hero against Lina, he might have some rough time in the middle against Lina. But we see here now he went for the double jump facet. It's a facet that actually helped Pango lane better, because with the extra barrel he has, he can tank a lot more damage. But still, I feel like in this mid lane matchup, Lina should have the advantage over Pango a little bit.
Yeah, and Lina obviously going for that thermal runaway. Probably will be building into that more of the physical damage build rather than the magic build. And yeah, like you said, I think Lina is extremely one of the strongest laners, I feel like, and probably there are only like a few heroes that could actually lane up against the Lina. So this Pango definitely is going to have like a very rough time. But overall, who are you favoring here on the draft?
To be honest, even I feel like Radiant have a harder time in the laning phase. But wait, 1 second. It might be a off-lane Pango carry Abaddon and mid lane SF. I saw SF go for the Shadow Racers facet, so we might be wrong. It's a Pango off-lane. I don't know
that
yet.
Actually changes things up.
Yeah. So with this,
because now the SF can actually he's not going to have a rough time against the lane. I think both of them are just going to be farming that entire time, and that lane should be fairly even. And then the Pango does not suffer by going up against the Lina mid.
Yeah, Pango should have like a maybe easier time against TA in the off lane, and SF can do better than Pango in the mid lane against Alina. So I think with this lane setup, I feel like Radiant might have the better advantage here because they have the crowd control, they have the team fight. But for Dire, they are more all in on the TA and Lina to get the farm and then try to utilize the underlord farm line for them. But I feel like I just prefer the draft with like better team fight potential, like with the Pangolia and the Warlock.
And I think the biggest problem is like if they fall behind in the laning stage, Uzbekistan is going to have a problem, right? Because they're so dependent on having a good laning stage and then to convert that into a kind of like a snowball where they cannot be stopped because they do have that potential to snowball right throughout with that Underlord's front lining and the TA being able to take towers freely, and then you have that Naga, some of the Siren to be able to disengage even if they do get gone on. So they're banking on having a really good laning stage. And if the Radiant team can, if Kazakhstan can actually put a stop to or mitigate the damage that is going to be done during the laning stage, I feel like you said, they might have the better draft to kind of close this game out.
So you agree with me? Radiant have the better draft, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just because of the lane swap. Before the lane swap, I felt like Dire had a better chance because of the fact that Lina would outright win that lane.
Yeah.
And that again goes into the fact that they'll be winning top, they'll be winning mid. Their offlane is going to be going quite well, so the laning stage was a lot better. But as soon as they swapped out the roles and put the Shadow in mid, now it is not as good, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's a very smart lane setup coming from the Radiant team.
Indeed, Kazakhstan, I think, and that's the advantage. You were talking about having those flexible pickups.
Yeah.
And they just completely swapped it around. Like they looked at the Uzbekistan draft and was like, okay, all right, we switch this up and we get all our cores like a decent laning stage rather than someone getting punished heavily.
Yeah. By the way, it's my first time casting with you, Taro. What position do you play in Dota 2?
Oh, I have swapped around quite a bit since I started back in 2009, I think. I initially started off as a support. That's normally what it happens. And then the first team that I played for, I did play support. And then I switched back into the carry position. And then I played mid for some time as well. It always depended on the draft. And I normally used to take whatever the hardest position in the current meta. We don't have like a... Yeah, because I want my best player to be on the best position possible or the strongest position in the meta, and I would take like the weakest one just to mitigate that. I wasn't that great, it was damage mitigation. I used to be the one who was I was the captain, so I was the one who was shot calling, so I didn't really care about my own game. So yeah, as long as my number one player had like the best role and best time, I was happy.
Wow, I think it's good to have this kind of player in my team, very versatile and sacrificial kind of player. And looks like we have a smoke into smoke play coming from both teams here.
Yeah, very standard. And what is I wanted to ask this: what is the reason for the Dire team with their smoke to most of the time stay around that mid tier 1 tower? I feel like everyone just comes around this mid tier 1 tower. It's only on the Dire side though; it is not on the Radiant side. Is there a specific reason for it?
Might be the team preference, but most of the time people just want to go out there to place the ops and maybe look for the first blood potential. But it looks like they just miss both each another here with this level 1 smoke. But bottom might run into the Bat Rider and Underlord. Let's see, is he gonna take some damage? Okay, so it's fine.
They might actually go for the Warlock here.
Ooh. Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of damage.
Yeah. Quite a bit of damage. Abaddon is covering, but yeah, the Warlock is going to take a significant amount of damage. The Apodic Shield negating it a little bit, but still, quite a bit of damage done to start things off in the laning stage.
Instant Fatigue Shield to dispel the frame break DPS, but still, Warlock lost like 50% of his HP. And Barrier can't contribute that much here in this lane, but I think Andor is gonna be okay. And the wave is pushing into his tower. In the mid lane, SF. Oh, I think he just got a triple races on the Lina.
Oh yeah.
Four stacks now.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, that's a lot
Lina
of damage.
off to a very rough start. So the laning stage is definitely off to a very good start for the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. For the top lane, according to the CS ranking, TA is not having a good time. But bottom is the top CS hero right now at this moment. Yeah, I feel like just because...
where do you think the kill potential comes? I feel like...
There we go in the mid lane. SF with the Razor spam, and Lina looks like he can't take that. And also I saw SF also bought a lot of mango at the start, so to sustain his mana, he just keeps spamming out his Razors, and Lina she's not strong enough to deal with that yet.
Yeah, Lina needs a few levels to be able to lane up against the Shadow Fiend, whereas Shadow Fiend from level 1 itself, with those Razors, dishes out quite a bit of damage, and if the Lina does not position herself well, I think that's a lane lost, and we already see it like SF getting that lead in that lane and just kind of dominating at this point.
Yeah. Also, looks like Lion also getting bullied on the top lane, getting chased by the Mermaid by Sonico. It's kind of just very hard to deal with that.
Oh yeah, for sure. But the Pango doing reasonably well up against the T8. It's not too bad for them. And once the Lion gets a few levels, should be fairly even. I don't think either team has that good kill potential in the top lane either.
Yeah, unless somehow Lion like make a mistake, getting caught out of position.
Yeah.
But Gaga Silent is just a very, very strong hero. One of the reasons why is because this hero, he has pretty high base movement speed, also very high base armor. So he just got a lot of like free movement speed and free armor at the start compared to most of the support hero. And TA getting stunned.
Getting stunned, but again, like there is no burst damage that they can. They just want to harass. And the other thing that I like about the Naga is after the map change to be so big now, Naga Illusions allows you to have a lot more vision and have a lot more presence on the map compared to the enemy, because you can send out your illusion to gather information across the map, especially since the map is so big now.
Yeah, I agree. This hero just can contribute a lot. Like I say, the illusion can scout out, provide some vision during the team fight. Yeah. And for bottom lane right now, Underlord is doing okay. As he get higher level, the lane is gonna be easier, I feel, for the Underlord. He just keeps spamming out his Firestorm, pushing out the wave, and Barrier is gonna have some free time, rotate to the mid lane right now. 44-minute water rune.
Yeah, and Underlord, I mean, he's not behind CS by a lot, even in the lane. It's just like 1 CS. They are quite even. So even with taking so much damage, he seems to be okay. But in the meantime, Shadowfiend might be in a little bit of trouble here as the Lina comes in. But he will get a return kill. Shadowfiend, will he die? Another race goes out. It's not enough damage. And now the Warlock needs to be careful. Lina does have his spells coming off cooldown. Can they run him down is going to be the question. Might be able to. Another Dragon Slave. There are a couple of more hits required, and they might actually get it as Lina picks up. So recovery for the Lina.
Yeah, nicely done by the Dire support. Rotated toward the mid lane during the rune timing, and they punish the SF for being over aggressive. That's a very good play coming from the Dire support. Also, I feel like one of the reasons why is because their core is able to like solo the lane by themselves. Like Underlord and TA, very independent core hero. That's why it's gonna enable the support to rotate to the mid lane. And top lane, TA
getting run down by the Pango as well as the Warlock, but they don't really have the lockdown, and TA with the refraction, not the easiest of heroes to bring down. The Lion, the Lion just level 2 on Impel, no Hex either, so it is essentially almost an impossible kill unless he's already like half HP or something.
Yeah, not enough damage, not enough control to kill the TA right now at the moment. Even they commit some Blood Grenade for the extra slow, it's just not enough to break through all the reflection charges. At TA, the concept of this hero with the reflection charges able to block some of the damage instances, it's just very broken concept, I feel, in Dota 2.
Oh, yeah. For sure. In the meantime, Shadowfiend still putting a lot of pressure on this Lina, forcing the creep wave in, forcing the Lina to last it under tower, and keeping up with that pressure. But we do see the Lion rotating mid as well. Lina needs to be careful. Naga and Naga is also around that area. They might actually find the line here as the Naga comes in. Couple of raises onto the Lina. Lina now cannot come forward. So now it's going to be the Naga in trouble. Sonico having to run away and will end up falling. But sadly enough, it is going to be Harel on that Warlock who picks up the kill. They would have wanted to give that to the Shadow Fiend, but it is what it is.
Yeah. I think it's very smart from Sonico. He just went back in to like to not give the kill to the core. I don't know if he did like intended or what, but yeah, it's a good try to rotate to the mid lane during the rune timing again for the Lina, but just unfortunately he got outnumbered just now, and the Razor slow got them the kill for the Radiant team.
Yeah, and actually, like Shadowfiend also played it very smartly because instead of actually going immediately on the Naga, he ensured that he hit 2 raises on the Lina so that the Lina cannot actually come forward and help out or try to go for that kill onto the Lion either. The Lina was essentially forced back.
Oh, we're gonna see a 7-minute wisdom contest coming from the Dire team. Lion, who's gonna get burst down here?
Oh, we might have a full-on action here as the Underlord is going to be coming in here as well. Shadowfiend with the Requiem trying to push them away, but they do have enough and more sustain here. Pango does not have the ultimate, trying to get the Warlock here at this point. Warlock still running away. The Dragon Slave is good enough as the Lina picks up a double kill, and they might actually find the Pangolier here as well. Pangolier trying to jump away, but Sunico is going to be there, and Lina picks up a triple disaster for Kazakhstan here.
Oh, Lina?
Oh, but he walks in. He walks in. Not entirely sure what that was all about.
No wonder Lion is the most hate hero for Ottomo. With a good set up the races for the SF. They actually somehow get a return kill on the Lina. But overall, I still feel like Dire they get the most out of that fight. They got both 7-minute wisdom, and also they got more kills out of that fight.
Oh, and they find the line all over again on the top lane as Sonico trying to run away from the Pango. Pango needs one more hit, not going to get it, but does have another shield crash available, but is not going to be in range as the Pangolier goes down. Batrider comes in with the flame break, and the Pango is going to be dead. Good rotations coming out, and really well played by Sonico there.
Yeah, pushing his hero to the limit. He even went back in to cast one more spell, and he knows that he's not gonna die to that. Wow, and also that he plays around the trap so really well. That's very well played by the senior kill Gaga Silent right there.
Indeed, and the Batrider rotation also ensuring that they end up getting that kill. And I think it was a little bit too aggressive from the Pangolier. He does not have the ultimate yet as well, and that's he needs it. Like that's that big team fight, right? Warlock level 6, Pangolier level 6. That's their go time, and they really need it.
Yeah, because they lost both of the wisdom, the 7-minute wisdom, it all goes to the Dire team. So right now we can see Radiant's hero, they are really struggle in terms of level. They don't get the level 6 right now. It's kind of hard for them to take a team fight.
Alan in the meantime gets pulled in with that net, but no real kill potential, especially under the tier 1 tower.
Look at the level gap between the TA and Pango. It's a level 8 TA and a level 5 Pango, 3 levels ahead. My God. Yeah,
it's Pango really desperately needs that level 6, and they need. I think Kazakhstan needs this one good team fight. I feel like they're not far behind in terms of farm because the Shadow Fiend is doing well, the Abaddon is doing well, but it is the rest of them, the supports as well as the offlaners, especially due to those two wisdoms going in favor of the item. In the meantime, the Naga Siren might get gone on here, and it's a clean kill. Impel into the shield crash and the Shadow Fiend to clean things up.
Yeah, it's actually the exact same spot again where he died. I think he tried to go for the 10-minute power rune, but Radiant just bring more hero again for this power rune and to secure that kill. And the rune is gonna go to the Lina. It's gonna be a haste rune. He might use one of the best rune he can get right now at this moment. Maybe he can use the rune to make something happen. He does have the Laguna Blade ready.
Yeah. Only problem is they can't really do anything about the Abaddon in this bottom lane because I feel like they don't have the control and the burst necessary to kill the Abaddon essentially twice, right? Because he's going to pop his ultimate, and it's not the easiest kill to get even with a haste rune. And they don't have that type of burst damage. The only burst damage that they're looking at is Laguna Blade, and if at all, if they hold on to the lasso until the Abaddon uses his ultimate and then use it, maybe then. But it is essentially a really hard kill.
Yeah. Like you say about, oh wait, there's a fight break
we
out.
have a wall of ultimate onto the Batrider. That's a lot committed for that Batrider, but they do end up getting that kill. Chasing after the Lina. Lina forced to pop that haste rune, will be backing away.
Oh, unfortunately, they didn't get any kills with their haste rune. And also, like I mentioned just now, they shouldn't go to the Abaddon lane, but also Radiant team, they know how to play around the map. They know that they're not gonna go to a Radiant team, not gonna go to the bottom safe lane. So they just all camp around the Radiant triangle and they prepare for that. They just burst out the Barrier who's trying to steal some stack right there. And now they're gonna farm the stack with the Golem, get some easy money, easy farm XP right there. So at this moment,
playing quite well across the map, I think. Understanding that the Abaddon is not going to be in trouble at any given point, at least for now, because they don't have that type of burst damage. But at the same time, Underlord is also essentially pre-farming in this bottom lane.
yeah.
Not another hero that is not easy to bring down.
Yeah, and we're about to see some spoke rotation coming from the Radiant team. They're coming all the way from the mid to the bottom lane to try to kill the Underlord. Let's see if they could make it.
Oh, he's going to run into this, going to break the smoke, and the Impel is going to be there, and he will get bursted down. Finger of Death going to be used by Kuka there to clean up that kill. So the first Finger of Death being put to good use, picking up that co-kill.
Yeah, +1 finger stack charges. Oh, they might get another one, but a song.
Immediate song, and we'll be backing off. Not sure whether that was necessary, but I don't think the Naga wanted to die all over again.
Yeah, they lost some stack in the Dire Triangle. I think that's okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
it's
and
not too
TA
bad. The TA is still farming quite well. He's sitting
Yeah.
at highest net worth right now. Lina following close behind as well. They're not too bothered by this.
Yeah, both core on the Dire side, Lina and TA, they're getting pretty decent farm. So right now they know that Pango want to use his ult to maybe win some team fight, but they are doing Dire team. They are doing really well to avoid all the team fight that they don't need to take. So right now the next power fight for the Dire team is away for the Underlord Aura. I'm assuming he might go for the
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
pipe, or actually he's building a Crimson Guard. Crimson Guard is a decent item too this game for Underlord.
Yeah, but I feel like he is going to need that pipe also at some point, because majority of the damage still for Kyrgyzstan is going to be magic. You will have that radiance coming out. You have the Shadow Fiend Razors. You have the Lion, and yeah, it's still quite a bit of magic, and he can't. And even at this point, I feel like going for the pipe first over the Crimson might be better. For the early game at least.
Actually, I don't know yet. Also, I think himself also not sure. That's why he's only putting the Vitality booster in the quick buy, not the full item, not the pipe, not the full Crimson Guard. I think he's also thinking and see how the games flow, and then he decide what and which item he go for next.
It's going to be very dependent on the next few minutes on how well the next fight goes, essentially, if we do have one.
Yeah,
but
he
both
has
teams seems to be avoiding each other for the time being, at least.
He just completed Raw Atos. It's another good item to combo with the Pit of Malefice. Yeah, he didn't go for the the pie or the Crimson we mentioned just now. He go for the Underlord Raw Atos. I think it's pretty good this game. Just to get the extra control.
Oh, we have a Rolling Boulder on Rolling Thunder. You're going to be used onto the Naga Siren. They will get this kill easily. The Pango is looking for more. Might find the TA backing off. Should be okay. So ultimate committed just for that position 5. It's not too bad. I feel like either team is not going to be fighting anytime soon. So it's not too bad to use it, get that kill, and then just go back to farm.
Yeah, that's a very sacrificial play coming from the Naga Silent. I think he tanked the ulti for his team. It's not that bad for the Dire side. And right now, Radiant trying to pressure the mid tier 1 tower a little bit. Not sure if Dire want to take that fight, because the mid tier 1 tower is the most important tower in the Dota 2. It's gonna if the mid tower down, it's gonna open the way to the Dire triangle, to the Dire jungle. So it's very important to defend the mid tier 1 tower. Naga is here already to try to maybe set up the fight, or maybe buy some time for his friends.
Gets impelled up, and Naga, we can see what the Naga is doing still. Like, he's getting that information, ensuring that he's scouting around to see what the enemy team is doing. Sunika, yes, he did go down a couple of times, unfortunately at the same place, but he's still getting a lot of this done. But in the meantime, they finally go on to the Abaddon in the bottom lane and gets the kill. That's right, it might be a little bit of trouble. Oh, the last hit coming through from the Shadow Fiend. It's going to be good enough. And now the TA might be in a little bit of trouble. They have dropped the golem. Suniko is going to be using that Song of Iron as Cooler runs away. We do have a Rolling Thunder going to be used by the Mongolia trying to go after the TA still. They're chasing, but do they have enough control? They are still holding the TA in place. Does have the refraction. The Impel is off point, so not going to work. And now going to use the Requiem for, I'm not sure for what, but Suniko again sacrificing himself will end up falling. So Kyrgyzstan coming out on top, even though they did not manage to get a KO. I feel like they did get enough work done there as a return kill.
Yeah, I think for this fight, overall, I think should be Dire flavor. They start the fight by killing the Abaddon first, and they use the song to like disconnect the Radiant's hero. Oh, middle. Hold that down.
As the leader goes down, we do have a lasso being committed as well, but the Batrider, there's nothing to follow up for this lasso and will end up falling as the Shadow Fiend with that double damage rune. So much damage, will pick it up, and they are going to be grabbing this tier 1 tower mid.
Okay, at least Sparader bought his dagger right before he died, so he didn't lose any gold right there. But right now, there's a double damage on SF and a full Radiance complete on Arba. They're trying to go for the Roshan attempt here with the level 1 lucky shot, and with level 4 minus armor aura on SF might be enough to take the Roshan down. Also, there's no song on Gaga. I don't think Dire able to contest the Roshan fight.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think they have enough for this, and like I said, Song being down, ideal time for them to go for this Roshan. And Batrider Lasso was also used before, so they know that timing, and especially with the double damage rune, makes a very easy work of the first Roshan. The Aegis going in favor of the Shadow Fiend there.
Yeah, with this Aegis on SF, it's gonna help them to win the next team fight battle. They have the extra life on SF. Now he has a Blink Dagger too, so he don't have to worry about getting caught first at the start. He can just blink in, and hopefully Pango or Lion or someone could follow a stun to maybe combo the Requiem to burst a hero down. And the next item should be the Scepter or BKB on SF. And then I think with that core item, he can just solo kill a hero with the Blink Requiem.
My biggest problem is I feel like the Rod of Atos pick on the Underlord kind of played against his own team, just because of the fact that their lineup, I feel like they drafted it in a way that they want to group as 5 and kind of go for these towers, go for these objectives, and him going for the rod is not going to give them the auras that is needed to kind of, take the fight to Kyrgyzstan. Atos, yes, it's good to catch people off guard or catch solo heroes, but when it comes to these team fights, I feel like it's not going to do enough for the team.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, because a Pile of Insight just gives so much value, especially when they are sticking as 5. But Raw Atos is just like a item that helps him to get killed. But if they don't play around the core, there's no point to get the Raw Atos to get kills. And middle.
Oh, meanwhile, as they go on to the Nagasai and Requiem going to get popped as well. Underlord did come in, but a little bit too late, and just the Requiem also being committed. Meanwhile, Bit of Man is going to be used on the Shadow Fiend, just a little bit of chip damage. There is no follow-up. They are looking for something else on the other side of the map. Not going to find anything as the Batrider getting caught out. Not sure what he was doing there. Hello? Batrider?
I think he's just getting slow by the Pango shield crash and then not able to. He's trying to play around with the cliff, with the Firefly, but unfortunately he just got caught.
Yeah. And that's rough for Uzbekistan as Kazakhstan picks up 2 kills. Yeah. And especially since the Batrider goes down as well, so both the supports going down there.
Yeah, right now I think after they got the Aegis on SF, we can see the momentum is on the Radiant team. For the next 3 minutes, I think Dire should be very careful on where and how they're gonna take a team fight. And Underlord still trying to get his pie. I believe he's queuing up the Ring or Terras in the quick buy. Should be the component to complete his pile inside. I'm not sure how much more to complete the item. Let me check. Okay, looks like he has the full power inside complete.
They might get the first item shard as well. Let's see who is going to be the one going to be picking it up.
Ooh, Lion Shard. That's nice.
Oh, that's extremely nice. That's the free shard. You're always happy to get a free shard, and that gives that BKB against this magic damage that is going to be coming out from Uzbekistan, especially the Batrider and the Lina. It's quite nice to have.
Yeah, also the extra mana drain target. Yeah, it's just slowing everyone down, dealing extra damage, having the BKB during the team fight, just so good for a hero like Lion.
Yeah, and the pipe of insight for Uzbekistan was, I think, the correct option, especially since that Shadow Fiend is going for that magic burst build.
Yeah.
With that
Bad Rider.
Yashakaya being Bad Rider again getting caught out in very deep in the enemy jungle.
Oh no.
Will get taken out, and Suniko goes down to the SF as well. On the bottom lane, that was.
I feel like if the support die, like all the opponent mat is okay. But if they keep doing that, if they keep dying, like repeat, and die again, I feel like it's gonna give away a lot of goal to the opponent team. Yeah, you can say we create some space, but I feel like it's a bit too much. I feel it's a bit too much depth on the support right now. On the dire support.
I think also at the same time, I think they're just trying to buy time for these ages to run out, and they don't want Kyrgyzstan grouping as 5 with these ages, so trying to split it up, sacrificing the support so that they won't have to fight into these ages. But in the meantime, we do have a Smoke of Deceit being used by Kazakhstan. Overkill, Shaq, and Kuka, as well as Hardel, they're all looking for this, and the Underlord might be in a little trouble as they do commit the Rolling Thunder, but a little bit off point. They will finally get on top of the Underlord.
Oh no.
Bit of a bug, but no, Suniko comes in with the save. That Song of the Siren being used, and he's going to be able to get out as well. Oh,
that's
no.
close.
That was so close, but the sacrificial play by Suniko there helping out the Underlord.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that you did also for the team, right? Oh, Mino.
In the meantime, the Batrider brings the SF, but cannot bring him down from the cliff. Might have been a kill if he was able to drag him down, but the Shadow Fiend is going to be okay. Popping the Requiem as well, just to make sure that there is no one coming.
Yeah, both of them just trade their ulti, last off at the Requiem. I think also on the top 5 just now, Pango kind of messed up that kill. I think if you have a better Rolling Thunder, that would be a kill on Underlord.
Oh yeah, I think there was a bit of a weird interaction. He messed it up completely, and it
Yeah.
didn't get better. It didn't get better. I thought after blinking forward it would get better, then he went and got stuck again. It just
Yeah, I think he
series of
somehow
fails there.
somehow clicked on the Underlord gate, and then he's just stuck for a few seconds, and then his Rolling Thunder ran out, and the song came in.
You remember these videos with the Dota 2 fails, like the fails compilation? I feel like it can be added into one of those.
Yeah, someone should clip that and then send it to them. It's very
Right
funny.
now, it's all even between the two teams still. But I feel like Kazakhstan is getting a little bit more out of the map. But Uzbekistan is able to keep up with the farm. Oh, Rolling Thunder going to be used again. They are going to be going on to the TA plus the Lina is going to be rough. The Nagasai will get taken out. But the BKB going to be popped on the Lina. Requiem of Soul is going to be used. He's going to get stunned up. No real damage. There is no follow-up after this. And the Pangolian with this life still surviving. A good impaired, keeping the TA in place. Now we have the lasso onto the Lion. But the Lion with the BKB keeping himself alive. We do have the Underlord getting taken out as well. Still, the TA holding strong, but the two, it's a co and support essentially on either side, but they will end up losing the Batrider finally. So overall, Kazakhstan winning out in that engagement. It was a very scrappy fight from both the sides.
Yeah, it's a better team fight, I feel, for the Radiant team. I think Pango trying to redeem himself here in this team fight. I did see a better Rolling Thunder usage coming from the Pango, and he gets some good kills. Also, they almost got the TA or the Lina. I think if they could kill the Lina or the TA, that fight would be so much better for them.
Yeah. Lina, I think they were looking for the Lina with the jump in from the Rolling Thunder, but Lina did have that BKB, was able to get out of dodge there and really needed that BKB, and she had it with the Hurricane Pike as well. Not the easiest to chase down either, so.
Yeah, I really like this itemization on Lina. Getting the BKB and the Hurricane Pike is just gonna having to survive in most of the team fight against the Pango Rolling Thunder. It's really important to have that 2 item to reposition, to get the pierce, to get the spell immunity. And also right now I think they need to look for the TA BKB as well before they go for the next team fight.
Yeah.
Until then, they just need to farm.
Yeah, and I think they have also realized that they cannot play what they were planning on, like to play this very heavy push or very heavy pressure onto the Radiant team. Kazakhstan got ahead in that early game, and the Uzbekistan had to kind of change up their plans, and probably why Underlord also decided to go for the Rod of Atos instead of the pipe very early on.
Yeah, maybe that's why he went for the Atos first, because they don't want to go S5 and they want to get more farm. Maybe that's the game plan for them. And right now we can see they're re-waiting for the top rune.
That's Rider. Arcane Rune going to get taken by the Abaddon, but Bat Rider going to be using that. He's going to be. Yeah,
they're
he's
watching
going to
top
be able to get out.
Underlord. Can I get a kill? They're gonna try.
They're going to try for this. The Impel is going to be there. The Requiem of Souls to follow up as well. The Razors are going to be able to clean him up easily. And this Shadow Fiend is having a whale of a time. In the meantime, Lion with a clutch mana drain, keeping himself alive. That BKB helping him out now. Suniko comes in with the Song of the Silent. We do have the Golems on top of them and an immediate song to disengage. And this is what I was talking about, the Song of the Silent. It allows them to disengage into these big ultimates.
The fight's still going on. They're chasing the Gaga. Can they get a kill? Yes, it is. Another kill for the Radiant team.
Naga always been the sacrificial lamb. Again, that was to hold them in place so that his teammates can get out. Especially the Lina, who was also inside that fight, allowing him to get out.
Yeah, that's the power of SF also. With one disable with the Requiem, I think he could kill almost anyone in this game. And also they started on the Underlord, they killed the front line, the Aura carrier or the Dire team. And after that, the team fight just so much easier for them. And right now, they're gonna turn this advantage into some bigger advantage here. They could try to take the mid tier 1, tier 2 tower and maybe control the Dire triangle if they want to. I feel like they're strong enough to do that.
And the TA still does not have her, she just picked it up actually. The TA does have the BKB now. So this is going to be the time that they can fight. And if they lose a fight now, I feel like it is going to be all over for them. Kazakhstan might just run away with the game, and Underlord needs to be careful. Again, around this area, Shadowfin winking forward. Lion was also around the area, but they did not spot him out. If the Underlord got spotted out, that would have been extremely bad for them.
Yeah, also, quick item check on SF. He has a full refresher complete on SF, so he could try to like burst 2 heroes down with 2 Requiem. I feel like that's a problem for the Dire team also, because SF is a hero that gonna force you to use BKB every time when he jump on you. So if somehow they could try to like play around that to force out the TA BKB first at the start of the fight, I think the team fight is gonna be very easy for Radiant if they manage to kite the force and kite the BKB TA duration.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Kazakhstan is going to be looking to go for this Roshan, and Trinket it's going to be used by the Underlord very early, forcing Kazakhstan to back off.
Okay, they can't afford to give this Roshan away. This Roshan is going to take the next 5 minutes for both teams.
Yeah, we do have a pause. I was wondering where the pause was, because for sure we are 100% guaranteed of at least 1 pause per game. That's just Dota for you. Especially if it's online. LAN, it doesn't happen, but online we are guaranteed of at least 1 pause. I was wondering what was happening. But we're back into it. Fiend's Great was used. There is going to be a smoke of this pop by Uzbekistan as well. Both teams now going to be playing around this Roshan pit. They know that one of these teams are going to be looking to pick this up. I think Uzbekistan is just looking to counter initiate here. But inside the pit.
I feel like Radiant, they have the better advantage in this Roshan fight, because with the Rolling Thunder and the Warlock LD, if they could hit all the spell or the right target at the right place, it's just gonna be harder for Dire to take a team fight. We can see Dire, look at their positioning, they are just trying to wait for the opportunity. You can tell that they are not so confident for this Roshan fight.
Yeah, and there's a flank coming around. They do find the line. That's a big kill to start things off. Rolling Thunder off point again, and the Warlock hits absolutely no one. But in the meantime, Earthquake going to be going off in the background with the Batrider getting taken out. Suniko using that ultimate, holding the fight for the time being, will end up falling in the end. Lion with a buyback coming in to clean up that kill, but yikes. I don't know, I thought that fight would go a lot better for Uzbekistan, because the Golems were off point and the Rolling Thunder didn't really hit anyone either. But the Shadow Fiend is just way too strong, and they will pick up the second Aegis as well.
It looks pretty good at the start because they just use Lasso and burst the Lion down. So they start the fight with like 5v5, but instant buyback from the Lion, and then somehow the Rolling Thunder somehow zoning out the core. The Lina and TA was disconnected because of the Rolling Thunder, or somehow the SF was also jumping in to like make some chaos. That's why the Naga and Barrier die after the Lion kill. So without the two support on the Dire team, they can't contest the Roshan. And overall, I feel like that's a very good fight for Radiant. Getting two support kill only cost a Lion bot buyout, and they get the SF Aegis. So now they have the momentum again on the Radiant side. They could try to go for the next team fight, look for some play with the SF ulti.
Yeah, and the Shadowfiend really isn't going to be worried about anything at all this game in terms of needing to go for a BKB. And exactly why he's not going for it, because he just has to wait out essentially the Lina LSA, and he's going to be able to jump in with his ultimate. And there isn't really good cancels for the Requiem right now.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Or you're just pointing out there's not much stun or not much a spell that could like stop the channeling of the SF ulti. And also, there's a lot of way that Radiant could start a team fight. A Lion could jump in first, or Pango could jump in first. And once they see the Lion or the Pango, if they don't pop BKB, they might get 100-0 with the chain stun. So after they use BKB on the Dire hero, and SF can jump in with the Requiem to clean out the fight. So we can picture that like, the way they could start the fight on how Radiant could start the fight. It's gonna be very hard for Dire to deal with that.
And now Shiva's got picked up on the Mongolia as well, giving that extra slow, allowing the Abaddon to be Abaddon and the Shadowfiend to kind of like, get on top of everyone to be able to dish out that damage. Things are looking definitely rough for Uzbekistan right now. We saw this happening in the draft as well. They needed to get ahead in the laning stage, which they didn't technically, because the Shadowfiend had such a good laning stage, and so did the TA. The Shadowfiend as well as the Abaddon both had like a very nice laning. The only one who actually did end up suffering was the Mongolia, but didn't really matter because Shadowfiend was so far ahead. By the end of like 15-16 minutes, he was making so many plays across the map.
Okay, look at this smoke. They're gonna run across the map. They're trying to sweep up the map here, and they run toward the Dire triangle. They see no one, and they are heading toward bottom. Barrier is in a really good smoke break position. I can understand why, because their hero is not really strong at the high ground, because Abaddon might not be the best high ground hero. Yeah, he has the borrow time, it could blink out during his ulti, but it's not going to be that easy sometimes during the high ground fight. You want to go for a pick off outside of the high ground first before they hit high ground, even they have Aegis on SF. And there's a full BKB complete too on SF. So he has a lot of, I think he has the Aegis, he has the BKB. I don't think SF is killable now for Dire.
Yeah, I feel like this hero needs to be contested during the drafting stage. We saw it in the previous game as well. He gets ahead. In the meantime, Batrider does get caught out. TH trying to fight up against the Lion here. Lion might end up falling. TA blinks out because he did hear that Rolling Thunder. Will find him with that Rolling Thunder by the TA Abaddon, and yikes, he's just dead.
There we
Gets
go.
on top of them. Those are the kills that they need to now go high on. But the lanes are fairly pushed out by the Dire team. Uzbekistan doing a good job in ensuring that all the lanes are pushed out, holding Kyrgyzstan at bay, at least for the time being. Lina in a little bit of trouble here. Jump in by the line into the Requiem, and that's going to be a dead Lina.
That's a really good setup by Lion. Also, I'm not sure how. I think it's the observer ward here on the Radiant Triangle at the entrance. They see Lion they see Lina walking into the Radiant Triangle, and Lion set up their kill for the SF. So 2 core down for a minute. They have to apply some pressure now on the high ground. I feel like at least force a Lina buyback or something. The wave is pushing in.
Yeah.
It's go time for them, for the Radiant team.
I'm not sure why they are backing off right now, probably for the Arcane Rune, but Abaddon is happy to push forward. Naga's trying to do Naga things, trying to keep the wave away, but not really working out because now the rest of Kyrgyzstan is going to be coming forward. They will be looking hit on at least the tier 3 tower, even if they don't get racks here. They have the banner down as well. Oh, this is going to be rough.
Also, one thing I forgot to mention just now is Untitled is one of the best high ground defense hero with the
jumping very aggressively onto the Underlord. Underlord is quite tanky. He's going to be okay. They are going to be popping the glyph as well, holding the Abaddon and the SF in place, and the tower is not taking enough damage. The TA is going to be back. The Lina down for another 10 seconds. So they might still be able to grab at least the tower, but the lasso going to be used on the Shadowfin. Shadowfin getting pulled back. They do have the counter initiation coming out. Shadowfin does get the Requiem of Souls out, and he ends up going down. The Aegis is not there to save him. Double buyback from the Batrider as well as the Naviside and Rolling Thunder, keeping the Underlord in place. He's trying to catch up, but in the meantime, they will end up losing the Warlock, and they're looking for more. Can they find more is going to be the question. They will find the Abaddon. No, the stun is not going to be there, and the Mongolia is going to be able to TP out from top of the cliff there. But overall, Kyrgyzstan coming out on top, I feel like, because they've forced 2 buybacks.
2 buyback on both support on the Dire team, and they got S7. I'm not sure how. Maybe the Aegis tie up at the very moment. I didn't see exactly how SF died, because I was assuming he has the second line with the Aegis, but somehow maybe they timed the Aegis out and they kill the SF, and that's a big kill, a lot of goal, like 1.2k plus 1,000. That's a 2.2k goal, giving it away to the Dire team. That's a lot of goal, man.
Yeah, and that went to the TA as well.
Yeah, went to the TA some more, and it's gonna have a lot of money in the bank. He has 3,000 gold in the bank with Titulus, Desolator. He has pretty high damage output right now. They have to be careful.
Indeed, they do. Not looking too great though still for Uzbekistan, but this gives them a bit of a breather. Might be able to do something with this influx of gold that they did get. But how much can the TA do is going to be the question. TA needs what does he have right now? Does he have his... Is he going for Daedalus? Yeah, he does have the Daedalus completed. So now going for the Swift Blink.
Yeah. He almost 6-slotted, just need one more. I think he could replace his power traits with something else, but he wanted to upgrade his Blink Dagger first. And let me check the buyback status. So currently TA, he has buyback available, but he don't have the gold for it, the money. And I feel like it's very important for him to save the buyback, because SF has the potential to kill someone for 100 to 0. And I feel like TA should save his buyback for the next fight.
Yeah, and the biggest problem that Uzbekistan is going to have is that TA kind of falls off, you know, like you see this TA with like 4, 5, 6 items, but the impact that the TA has is going to be dropping off a cliff as the game goes later and later. Whereas we do see the potential for Shadowfin and the Abaddon to take this late. They're quite tanky, they're quite unkillable, and Iesf obviously with the Requiem is always going to be relevant in these team fights, whereas the TA is kind of going to be falling off post 40 minutes.
Yeah, right now we're going to see a big team fight coming. Both teams go for the smoke play, and we're about to see the most important team fight of this game.
Yeah, they are going to be running into each other. Line walks forward. The BKB is going to get popped. The lasso is going to be there on to the Iesf, but the Iesf pops the BKB, will fly the Requiem out, and Rolling Thunder keeping everyone in control. And that's the Lina dead for 90 seconds, and the Iesf just surviving with a sliver of HP. And now the Golems come down on top of the Underlord. Underlord trying to walk away, but might not be able to get hexed up. Is there anything to kill him? They're going to be backing off though. They're worried about this TA because TA still dishes out quite a bit of damage, and they don't really have their ultimates or anything to get on top of Cooler. So Cooler is going to be essentially their saving grace. But that Lina, I don't think she was able to pop BKB even. Was she able to? Yeah, she did pop the BKB.
He has the double damage in the bottle. A full Satanic, a BKB, and a Hurricane Pipe. He can't press any of that just because of the chain stun and the Requiem Fear coming from SF. The TA, he presses BKB, trying to like get the kill, get the revenge for his team. But the heal, the heal from the Requiem back keep SF alive, and they couldn't kill SF. So overall, it's a 0-for-1 trade. They kill the Lina, and now they're gonna get the Roshan. That's a huge advantage right now for the Radiant team if we could get the Roshan right now, right here.
Yeah, that is going to be a refresher shot as well. Might be onto the Warlock or even the Mongolia or even the Shadowfin. Shadowfin, is he with the refresher? No, Shadowfin. Who has it?
The Abaddon has the refresher, and the SF has the Aegis and Cheese.
The next fight is going to be extremely rough for Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
They need to be able to split the map up. They need to be able to push these waves out. Keep Kazakhstan at bay as much as possible. There is a lasso onto the Iesf. This might be, they might be able to pop this Aegis, can they? But no, the Requiem is going to get popped here. the Hex from Lion keeping the Shadow Queen alive, and the TA gets deleted down for 100 seconds with no buyback cooler.
Oh man,
Yikes.
oh man.
Did he not have BKB when... Oh.
He got hexed, he got stunned, he got fear, he couldn't press it. Oh no.
She got greedy. She was holding on to the BKB. I mean,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
fight would
it
have been
is.
fine if she used the BKB on the jump itself, would have been fine. But she didn't. She hit the SF multiple times. Lion blinks in, hexes her up, and that's essentially over for her.
Yeah.
Yikes.
He's gonna regret that. He's gonna regret that for sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Greed
do
is
you
never
still
good,
hate-
guys. Greed is never good.
Do you still hate SF mid right now after seeing this performance coming from this mid SF, magical type of SF?
Dire's bottom
Oh no, I love the hero. SF is one of my favorite heroes. I feel like right now in the patch, SF is in such a nice spot. It's kind of broken, sure, but I played, so I don't mind.
Okay, right now 30 seconds without TA buyback. They could at least take down 2 set of Rex here. A banner in the middle. SF with the shift blink, he actually did some pretty good light click damage. Should be able to take down 2 Rexes. 2 set of Rexes.
Dire's middle barracks is
Yeah, and Uzbekistan is in trouble, but to be fair, this is a best of 3, so they are going to have this chance to come back in game number 2. But right now,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
looking all over for them. In the
Underlord.
meantime, there is a jump in onto the Underlord, but there is a lasso that was on through the line, what was immediately taken away by the Abaddon, and they do end up losing the Underlord as well as the Bat Rider. He is still down for 4 seconds. Rolling Thunder going to be used to keep Belina at bay, but that's 2 sets of racks cleaned out. They still have the Aegis, they still have the Refresher on the SF. Oh, a lovely impact coming from the Lion. They will find the Lina. Lina again not being able to pop the BKB. TA trying to fight up against everyone, but not doing just enough damage to pop the Aegis alone. And the Abaddon, with that ultimate, keeping himself alive at least for the time being. TA trying to focus down everyone. SF going down low, the Underlord chasing him down, but where is the lockdown? There's going to be no lockdown, and they might find the Abaddon, but no, the Refresher comes through. He will survive, and the Underlord is going to be the one to pay the price. Godlike sweep for overkill on the Abaddon, and this might be all over as the Lina is dead with a buyback, and now TA is going to be next as the TA is going to get run down.
Okay.
That's all 5 heroes down, but the TA buys back into the fight, but he's up against 4. What can the DA even do to hold on to this? He does still do quite a bit of damage. They are forced to respect this as the Mongolia taking so much damage. But GG was called as Uzbekistan ends up dropping game number 1, and Kyrgyzstan is going to be very happy with that game number 1.
That's a very amazing gameplay coming from both sides. Even like we can see just now, there's some mistake coming from the Dire team. They didn't press the BKB when they should. But I think if I'm in their shoe, it's kind of hard to press it also because it's really important to have it during some crucial moment. But I feel like it's because Radiant draft is just better, I would say. And they have way too many disabled. They have the Lion, they have the Pango, they have a piercing BKB control, which is the Golem, and they have to worry about the SF Vacuum. So it's just so hard to like to use a BKB to win a team fight. They might need like 3 BKBs, I feel like, this game for Dire in order to win a team fight, but it's impossible to have 3 BKB. And also, maybe this is why they first picked a hero, SF, for the Radiant team. They just believe in this hero so much, and we can see how amazing is the hero this game for them.
Definitely. Things are, I'm like I said, I don't think they made big mistakes on the side of Uzbekistan. We did see some really nice plays coming out from them. I think especially the Naga Siren Soniko played extremely well, trying to take whatever he can for the team. But this, I think, was the fight that kind of turned everything. Lina not being able to do anything in that fight, not having buyback to come back in either. TA almost got the SF. If
that
TA
was
got
close.
the SF, it would have been fine. But yeah, this fight kind of dictated how the rest of the game would go, I feel like.
Yeah, they lost this fight. I think they also lost the Roche after this one.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the last team fight we see, but this one doesn't matter. I feel like that team fight at the bottom rune is going to decide who's going to get the next role, and whoever get the next role with the Aegis, the extra refresher, cheese, I think it's just going to be very hard for whoever didn't get the cheese Aegis in the next team fight.
And we saw the weakness of TA as well. Like, you can see that she is dishing out damage, but she cannot really kill anyone. It's just not enough. As the game goes late, it just becomes important. That's why I said, like, I feel like Uzbekistan needed to group up early, a lot earlier, with the auras on the underlord, put that pressure on to Kazakhstan, because once Kazakhstan gets their items, especially on this Shadow Fiend as well as the Abaddon with Radiance. Abaddon's pre-Radiance was their timing, but they needed those the laning stage to go a lot better, I feel like, and they needed the items to put the pressure as well.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, because we can see the Radiant line up here, they have really, really good teamfight potential compared to the Dire one, because Underlord can't provide so much in terms of like teamfight. He can provide some aura, a little bit of control, a little bit of tank or fun life for the team, but compared to the Pango, compared to the teamfight potential from the Radiant team, I feel like Dire lineup is just a bit behind. Yeah, the Lasso only can like catch one target, but if they don't kill the target, it's also very hard for them. They have Abaddon to save. They have like Warlock to like somehow reset the team fight with the Warlock Golem. It's really hard for them. Even with the song, we can see just now Sinecure. Yeah, with the song trying to reset the team fight, but at the late game, they have all the BKB on the Radiant hero they need. It's just very hard for them.
Yeah, overall, I think you were right in the initial part that the draft coming out from Kazakhstan was quite a bit better in terms of the team fight and the control, and that's exactly, and we were talking about there being no control on the Dire side. Shadowfiend was able to delay that BKB for such a long time. Shadowfiend had Blink, Yashakaya, as well as Blink Dagger, Refresher, everything before this BKB, and that was, he was able to freely do this just because they did not have enough kind of control on the Dire side, as well as enough burst potential on the Dire side. SF essentially just needed to wait for, say, the LSA or the Batrider Lasso, and he just essentially has a free time getting that Requiem off.
Yeah, I think they have to watch out for the SF in this coming game number 2 during the drafting phase. They can't let the first pick hero go and let him get away to do so much like how he did in the first game. I think they have to do something with it. They have to like change the draft or something.
Yeah, I think they really had to kind of put that pressure early on, and also at the same time, Kazakhstan was able to swap around the roles a little bit, their laning stage, which was really nice to see, because that allowed them to be able to play the game. Because if it was Abaddon off, for example, with the Pango mid and Shadowfiend safe lane, might have been a different game, because the Lina would have gotten ahead a little bit sooner. The TA would have had a much easier time, and the TA would have just outright demolished that lane. So, I feel like Kazakhstan overall played their cards very well from the draft and how they laned afterwards, and their rotations across the map. It was a very solid performance coming out from Kazakhstan. Having said that, we should be heading into a break, right? It is a best of 3 series, so the team will be taking a small recess. We are going to be taking a recess as well, but do stay tuned in. We'll be back with game number 2 in this best of 3 series, hoping it will go to a game 3, but we'll be right back, guys.
See you in the game 3.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the Iesf Asia Oceania qualifiers. We have Kazakhstan taking on Uzbekistan in BO3. We had game number 1 being won it was a very even game, but Kazakhstan winning it out. But yeah. And of course, joining me on the cast, I'm really sorry. Joining me on the cast is Yohang.
Hello.
For the second game as well. And you'll be having us throughout the rest of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think we have like another best of 3 later after this one. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun time with you, man. Terror, Mr. Terror.
It's gonna be a long one for sure. So for those of you who are watching from home, if you want to see the results of the previous matches and all, if you can head on over to iesf.gg, where all the results of the parallel matches as well as past matches and all of the information is there to check out where your teams and how your favorite players are doing in the tournament or in the qualifiers for the time being. But we do have all 10 players. Okay, actually we are missing one more player from Kazakhstan, and when he joins we should be able to get back into game number 2. What do you think they have to do to kind of turn this tide around, because now momentum is with Kazakhstan? What do you think they can do with their draft a little bit different for game number 2 here?
So let's say they didn't change anything from the first game. SF was picked again. I feel like they need to do something to that, because they can't let the first pick hero to get away to have like such a good game. And I don't think they are ready for the SF mid to do so well like that. So like you say, if they play their card like how they did in the first game, I don't think they could do the same. I'm not sure if they could do the same card play in the game number 2 against like a pro team. So it's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be very hard to predict, and that's what makes Dota 2 so fun to watch as well.
Yeah, it definitely keeps things interesting. And like you said, like the fact that they were able to pick Shadowfin as the first pick, and the Shadowfin walking away with 17 kills at the end of the game is a bit questionable. Yeah, I think it was 17 kills if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, yeah, 17, 2 and 16 his KDA. Yeah. Wow.
That's crazy. And that was the first pick hero and was not punished at all throughout the entire game, which is a bit scary. And then the Abaddon also being 9, 2 and 12, they did not have the heroes that was required. Like, we did realize that the Abaddon did not get ganked at all. To be fair, they did not have the heroes to gank Abaddon either. So they need to do something about it. If they are trying to, they're planning on giving away SF again and heroes like the Abaddon away all over again, they need to come up with a plan to try and deal with this and not kind of deviate from their own game plan as well. They picked up this lineup which had to group as 5, push down towers. They never really did that throughout the entire game. They were never able to get to that point to do that either. So they need to work on trying to fix that. I feel like if they want to play like the same type of game, if they have the same type of game plan, they need to switch up a few heroes. They need a little bit more lockdown, a little bit more oomph during the team fight, which they did not have at all. I think what was the only I think other than Song of the Siren, they really did not have anything for the team fight per se.
Yeah, I feel like the Lina last pick, actually, I feel like could be other hero, could be a better pick, because with Lina, with TA, they have 2 farmer. So the Bat Rider and the Angaga Siren, they don't have much to do in the map. They're just walking around looking for opportunity. But it would be better if they have another mid laner that could play around or play with the Bat Rider to get some kills, to go for like some contest for the rune, contest the wisdom or something. So they have 2 farmers. That's why the support is very hard for them to do the job. So in the whole game, in game number 1, we just see both support just running around and trying to die or buy time for the core, and which is not bad, but I feel like it's better if they could have a mid laner to do things with the support, to enable the support to use their lasso to get some kills and then make something happen, instead of having 2 core farming and support dying. So I feel like that's one of the things that might need to change, is not to have 2 heavy farming oriented hero on their side. At least have 1 farming and then another mid laner that could do something on the map, or at least just let the TA or to be something else, to be like an Abaddon, so that the mid laner could farm and the safe laner could do something for the team. One of them have to switch.
Yeah, and the Lena really, they didn't really play around the timings also of the Lena and also they couldn't because essentially it should have been every time that the Lena has a Laguna Blade, they should have been going for a kill, but they couldn't make it happen because they didn't have these supports who could initiate. I mean, they are always dependent on Batrider just walking in and getting a lasso or Nagasiren walking in and getting a net. But I mean, these are like very iffy setups per se, like. And you're so dependent on Lina maybe landing an LSA to start things off, even for a gank to happen. It's just makes it very difficult for them to execute that. And that's the reason why I feel like Lina was also essentially not doing anything other than farming that whole game. And Soniko as well as the Batrider was just like walking around. We saw Soniko die in the river multiple times, just trying to make something happen the entire time, which, like you said, as a support player, it's a bit rough. What do you play, by the way, for your when you do play Dota? Like, what is your main role?
I play mostly offlane, and sometimes I play carry, and sometimes I play support when I have to. But most of the time I play offlane, like those kind of like ATF style, you know, the player from kind of like that. Yeah, I play those kind of hero and do things to dominate the game from the offlane.
Nice. The offlane has been the only role that I had never played. It's a role that I'm deadly scared of. Like, I feel like you need a different type of mentality to play offlane. I will never touch that role.
Yeah, offlane for Kyrgyzstan only.
Yes. For sure. I never got behind it. I mean, I played Dota for like 10 plus years at this point.
Wow.
Not 10, like almost 15 years. And that's the only role. Not even in a ranked game would I touch offlane. I have just kept away from it entirely.
But the skill set you have, like as a captain and able to play in like very versatile role, it's very rare to have in Dota 2 scene, I feel. Because I see a lot of teams that succeed, but without a good captain, without a good strong voice, it's very hard for them to go far.
Yeah, it can be a downside as well. I think I was considered one of the more vocal people in our community in Sri Lanka. Can have negative impacts also, because not everybody agrees or likes to play in a team with a vocal person. You know, everyone has their own way of playing the game. It depends on how you want to kind of play the game as well. Do you prefer to stay back, listen to someone else and just play your own game, or do you want to think for yourself? Like, sometimes people like, when things are told to them, right? Like, you want to be told, okay, do this, do that, do that. It makes their initial laning stage, and they don't have to think about it. They can focus on their lane, they can focus on hitting last hitting as well. But sometimes ideas don't match. It happens. But it was good times though. Dota 2 till I stopped back in 2018 or 2017. Had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm not sure how's the culture in your circle, but in like South Asia or Chinese players culture, they don't talk much. They just play their game. They just do their thing and keep quiet the whole game. So it's very important. I feel it's very good to have a strong voice or like a leadership kind of person in a team to tell them like what to do. And even they know how to do the thing, but without a strong voice to lead them, it's kind of easy to mess up sometimes. So that's why a leadership, a captain in a team is just so important. Also a very rare thing to have right now in the Dota 2, especially South Asia scene.
Are you? You said that you were like what now? 11k MMR right now in Southeast Asia. Are you playing professionally? Are you playing for a team right now?
Not yet. Yeah, I'm looking to play in a team, but so far I don't think I'm that good yet. Still not good enough to be in a team.
11k MMR, and you think that you're not good enough to be in a team?
I mean, it's like maybe slightly above average, but it's not good enough to be in a pro tier 2 team or above. Yeah, I'm still learning.
All right. So, when did you start Dota? Like, do you have a rough idea of when you start playing Dota?
I think I started playing Dota when I was age 19. So it's about like almost 10 years plus, a decade, more than a decade now. So I played Dota since I was in college until now.
Okay.
It's like 10 years plus, and then I just fall in love in the game, and then I just can't stop playing and just trying to get better and better, and now I'm here.
Yeah, I mean the game essentially keeps on evolving. I think the changes that you have seen from the game's inception all the way back to Dota 1 and now in Dota 2, and the changes that has happened, and the skill set that is required, has the ceiling to play the game has also been climbing, right? You have like a lot more now for a player who comes in. You have not just the items and the heroes and the spells. Now you have facets to deal with. You have neutral items with their own facets to deal with. Like it is a lot that is required to play the game. So I understand how it will be scary for kind of like a new player to come into the game, but also when you do learn the game and when you understand the game, it's a lot more rewarding to play the game once you start getting the hang of it.
Yeah,
Always
totally
keeps it
agree.
Interesting.
Yeah, they added the talent tree, like facet, all these neutral items. Back then, like you say, in Dota 1, they don't have all those things. And I feel it's going to be more complex, but also more fun to all the players who like to try the game. And I feel like Dota 2 is the highest, has the highest ceiling among all these mobile game. Yeah, I feel like all the people who are watching right now, if you're looking to play a game and looking to like challenge yourself, why not just give Dota a try? It's one of the best game I feel in the world right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like even though the entry criteria, like to become even to understand the game, it will take you like a long time, but it's extremely rewarding once you do. And like it's not a game that you can just stop playing. Like even after stopping the game completely for playing competitive, we still come back and still play the game. You still play casually because it always is very rewarding. And like you said, like as much as they are adding into the game and making the game complex, it is the reason that it is a lot more fun, because it gets you to be imaginative in the way that you play. You know, move around, you try different things out. You can always play the game your own way, or try out new things, whereas majority of the other games has this set structure on how to play the game, and that's about it. But Dota, it's always, it keeps evolving. You can always come up with new things. That's why I love cheese strats, because it's always nice to see someone thinking of a way to play. Like I think the best was when one of my best was when Ana bought in the carry IO for TI. Yeah, like nobody was expecting that. Like I don't think anyone would have even ever thought of that. But then there'll be like one guy or one team who does something out of the blue. They try it out, it works, and they run away with the entirety of TI at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've seen this over the years, right? We even saw the whole fountain hook, Chen Pudge fountain hook. There are things that you can do in the game where people, come and think about, and like it's really nice when people come up with stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch all these like moments. It's really fun to watch like that just now you mentioned Dandy and Ana when they do all these things and somehow like didn't get punished, and I don't know what to say, but I feel like it's really fun to be in their position to do what they did in the past TI.
Like and also like it is always just it has never been the favorite team. Like you come TI, you have this number one team in everyone said that 100% is going to win TI, but majority of the time it has not been the case. You have these underdog stories coming up and winning out of nowhere, which is really nice.
Yeah.
So it gives that hope that anyone can do it. Like if you're good enough, if you put the time and the effort into the game, like anyone can do it. And it's always about understanding the game and coming up with new things. I think it was probably one of the most boring TIs was probably TI4, but even that, I think that was the dead ball meta with
is it Team DK?
No, it was Newbie, right? Newbie. They came up with the whole dead ball strat, and it was just it was the most broken thing. Nobody had any clue on how to stop it, and then they essentially went undefeated in the playoffs, like to win TI. because nobody did come up with it before. Like in the group stages, nobody was playing that, and then come playoffs, newbie comes up with this strat, and then they were untouchable. No one was able to go up against them. So it's really nice to see, like, teams coming out of nowhere. That particular tier, I think DK was supposed to be the strongest team because they had this all-star roster coming into that tier.
Oh yeah, they have all the best Chinese player in the roster.
Yeah.
They get out all of them, but somehow they didn't get into the final, is it? And then but somehow another team that won it. That's the beauty of Dota as well. It doesn't bring all the top player together. Doesn't equal we're gonna get the first place. Also, it tells just how amazing the game it is. So it's very hard to predict. It's very hard to break it, and there's a lot of potential, a lot of things that we couldn't expect in the game.
Yeah, I think we had a technical timeout by Kazakhstan, and we should be able to get into the game. I know everyone's who is watching is just waiting for the match to start, but had a small technical issue with Kazakhstan. They requested for a technical timeout, but both teams are in the lobby now, and hopefully we will be able to get underway. And I think did they start? No, not yet. All right.
Not yet.
But yeah. So yeah, Dota is very interesting. It keeps on evolving. It keeps on getting us to think of new ways to play the game. Experiment, showcase our creativity within the game. I think this is the only game that allows you to kind of do that. Especially why I like heroes like Rubik. I feel like it's so much fun to play. What's your favorite hero, by the way?
Is he your most played hero, Rubik? Tell me about yourself.
No. Oh, my most played hero, believe it or not, is actually I can't remember this. I think it's either Invoker or Slark. How do you check this? I can't remember.
Go to profile and then history under hero stats.
Yeah. Okay, so Slark is actually the number one now.
Oh.
Slark is number one.
How
this
many
was
matches?
also due to 475.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, 475 on Slark, around 430 on Invoker, 350 on Rubik. Slark is a funny story. I mean, was never a hero that I thought that I would be playing because it doesn't seem like a lot of fun to play. But I remember this was during just when Dota 2 came out. I picked this hero up by random or something in a game, and then I got flamed a ton for playing the hero wrong. I was getting flamed left, right, and center for playing the hero wrong. That kind of gave me the motivation to kind of learn this hero and kind of really get into it. And I mean I love the hero now. It's just a lot of fun to play. The in and out capabilities, this hyper carry late game type of hero. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to play. And of course Invoker, Rubik, self-explanatory. The amount of spells and what you can do during a team fight, I think speaks for itself as to how fun the hero is. Invoker used to be a lot more complicated than he is now. Dota 1 days, he had 20 spells, I think.
20?
Yeah,
that much?
So you know how you have QQE or the sequence of it used to be like a different spell. You should be able to find this on right now. If you have 2 quads and exalt, you know that this is a spell. Or if you have 2 exalts and a Q, you know it's ice fall. Or two exalts and a Vex, you know it's going to be meteorite, right? But those days, the sequence of it, if it's the Q in the middle and the 2 exalts on the side, it's a different spell. It's been a lot more complicated.
It's too complex. Then I never played that hero, but I didn't know that he has that much spell back then.
Back then. This was when Dota. This was during Dota 1. It was absolutely crazy. And Dota 1 had this bug. Anytime that Invoker was picked up by the enemy team or by your own team, the game would instantly lag on loading in. There was so much that the hero, so much for the hero to load in. The entire lobby just lags for a good 5 seconds before it
thanks God they didn't bring that Invoker into Dota 2. That Dota 2 is better to stay in Dota 1.
It would be way too complicated if they did bring it in. But I think Alright, so I think we do have a small technical issue with one of the teams, so hopefully we will get back into it, but we'll be going into a very short break until the 2 teams are ready. So do stay tuned. We'll be back with this best of 3 between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan.
Stay tuned, boys.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the Oceania qualifiers for Iesf Dota 2, and we are heading into the best of 3 matchups, game number 2 between Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. And joining me for the cast is my good friend
Hello.
Johan, here to cast
Hello,
game number 2.
Mr. Taro.
We finally have game number 2 started.
Yeah, finally, man, after a long technical timeout, and looks like the draft is about to start. So hopefully we're gonna see some good game here, and hopefully they bring us to game 3 and give us a full series. And how about you? What do you think about this this game number 2 or this series?
Yeah, I mean, like, I would really hope to see game number 3 because I think we didn't see the full potential of Uzbekistan in that game number 1. So I really want them to, you know, up their game because I felt like they had the talent behind them. It was not a stomp where Kazakhstan completely destroyed them in lane or like outright won the game. I feel like these two teams are very evenly matched. I think they just need the draft to make it happen, and Uzbekistan needs to draft better.
Yeah, and we saw SF first phase ban coming from the Radiant team here.
And Abaddon as well. So
Yeah.
it's actually Kazakhstan who banned it. Oh no, sorry, Uzbekistan who banned it. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. So this
And
we,
they had-
we won't see a SF first pick coming from both either teams, and also I think it's a very smart move to ban it out. And they also did ban out the Abaddon, so they banned out 2 heroes that they played in the last game.
Yeah, but that leaves the Nature's Prophet open, and they immediately grab it on the side of Kazakhstan. They will reply to it by the Bat Rider all over again.
Yeah,
I feel like he didn't. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, you can go first.
Yeah, I feel like he was not able to shine in that game number 1. Never really got to do anything in that game.
So in this game, I like the approach here coming from both sides. First pick the MP, why not? Because it's in the pool, and they quickly respond with the Bat Rider pick. I feel like Bat Rider is one of the best, should be one of the best here against Natural Prophet because of the Firefly. You can always break the Sprout, and it's a good hero to hunt down MP because the way the MP want to play the game is to split up the map, teleport to the side, or use the Wrath of Nature to push out the lane, send the Treant out, and then some farming in some very sneaky spot. But Predator is those kind of hero to counter those kind of play style. He has the Firefly, once he's got a dagger with the lasso, you can always go for the MP with 1 follow-up damage, can always get the kill.
Yeah, true. I think, and the idea behind Uzbekistan is correct, even though the Bat Rider didn't have a good game number 1. This is a better pick here against the Nature's Prophet just for the reasons that you said. But having banned out the Shadow Fiend and Abaddon, NP is the next best choice. Leaving that NP open, I feel like for Kazakhstan, he's so strong previously, like especially from that previous patch. Yes, he was nerfed a little bit, but still one of the most highest picked heroes, or rather banned out picked heroes in the current meta. Extremely strong, very good, especially with the map having gotten bigger, is able to get a lot more out of it. Heroes like NP.
True. So we see Naga and Lashrak ban on the Dire side. I like it a lot because Naga, like we mentioned just now, is one of the best post fight. And think Sinekyo, even they lost the last game, he still played a pretty good Naga Silent, dying for his team. We see some good song to reset, to build out some hero in some crucial moment. Also Lashrak with the I'm not sure what's the facet called. I think it's the Diabolic Edict facet, and that facet is just broken on that hero. It's just really strong right now. It's one of the best mid laner in the current meta with that facet. So very good 2 ban coming from the Dire team. And oh wow, very interesting Meeple ban here on the Radiant side.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm
maybe
not sure
they
why.
know something. Maybe they know something that we don't. Maybe there is a Meeple player.
Maybe
On the side of Kazakhstan, maybe like a very popular Meeple player. Might be the case. But they grabbed the Disruptor. I really like this pick. Probably the best Persian Fire hero right now out there. I was very surprised that I didn't see it in the last game. Was it banned? I think it was banned last game, right? I think Disruptor was banned last game.
I can't remember.
Yeah.
But it's I think we did talk about it just now before game number 1. It's one of the top tier support hero right now in this meta. Glimpse is just one of the best ability when they're playing ahead. And they have really good cash right now on the Radiant side with the better lasso, with the disrupted gleam. But they also revealed two support And on the Radiant side, not sure how Dire want to punish this, because we see Puck got banned, but Ember Spirit or Storm Spirit, all this like Spirit Hero still left in the pool, which is also very good against your like Bat Rider and Disruptor who want to stay at the back or just want to hide and cast a spell from a distance. All those like Spirit Hero, those kind of heroes that could just assassin the Bat Rider or the Disruptor first. Oh, Marcy.
Very interesting. Do you think it's a 4 or 5? I think has to be 4, right? Here.
Right now in this current meta, Marcy can be played as the position 1 also, or the position 3. Even yeah, of course, it also can play in the support role. With the Hell of Dominator built on the core Marcy, it just enables the hero so much better right now. It's a really strong hero.
I actually, that's the first time I'm seeing the hero, so very interested to see how it will work out. They pick up the Snapfire as well. I feel like right now, right off the bat, Uzbekistan looking a little bit more standard type of draft, I feel like, but yeah.
Snapfire, so that's the follow-up control or the damage type of hero. They need some damage on the Dire side. They have pretty good like initiate or maybe jump from the Marcy, some decent lane potential. I still trying to think what direction they are going now or from the Dire team. But for Radiant, they have pretty good solid control now from the Bat Rider and the Disruptor. They might need some damage hero, some kind of like heavy damage hero to combo with the Bat Rider and Disruptor during their control.
What do you think about Terrorblade here? I feel like Terrorblade is quite nice, like very strong in the patch as well.
Yeah, that's a good suggest. Terrorblade is also another top tier carry hero. Should be the A tier carry hero right now. So it's a good option for the Radiant team.
Yeah, Terrorblade, Sven.
Oh, okay. Sven is good as well.
Yeah, it is really good because that's even more control for them as well. He brings in that Stormhammer, has that armor up against the Warcry, is going to provide that armor that is nice against the NP as well as the Marcy during fights. So a complete switch up from what they did in game number 1. Right now, Uzbekistan is going for this very heavy team fight composition. They want to completely dominate these team fights, and right now it looks like they have the team fight under lock and key. Ravage, Static Storm, you have this beefy Sven in front, who is very hard to bring down, and then you have the Lasso to follow up as well. The team fight's looking really good.
Yeah, also they have 2 like frontliner now for the Disruptor and the Bat Rider, because that 2 hero, they want to stay at the back and cast the spell in a really good position and keep a distance. So Sven and Timetable could do the job, could frontline or body for the Bat Rider or the Disruptor to cast the better ulti or the better lasso on the better target. I really like the approach here from Radiant, but also reveal the TIE Hunter like this early, and I don't think TIE Hunter is that good in this current meta because it's very easy to get counter in the lane. That hero is very vulnerable. Okay, we're gonna see a hard counter right now. Ursa is just one of the best counter against a TIE Hunter. So they might have a rough lane for the TIE Hunter now because of this Ursa pick.
Yeah, as you were saying, they go for the probably the best counter up against the TIE Hunter. Pick up the Ursa. Still, it is still okay. I feel like for this Radiant side, Uzbekistan still has a decent draft. The laning stage might not be the best, with the TIE Hunter going to be suffering a little bit, but other than that, it's still looking pretty okay for Uzbekistan.
Yeah, true. Because they still have the team fight potential. Even they lost pretty high in the lane, if somehow they could win a big team fight in the mid game, they could still come back. So that's the beauty of having good team fight hero. And because of that, I feel
they're both now looking for their mid hero, right? What do you think Uzbekistan can round this up with?
They have the fun line now. They have the some control on the Radiant side. They might need some playmaker, a hero that could go in and out, something like the spirit hero, the spirit kind of hero on their side. Also, similar thing for the Dire. They might need another like spirit hero that could go in and make some chaos, or maybe a team fight hero for them if they want to run Marcy mid or Sapphire mid. Because we can see that the Dire don't have really good teamfight heroes compared to the Raiden one.
Yeah, and the good part about this is that Uzbekistan can actually counterpick this as well, because they do have that last pick for them. But on the downside, they won't be able to get their hands on the spirit that they want, and Kazakhstan can obviously deny pick this. But like you said, I feel like Storm might be a really nice option here to get on top of the Snapfire. It's quite nice. You don't want the Snapfire getting off a free ult into that fight. Very easy to delete the hero out, and they don't really have any sort of saves as such on the Dire team as well, and they are lacking a lot of lockdown on the side of Kazakhstan. So I feel like Storm might be. Oh, I like this. Tiny. That's your playmaking kind of. Running around killing people hero that you were looking for.
Yeah, some control, some stun, and some damage. It's a pretty good good Tiny last pick. But again, they have the last final pick here on the Raiden team. So I'm not sure what they're gonna pick here to counter the Tiny. Not much good option left, I feel. And looks like it's gonna be Slada. Wow, Slada mid. That's something that we don't see every day. Slada mid, is it? Looks like it.
Yeah, looks
or maybe
like
Bat Rider.
Slada support. As for
I feel like Slada mid is pretty good against Tiny in the mid lane. Some stun, some minus armor, synergize quite well with the Swan later.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is fine for Uzbekistan. I'm liking the Uzbekistan draft a lot better. Storm might have been better, but then in my head I was just thinking Storm might have been a little bit too greedy as well. Storm also needs her farm, even though she is able to zip zap across and get these kills. But Slada, you essentially dominate from the mid lane. You get to your side lanes faster. You're through the river. You can gank quite a bit. You get your level 6. You get your dagger. You're going to be very happy. I think Dagger, BKB, and this Slada is going to be absolute menace during the team fights. For sure.
I like the Raiden draft a lot this time. They have the pretty decent lane, maybe not the entire under lane, but for Swan, for Slada, I think they're gonna do well in their lane. Also, transit into the mid game, they have pretty good tempo hero. Once they got the dagger on Bat Rider or Slada, compared to last game, this game they have a lot of heroes to play together. They could use the Slada and the Bat Rider to make something happen, and also have the good team fight to go to prepare for the late game. And on the Dire side, they have pretty good heroes too. And like Ursa, they're gonna dominate the lane. And Tiny, if they somehow get a decent Blink Dagger timing, they could make a lot of play together with the Snapfire, Kisses, and the always +1 from the Natural Prophet, the teleport into Wrathful Nature. Both teams have a lot of potential, but the Dire team they could play a bit faster compared to the Raiden one.
Yeah, definitely Kazakhstan has that faster lineup initially, just for that overall map presence with the NP, as well as the tiny Blink Dagger means this Disruptor Bat Rider needs to be extremely careful. And finally enough, they have swapped the hero out to Soniko. It was their other support, SH, who was playing the Bat Rider before, but now they have swapped it up and given it to Soniko.
Okay, it's gonna be another good game. Kind of excited for this one.
Yeah. Let's see, we have smoke on smoke action. No, actually, no. One team with the smoke of this is being used. The other team just popped it. They might actually run into each other this time around.
Oh, the guy ran into the Ursa here. It's a good start.
It's going to be a stun onto the Ursa, but he gets pushed away by that flame break that was not definitely intended by Soniko. And they are going to be backing away.
Unfortunate they couldn't get the kill. I feel like they have really good level 1 ability on the Raiden heroes, but somehow they mess up the Ursa kill. It's a bit unfortunate, but that's okay.
30 seconds to battle.
And they will be trading runes most probably. I don't see them running into each other all over again. Sven needs to be a little bit careful. There's a very deep ward placed by Hardel there on that Nature's Prophet. Going to be backing off. At least, yeah, they are going to be trading runes. Neither team wants to just keep on running after the other team, so they're going to play it a little bit safe, trade runes, and get back into the lane. Kill potential wise, I feel like top lane, Needs to be a little bit careful. Okay, so it was mixed up. It was actually Kazakhstan on the Radiant side and Uzbekistan on the Dire side. My bad. I thought it was the other way around.
It's okay. And a very smart move coming from Ursa just on the top lane. He avoid the level 1 kill potential from the Disruptor and Barrier on the top. He go for the long way and get back to the lane. If he go for the normal path, he might get caught at level 1.
Okay, so I'm actually right. It is Dire side is Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan on the Radiant side. But yeah, we have the top lane needs to be a little bit careful. I feel a Tidehunter is going to be at big risk, and it's NP support, huh?
Oh, yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, it got nerfed a little bit on the Sprout, but I think it's still a pretty decent hero. It still provide quite a lot of impact overall.
Yeah. I felt like, I should have realized that since the Master was also picked that the NP was support. All this time I thought that he was going to be played co. But nevertheless, bottom lane taking a little bit of damage on to a Sedge on Uzbekistan. Taking a bit of damage, trading damage against the Master. But I think kill potential wise, I think top lane needs to be careful. The Ursa with a few levels can be running into the Tidehunter, and Batrider can't really save the Tidehunter. We might have Core in a bit of trouble here. Gets pulled back by the Marcy, falling extremely low on HP, but well played by the Disruptor, keeping him alive. And now Shaq is going to be the one in trouble, but he's going to heal himself up. No, he ends up going down. We are going to trade kills, but it is going to be favoring Uzbekistan, obviously getting a co-kill over losing the Disruptor. And very well played by the Disruptor there.
Yeah, using his facet ability, the electronic magnetic ability, to push the Marcy away and body for the Swan, and somehow they get the first blood first on Disruptor. That's a really good play. Coming from the support Disruptor.
Yeah, Marcy almost survived with that bodyguard being used, the heal, but it's just not enough. But a really lovely play coming out from Disruptor. Ooh, as I say that, Twin goes down on that bottom lane. In the meantime, we have an engagement on the top lane as well. They will find the NP, and the Tidehunter will die in return. Action-packed start to the game. Already 5 kills on the board.
Yeah, this two side lanes, it's the kill lane, especially when they hit level 2.
They're absolutely balling.
Yeah. For the middle lane, I don't think we'll see any kill until like maybe Stada hit level 6, or they go for the rune fight.
True. And they wanted to go on this, so doing a bit of damage. No real lockdown to hold him in place, but a decent amount of damage. And Soniko's courier gets sniped in the meantime by Hardel on that NP. But I think the items were delivered already, so
yes.
Okay. Lovely stall there onto the Tidehunter, but Overkill taking so much damage, pops the one charge and will be able to get that kill onto the Tidehunter, but it might end up falling in return. So a co-for-co kills trade there, really nice for Uzbekistan so far.
Yeah, I think it's better for the Ursa. I think he's happy to go for that trade because he get the last hit as well. And the Ursa kills go to the support Bad Rider, so maybe not so happy for the Tidehunter.
No. Definitely not too happy, but overall, I mean, it's a bloodbath so far.
4 minutes, we have 7 kills in total. We might see more on the top.
Yeah, Soniko is going to get slowed up by the Ursa, and he is trying to get to the low ground just enough. Might have been another kill though. That would have been rough for this top lane if Ursa managed to get a kill there. Tidehunter is, of course, losing out on level. Batrider comes back in, needs to be careful. Oof. We'll get out. Tidehunter is suffering right now. He's level 2.
Yeah. And the Barrier is level 4.
Yikes. When your core is below on EXP compared to the support, that it's rough.
Something's not right. But I think we expect this matchup to go hard, to go really rough for the Tidehunter. And
exactly.
Yeah. It's gonna get some Tidehunter's gonna get some farm now because the wave is going into the tower, and Barrier's gonna TP back to the lane with full HP and mana. Oh, Ursa. Have to be careful. Top lane.
Ursa getting gone on here on the top lane, falling down extremely low. Pops the one, keeping himself alive, trying to run away. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. As the Batrider picks up the kill, but we do have the TP coming in from the Snapfire. They will not get the return at neutral. Clean up Suniko. Ay.
Die to the neutral. Well played by Sineko.
Oh, glimpse back onto the Marcy. Yeah, Sven was nowhere nearby. Oof,
Okay.
that was close, very close. Good rotation by the Snapfire. Though in the meantime, mid lane as well. Slaughter gets Avatar. They are going to be getting the stun with the Snapfire as well. The NP coming in with the Sprout. Is it going to be enough? Slaughter surviving no harder.
Wow.
With the last hit coming through. I think maybe even one more HP, like legitimately just like one more HP, Slaughter might have actually survived that.
That's a close one.
I actually thought that last hit wouldn't have killed him. But yeah, just bringing in enough damage. NP's base damage is quite high, so...
Yeah. 6-minute power rune fight is gonna be regen pick up by Tiny. But NP in trouble.
And NP needs to be careful. So Nico running circles. He's going to take quite a bit of damage, but Snapfire is going to be coming in as well to cover him off. He's going to be okay. 4-5 right now. It's all even between the two teams. The Slada farming quite nicely. So is the Tiny as well as the Sven. Only person who is actually suffering right now is the Tidehunter, which was expected.
Yeah, and looks like Tidehunter's gonna get killed again on the top. Ooh, that's a solo kill.
Oh, that is, yeah, it's going from bad to worse for the Tidehunter. I feel like he needs to get a few more levels and then head into the jungle, get a few stacks for himself. Meanwhile, Sven getting gone on in the bottom lane. Marcy as well as the Snapfire. NP has joined the fight as well with that Sprout. Cooler surviving, just way too tanky with that walk ride.
Scanning.
And right now there's an Earn a Shadow complete on MP, so you want to get involved in all this small fight. And we're about to see another fight here on the top. Wisdom
Top
Shrine.
lane, yeah, Wisdom Shrine. They are going to fight, and yes, I will pay for it with his life, most probably, yes. And the Tidehunter is going to be extremely happy to pick the Wisdom Shrine as well as get that kill onto Overkill. He was not having a good time, and Sonic very well played, surviving.
He really need that kill. Also, they did secure the Radiant Wisdom, and at the last game, I think they lost both Wisdom.
Yes.
But this time they managed to secure one, and also they get the Ursa kill for Tidehunter. So that's the recover kill he really need for this Tidehunter right now.
Oh, wait, sorry. Last game, it was Kazakhstan who ended up losing both Wisdom moves because of the teleport coming in from the Underlord with the Fiend's Gate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the fight. I had some interesting moments from the previous game. Right now, it is quite even. They trade out the Wisdom Shrines as well. Shaq on this Marcy, farming up quite well. And we might have an engagement onto Harder here. NP is going to get run down. Cooler does have the stun available. He's going to get glimpsed back, holding on to the stun. Now going to use it onto Harder. Harder still fairly tanky and nice body blocks coming from Shaq. Is there going to be anything that they can do to stop it? No, it's not. And now the Marcy trying to get away. There's nothing to stop the TP. Both of them get out scot-free.
This is a big win, I feel, for Daya, forcing the Slada to rotate to the bottom, and they managed to TP out just in time without getting interrupted. So I feel like that's a small win for the Daya team.
No big items coming up for anyone so far. We have that. The Tiny picking up that face foot. Slada, Tiny, both quite even in terms of last hits. A few last hits behind on Slada, but it's all good right now. And now the Tidehunter is also recovering little by little. But it's a very slow process for him. He had a bad laning stage, so he will have to fall back into some stacks to come back into this.
It's gonna be a very slow game for Tidehunter, but this hero does pretty well in jungling with high level on the Anchors match. Can kill stack, can farm jungle pretty fast. But also means they're gonna free up this Ursa. It's gonna have a really good, very early battle-free timing. Currently 9 minutes with 4,000 net worth. It's gonna get very farm later and might be a big problem for the Radiant team.
They are trying to go on the Sven. We have the stun coming out from the Centaur as well, but the Marcy is going to get turned down. The Marcy falling down low, GS pop. And they will get the kill on the Sven. Sven ends up going down, and so does the Slada as the Tiny rotates in with the Avatars. Disruptor might pay for it with his life as well, but the Rylage is going to get popped. Is there anyone going to be there? Yes, they will find the return kill onto the Marcy. The Disruptor trying to run away. The Avalanche is going to be there holding him in place. The Glimpse not going to be good enough to save, but they might get root and kill onto Hardel as well. Picks up to now the TP coming in from the Batrider. Batrider ends up going down. 4 heroes dead. That's a 4-for-3 trade. 4-for-2 trade in the end. Yikes, lovely kisses coming out from that Snapfire, getting the Sven to start things off, and very good rotations coming out from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, because of all these early like kills they get on the Dire side, and Snapfire get a very early 9-minute level 6 that actually very early. Normally people get level 6 on support and 10 minute, but this Snapfire get a really early level 6. Also the Hell Dominator timing from Marcy just might see another kill here at the bottom with the Hell Dominator jump from Marcy.
That Tident is going to be in a lot of trouble, but he's so tanky. He survives the anchor smash, keeping him alive. The damage mitigation coming out from him, and now Snapfire might be the one to pay for it, but no, the NP comes in with the Sprout. The Tide Hunter is going to get earned up and will fall, and now it is going to be Disruptor dying as well. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade most probably, but no, Disruptor still surviving. He's playing around as the Batrider comes in. They might actually end up getting the NP here, the lasso to secure that kill, and in the end, Uzbekistan comes out on top, but no, as the Master jumps in, gets pushed back from. That was close, but a lovely play coming out from Shaq there, using his own creep, sending it forward and jumping in. Very nice play.
That's a build now on Marcy Core. Just get the Hell Dominator as his first item, so it's gonna always have a target to bounce around to fully utilize the rebound. And we see this, he make a lot of big jump, a good jump down there at the bottom lane. He almost got a Tidehunter kill, but they kind of underestimate how tanky is a Tidehunter with the Kraken shield active. But still, Dire right now, they're still in control, and this is a really strong timing for Marcy. And it's gonna get harder and harder later, because Ursa is about to finish his Battle Fury.
Oh, it's gonna get rough as it goes. Ursa has been free farming this entire time. There has been no pressure for him the whole game, and this was the story last game as well, where the Abaddon, he was playing the Abaddon last game. He essentially got like a free laning stage completely with no pressure whatsoever, and he's getting the same laning stage right now.
Yeah. Also, I think we need to talk about this item called Health Dominator. Not just because this item allowed Marcy to always have a unit to bounce around to fully utilize the rebound and his facet. Also, this item is busted, it's broken. With 45-second cooldown, and he could use the item every 45 seconds to dominate a creep. Also, he get the bounty and the experience on the unit he dominates. It's kind of like a Hand of Midas with a better utility.
Yeah, essentially a Hand of Midas, you're only missing out on the extra gold that you get with the Hand of Midas, but everything else is so much better on the Helm.
Yeah, you can see the Marcy just try to use it whenever it's off cooldown on the big creep, on the lane creep, just to get the extra farm, just to get the efficiency. And now he got this.
Might be a little bit of trouble. There is a smoke coming in from behind by the Snapfire, as well as the Tiny, obviously looking for one of the supports to immediately delete with that Avatos combo. But they're not going to find anything. They are still coming close. Might see the Batrider here. He does find it. The Avalanche toss is going to be there. The Killers to follow up. They will find the kill. But now the Disruptor comes into the fight. Does have the Static Storm. A good Static Storm onto the Tiny. Only the starter comes in with the stun. The Sven is going to join the fight as well. GS going to get popped. He might end up falling here. Is it going to be the neutral? No, he does end up falling through the starter. But in the meantime, Marcy going to work on the Titan. But Titan is so tanky. And the Marcy might end up falling here. Another bash coming through. The glimpse back onto the Snapfire as well. Kazakhstan falling apart as they're going to be able to run down the Snapfire as well. It's a triple kill for the starter. The Brain Dagger reveal, destroying Kazakhstan in that fight. They were looking for a pick. They found one, but the turnaround reaction, the team fight coming out from Uzbekistan, so much better.
Yeah, the Brain Dagger reveal really did destroy the dire aggression. I think they know that they are stronger. They thought they are stronger with the Tiny Haze Rune and with the Kisses. They're trying to put someone down with the chain stun with the Kisses, but they didn't expect the Blink Dagger coming from the Slaughter, and they turned that fight. And they punish them when they're trying to dive the tower with the Slaughter Dagger. That's a really good backup coming from the Radiant team. And right now, Dire, they have to be careful not to overplay again. They can't afford to lose, so they can't afford to give so much skill to the Radiant teams. Because Radiant team, they have pretty good mid-game hero with the Tidehunter, with a Blink Dagger timing later on the Batrider. And now, okay, speaking of Blink Dagger timing on Batrider, he just got it. 15-minute Blink Dagger timing, not so bad. And now they're about to get the kill on Ursa. Let's see.
In the meantime, Sven is also getting gone on, so both teams going on individual carries here. Overkill, he's going to get last one double stun, he's going to be there. The last one to hold him in place. In the meantime, Sven dies across the map on the other side, and they will find the Ursa in return here. So both cores are going to be traded, and it is going to be the Slada that gets picked up. So it was smoke on smoke. It was the Snapfire, Tiny, and the NP going after the Sven, whereas the rest of Uzbekistan was going after the Ursa.
Yeah, it's a really good play from both teams. They got a carry kill, and now we're gonna see some action here in the middle.
Oh, I'm not sure that was the smartest TP coming out from the Disruptor. He immediately gets bursted down by the Batrider. Now looking for the Snapfire. Slada knows that he's so strong. Marcy joins the fight, the toss, keeping the Slada out, but they will end up finding the Snapfire. But now Marcy trying to kill off Suniko. Suniko will end up falling with the Avalanche to help out, but Slada and the Titan, they're quite tight. They can keep chasing this. Slada needs to be careful about the toss. He's going to be able to toss the Titan back and get away at least for the time being. Gets trapped up. Sven is also around the area. GS available to be used. Tiny jumps back in with the Blink Dagger, with the Avalanche toss onto the Titan. Titan falling low. Does not the Ravage, but never gets it off. As Cooler is the next target in line, but he is going to be able to walk away. Yikes. A little bit more HP, and that fight might have been different, because if Titan gets Ravage off, that is Sven going to be laying down the damage. You have the Slada nearby as well. I don't mean a different fight entirely.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like Sven should give some respect to the Marcy and Tiny, because right now I feel like they pick Sven not to keep fighting, but to keep farming until he hits his item timing. So right now he has the Mask of Madness and Echo Saber. It's still too early for him to join all this fight, especially all this not so coordinated fight, because they lost the fight first. They lost the Disruptor at the start of the fight, so they just lost one hero already at the start, and also like they don't have really good damage right now, so they all depend on Sven to dish out damage. But Sven without Blink Dagger, it's just so hard for him to get on top of the target he wants.
Yeah, he's going to get kited continuously. In the meantime, we had the Batrider getting picked up again by the Tiny. Tiny gets glimpsed back, but in the meantime, we have the Ursa jumping onto the Disruptor as well. They are going to find the kill onto the Disruptor. Ravage going to get popped, and now Slada jumps in onto the Tiny. Tiny gets the Avalanche off, and now the stun coming through as well. The Tiny will find the fall. No, he survives. Tidehunter is not able to get it. Tiny blinks out, and he survives, and they will lose the Tidehunter as well as the Disruptor. And now it is next on to the Slada. Sven is the only man to survive. He's going to get run down as well. I think Overkill has the Blink Dagger available. The tumble, keeping himself alive. Cooler is going to be able to back off. That was again a very bad fight, and Tiny not dying there, that just hurts them so bad.
Yeah, and it's just not gonna just hurt their net worth, because Sven is trying to join, trying to contribute to all this team fight, but couldn't get anything. Also, and because of this, it's gonna get hurt a lot, like, mentally. They're gonna lose the momentum. They're gonna lose their game plan, because they need Sven to hit his item timing. Like by this point, he should have the Blink Dagger right now, but because he joined all this fight and couldn't get anything done, he's gonna get like his timing is gonna slowly missing out. And we can look at if you look at Ursa right now, he's like almost 10,000 net worth at 80 minutes. He has a dagger, he has a Battle Fury. He's supposed to get his Basher next. So later on, when he jump in, he's gonna get someone killed from 100 to 0 with his Basher.
Indeed, and I think the biggest problem for Uzbekistan there's always been Kazakhstan forcing the issue. It has never been Uzbekistan initiating these fights, and if Kazakhstan initiates the fights, they are going to be able to delete someone. Tiny is so strong in deleting one of the supports, and that's exactly what happened. They started off with the Disruptor, Tiny.
Quick blink out from both sides. Yeah,
he can easily delete a Disruptor is a free kill for the Tiny, right? Like one Avalanche shot, Disruptor is almost dead. And and there's already start the fight 4 versus 5. Whereas what should happen is Tidehunter and the Slada should be frontlining. They should be starting the fight, and then the Disruptor can get off a good ultimate. You have the Tidehunter Ravage follow up the Lasso as well. But in the meantime, as I said, the Tidehunter gets tossed back into 3 heroes there, and he will end up falling. He survived for such a long time, but not going to be good enough. And again, Kazakhstan playing around the timings. They know that the Tidehunter does not have Ravage, and that is a time that Uzbekistan does not want to fight.
Yeah, now it's gonna feel really bad for the Radiant team because they lost a Tide Hunter and they lost a Tormentor too. We need 20 Tormentor. It's one of the biggest objective at that mini map. So there's a lot of goal swing to the Dire team. So the shot provide like 1.4k net worth. Also, it give a lot of give like extra spell to some heroes. Let's see who got it.
They are going to smoke into this, but Koka has already picked up the Tormentor, the shard from the Tormentor, but there is a smoke being utilized by Uzbekistan. Yeah, they were trying to contest it. They were a little bit too late. In the meantime, there's a glimpse that they are trying to find the Tiny, but not going to be good enough. But in the meantime, so much damage onto the Disruptor, and Swen, my man, gets deleted. Passed up by Ursa. Ursa 100 to 0. The Swen. So unfortunate. Kisses are going to be flying out, and Disruptor is going to be put into the Kisses as he goes down. Kuka on the support Snapfire is on a dominating streak. Tidehunter will be the next in line. BKB popped on the Marcy. Tidehunter still surviving, but in the meantime, on the back line, we have the Slaughter going down. They get absolutely nothing for this. They lose 4, get 0 kills, and Kazakhstan looking to run away with this game.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same fight repeat in the middle just now. Like they're trying so hard to try to burst a target, but they couldn't. They let the target get away at very low HP. That's gonna feel really, really bad. And also, I need to give some credit to the Starfire just now, Puka. He plays a really good Starfire, and he utilizes his Scatter Plus, his cookies to slow down or to like fun life for his teammate. And because of that, they couldn't kill the Ursa. They couldn't kill anyone because of the Scatter Plus slow.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Yeah, it is very rough. Snapfire has been having a really good game, and even with now, I feel like what they should have been doing before, they're trying to do it now, and they missed out on the timing, right? Like,
yes,
they had to be initiating fights before, but now they are forcing a fight when your Swen is so far behind and when the other side is so far farmed. You shouldn't be forcing the fight. You should be looking to get that next item on the Swen, get a few items. That right is just
He's there, and now it's gone, and they might got Swen. Oh, the Avalanche almost canceled the Swen TP. It was very close.
Yikes.
And if you look at the Starfire network right now, Kuka, he's like overtaking the mid Slaughter already as a position 4 Starfire.
Wow.
My god. This guy is cooking, man.
Farmed.
Yeah.
He is cooking, and he's almost the same net worth as the Swen, and that's a Swen with a cleave who has been farming the entire time. So Snapfire is having the time of his life right now, and this is going to be Roshan as well. They're going to start working on this. Obviously, with another side, it's going to be quite easy to take. I don't think Uzbekistan can respond to this.
Yeah, there's no way to contest a Roshan right now. They're so far behind already. If you look at the graph, they are like 16k net worth behind. Yeah, and now they have the Aegis of Ursa, who is about to complete his BKB, so he has almost like 2 life. With BKB, we can count as 3 and top.
Oh, Swen gets caught out. Kisses fly out. Avalanche toss to clean up the kill, and Hardel picks up the kill, or rather steals the kill with the Wrath of Nature. Kill steal.
There's a good kill steal.
Another one. Next. Oh, it's actually the Batrider who goes down, and Disruptor dies out to the Cookie. And this is just tempo coming out from Kazakhstan. They hit their item timings, and they're playing the tempo extremely well.
They're just getting kills everywhere, man. And right now, they can just do everything they want. Swen, who has no BKB yet, is gonna die to 1 stun into and kisses. You can see just now, Tiny and Starfire just handle Swen really well. The carry just died to 3 spell.
Yeah, they can just essentially move around in a pair of 2 and just be killing heroes. In the meantime, Slaughter might be in a little trouble. Avalanche from the low ground, very nicely played, and they will find the kill onto the Slaughter. Tidehunter needs to be careful. He's going to get jumped on by the Ursa. Trying to kill off the Tidehunter, but Tidehunter is quite tanky. There is a stun. Slaughter buys back into the fight, and now they might have overstayed this welcome, but the Tidehunter falling so low. The Static Storm is going to be on top, but the Avalanche toss from the back line is so good. They will find the Disruptor, they will find the Batrider as well, and they find the Tidehunter. There is just not enough damage as the Swen trying to cleave through everyone, only going to find the Ursa who had Aegis. They should not have been forcing this fight, because Overkill is the man who had the Aegis. It was so close, but Tiny is playing such an amazing game. It's the same player who was playing Iesf last time around.
Yes.
He is having the time of his life.
Yeah, definitely this guy is making a lot of good play in this series, and in that last fight, it's almost a team fight, and Startup bought back. So it's like almost a team fight, and they only lost the Aegis on Ursa, so they lost no one and they killed 5 hero. And right now, 25 minutes with 25k gold lead is like a minute, 1,000 gold lead per minute. That's a lot.
Yeah, it is very, very rough for Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan did have the better draft, but I feel like they misplayed their hand very badly.
Yeah, this get ran over by this very fast tempo play style from the Dire team. The Tiny running around, and MP can always be there with the teleport. And also Snapfire always there at the right place at the right time to follow up with damage and the kisses. So right now,
I think Snapfire has been the playmaker. He has had such an amazing game on the hero. He is making plays left, right, and center for the team.
Yeah.
And the bloodbath continues.
Yeah, so Stada, oh, that's a dieback. So 70 seconds without Stada, that's a long timer. So right now, I feel like the game plan right now for Radiant to come back into this game, they have to slow it down. They might need to wait for the Sven BKB before they could take the next fight. But middle.
BKB alone might not be enough. I think he needs BKB deadless. He's just lacking damage overall.
Yeah,
and meantime, they will find another kill onto the Sven. That was Shaq who is going to find it. They might find a Batch Rider as well. Massive with that are looking for Disruptor as well. It is an absolute bloodbath here as Kazakhstan is running circles around Uzbekistan as they head on into this tier 2 tower as well.
Yeah. The game is going to be really hard for Radiant because they have BKB already on Marcy. They also have BKB on middle. They're trying to go on the TIE Hunter. That's a big kill if they could get it.
Yeah, it's a huge kill if they can get Stoss back as well, and he is getting bursted down. He's holding on to the Ravage because there is no one to follow up, and that's a full 5-man team wipe, and I think this game just might be over for Uzbekistan.
Oh, the man don't jinx it.
I mean, I would love for them to make a comeback, but it's looking very rough.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see for Radiant to come into this game too, because they just lost the key on the Radiant side, and also the heat on Marcy BKB on Ursa, which means the TIE Hunter can be very useless. It's very hard to ravage the Ursa and Marcy who has BKB. Just so tanky, busy sitting with like 3 armor and almost 3,000 HP. Just impossible to kill anyone.
Then they're missing out on right now. As I said, there is a lasso, but the immediate avalanche stopping it. Snapfire gets flagged in. That's a big kill. If they can find it, the Ravage flies out as well, but they can't find absolutely anyone as the Disruptor bites back. Sven goes down, and this is just very difficult to watch. They couldn't kill the support Snapfire. They popped lasso, Ravage for it, and the Snapfire is essentially full HP.
Yeah.
That is a rough one. And the Tiny blinks back forward again, and that is going to be the toss back onto the Slider, down for 50 seconds. There is a buyback on the Sven, but I don't think, no GS as well, so there isn't essentially any point doing it. And they will find 2 sets of racks by the looks of it.
In the last team fight, MP, he just teleported to the back line. Sven was trying to kill the MP who is alone at the back inside the tree line on the MP, but the Scatter Plus slow, the 1 second, 100% attack speed and movement speed slow actually make the difference. Because of that, Sven couldn't get a lot of kills in a lot of team fight. And right now, they're about to get Mega Creep.
Yeah, they're forced. I mean, they can essentially go for this tier 3 as well. This might
there's
be
no Ravage.
No Ravage, no Static Storm, no GS. Only the lasso is up now, and there is really no way that Uzbekistan can fight into this. But respect from Kazakhstan, they will back off. Don't want to throw away the lead that they have, I guess. So there is a lasso though onto the Marcy. The stun is going to be there. No BKB. He pops the BKB. He survives. Sven gets deleted from 100 to 0 by the Marcy as well as the Ursa. They will finally get that kill onto the Marcy, but it is going to be the Titan to fall. Sada is the next one to follow as the toss is going to be there for the Ursa as he brings down the Disruptor as well. The buyback coming out from the Marcy. He wants to join back into the fight. Then he's going to get kited around the slow, coming out from that scatterblood. He's going to get stunned up, bash up, and he's dead. And out for 75 seconds. And this is the Tidehunter's buyback as well.
Oh, they caught it.
Ay.
They caught it, man. It's too hard for them. Yeah.
Indeed. Had the draft, I think misplayed the early game a little bit and never really recovered afterwards.
Yeah. I think entire team they realized their potential in the laning phase, and the snowball really hard from there. We can see just now at Ursa, he just dominate the lane and he push the hero to his limit. He even contest the wisdom. He don't care even if he die. Just want to assess some dominance, and he did really well on the top lane. Also, Tiny and Starfire in the mid game, both of them just did a lot with the magical damage. Avalanche toss into the kisses, just get a lot of good kill. And even at the bottom fight, Stada managed to get some good play with the first Blink Dagger reveal, but it's still not enough because the Marcy also really strong. It's just too many heroes for Radiant to deal with that. Also, I feel like if you look at KDA right now, Sven is just not having a good game. And the way he played the hero, we can see he's struggling. He's trying so hard to contribute, but it just didn't go. It just didn't go as their plan. Unfortunate for them.
Yeah, they I think forced a bit too much in the early game and never really farmed up on the Sven. And Sven, when you fall behind, doesn't really do anything. We saw even with a couple of items, he just gets deleted. He wants to be ahead, not behind. And multiple occasions we saw, I think Tiny is 100% the player for this Kyrgyzstan team. I think he made so many big plays across the map after he got the Blink Dagger. We saw a bit of a mess up on the bottom lane when they did dive the Tidehunter, but afterwards it was just really nice combinations from him, going on the right targets, saving the teammates, creating the openings that the team needed to just dominate the game.
Yeah, perfect gameplay from them from game one. I got impressed by the SF, and this game he played a faster tempo hero with the Tiny, also dominate the whole game. It's just amazing gameplay from them. Solid. Yeah, almost flawless.
Almost flawless. That particular Avatar's top, that was just destructive. They didn't get anything out of it. It looked like a really good fight until that Tiny jumped in with a really good 3-man Avatar, and that was it.
Yeah. And I believe that's a 2-0, right? That's a 2-0, and they won the series. Wow. And compared to game 1, dominant. Game 2 was faster than we thought.
Yeah, I was expecting Uzbekistan with the draft that they had to be really good in this game. I mean, I preferred their draft over Kazakhstan, but the tempo that Kazakhstan played with the pickoffs that they were getting around the map, they just really did not care. They was running into people, killing them off, and played a very high tempo game. Was supposed to be a game 3, but nevertheless, it's Kazakhstan. Congratulations to them on winning out the best of 3 in really nice 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, 0-2, and I feel like maybe they also struggle from the game 1 because I feel like a lot of people say like best of 3, the first game is really important because of the because of the momentum they get from game number 1. It's the also it did boost their morale from the game 1. So
I think momentum is so important, right? You carry. To win a game, it is going to be a lot easier to win the game number 2 once you win the first game. Yeah. And it just carries on afterwards. The momentum, to break a momentum, it's quite hard. I think we see that in any esports that is there, like whether it's Dota or anything else. I think momentum is so important because that's what gives you the confidence to play your heroes kind of to the limit, essentially.
That's true. And I'm not sure if they still have more games in the qualifier. I need to look at the group stage standing again to double confirm.
Hopefully, we will look into it and we shall confirm. But don't go anywhere. We do have another match in a while. Not right now, but we do have another match coming up in around another 20 to 30 minutes. There should be another BO3 coming your way. We'll have the match details to you for that as well. It will be me and Johan joining for that BO3 as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be the West Asia qualifier, so stay tuned for more to that, boys.
Yeah, for sure. But also, in the meantime, if you all do want to check out the standings of your favorite team or your country, make sure you all head on into the iesf.gg page, where the schedules are there, where the matchups are there, and the past matches on what has exactly happened. But so far today, we have had around 4 to 5 matches. We had Pakistan, Philippines, which ended in victory for Philippines. They won out 1-0. And then we had Malaysia, Bhutan. Malaysia definitely the team to beat in this group. Malaysia won out 1-0. And then we had Thailand. Nepal was a bit of a stop on that particular game. Thailand won out very easily with a rampaging Shadow Fiend. And then it was Mongolia, Indonesia, which was again won by Mongolia. The next team to watch out for, very underrated, like Yuhang said, might be the team in the finals up against Malaysia in that group. But it is still Dota. We might see an upset somewhere down the line.
Yeah, it's Dota too. You never know. It's a full surprise.
Yeah, definitely. We have all. It is not unheard of where you see an upset towards the latter part, or you have the top team just falling in the winners bracket, or during the group stages, not even qualifying in the end of the day. You have this one team that is going to qualify, but they don't end up. Come tournament day, things are different. It is going to be how well you play on that particular day, and all these players are quite very evenly matched. And I think certain teams are working a little bit better together than the others, and hence why you see these type of games where one team essentially stomps another team. It is not. I feel like more to do with coordination rather than skill difference between these players.
Yeah. And I believe we're going to go for a short break before we head into the West Asia qualifier. And for all the viewers who are watching right now, go get your snack, get your popcorn, and get ready for more Dota later.
Yeah, see you guys. We'll be back in around 20 minutes.
Yeah, see you.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the Asia Oceania Qualifiers, and you're on air with me Tara, as well as joining me on the cast is
Hello.
Yuhan. We're here for another interesting BO03. We have Iran taking on Oman. Am I right?
Yes. Iran against Oman.
Do you know the two teams? Do you have any idea? Have you seen them play before?
It's my first time. I tried to go through their the player profile, try to look it up on like some other website. I didn't get to see much detail, but I'm expecting some high quality Dota also in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, hopefully we get all 3 games here. Last series ended in a 2-0, but the first game was quite close, but the second game was essentially a storm. So hopefully this time around we will go the distance. More Dota is always definitely more entertaining and always good to see.
Yeah.
So hopefully both the teams will give us a good matchup here. Coming from the previous game, do you think this Shadow Fiend should be let through?
I think if they don't have an answer to deal with the SF, they don't have like a good counter or a good way to deal with it, I think they shouldn't let it through. But if they have, I think it's okay to let it through, because I think SF definitely have a lot of weakness throughout the game. And especially in this mid lane SF, this hero rely on his item a lot, the dagger, the Kaya and Yasha, in order to do the better Requiem with the lower cast time Requiem. So this hero require a lot of item, also require some help from the teammate with one disable, or then only he could like get the perfect Requiem off in most of the situation. So yeah, unless they have, if they prepare for the hero, yes, they can let it through. If not, it's better to ban it out.
Yeah, I feel like if you don't have an answer for that hero, you really need to ban it out. Shadow Fiend is in a very strong spot. I feel like it's a very S tier core right now, and it's a very flexible pick as well.
Yeah.
And like they need to find an answer, unless otherwise the hero tends to like run around just doing whatever he wants. And we saw it in the last series in game number 1, where they did not have an answer for the SF, got ahead in the laning stage and never looked back afterwards. And I feel like he has to be first phase banned for sure. I feel like in terms of, yes, the hero does have its weaknesses. It's a very weak hero in the early game. Just after the laning stage is quite strong, but just after that laning stage, when things start happening around the map, when ganks are happening, when team fights are happening, then the hero kind of becomes a little bit weak, because you need to find that proper positioning to get your Requiem off, because you're not going to be really farmed up where you have this low cooldown on your, or rather low cast time on your Requiem, or you don't have this dagger to reposition yourself. So that's where the hero kind of falls off, and you need to be able to punish this. Yes, the laning stage is going to be rough against it, but if you can deal with it in the mid game, will be quite nice. And then playing into the hero without any disables, it's just a death sentence at this point. We saw it in that previous game where there was barely any disables, and the SF just ran rampage across the whole game. But having said that, we do have this match starting up. We should be able to get to the draft very shortly. Going to be interesting to see whether we are going to see some cheese picks, or whether we will see something interesting. I really do want to see something interesting coming out from one of these teams. So far, we haven't seen it. I feel like it has always been very standard hero pickups, but it's a best of 3. So
yeah, it's gonna be a very fun series in this matchup. And best of 3, like you say in the previous best series, we're gonna expect a lot of like cheesy pick between the teams, and they have a lot of like it's not a best of 1, so it's a best of 3, so it means they have a lot of time to plan for their next game, especially during the draft. Like you mentioned just now, should we let the SF through or no? Like this kind of question they should be always thinking in their mind during their drafting phase.
Yeah, and we just have the draft starting up. We should have it on screen shortly. But yeah, we are already into some interesting bans as well. So we'll get to that when it's on screen for everyone. But The next hero that I think is just fairly broken is essentially the Disruptor. I feel like it's such a good position 5 right now, does so much. We didn't see it work out too well in the last series, but when the players are made, it's quite nice to see, and you understand how strong of a laner this hero is. And right now, we do have the draft on screen. So we have the Dazzle being banned out alongside the Undying. That's a little bit of a weird first phase.
Yeah. Also, Snapfire, Jakiro, Pangolian, Pudge. Pudge ban coming from Team Iran. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I didn't expect a Pudge first phase ban. Maybe they don't want to let us have the fun, not to let the player and the viewer have the fun watching this series to take away the Pudge.
Maybe also I feel like they might have played against each other.
Maybe
up to the tournament, or they might know something that we don't. Maybe there is this, Gendy level Pudge player on the opposing side who plays Pudge only and specializes in Pudge.
Yeah.
But what happens is you leave heroes like the Dawnbreaker out, who is currently so good in the patch, getting picked up immediately.
Yeah. Instant Marcy pick up after a Dawnbreaker pick, and looks like that both team has some planning here. They know the idea that the first hero they want to pick, and looks like I can tell by the way they pick the hero, they have a plan. So Dawnbreaker first pick is definitely one of the solid hero right now in this meta. With the Solar Guardian, he has one of the best counter initiation with piercing BAB control from that spell. And Marcy from the last game, from the last series, if you did watch the last game, Marcy is one of the pretty good hero right now in this current meta. It's one of the best melee support, I feel, because he has a lot of potential when he hit level 2 with the rebound and dispose, has a lot of kill potential. Even we place it in the core role as position 1 or position 3 with the health dominated build. That hero is pretty strong as well. And Doom pickup, wow. That's
I saw this in the previous patch, but to be fair, I haven't seen this in the tournament. In this particular tournament, I haven't seen this hero getting picked up. But he was quite strong in the previous patch, right?
Yeah, he got nerfed a little bit in this small patch, in the D patch. I believe it's the Devour Goal got nerfed, I think. But that doesn't change the hero that much with the Devil Bargain Facet. The hero still want to do the same thing, buy the Midas, sell it, and get the faster, earlier Radiance timing in the core Doom position. And with the ulti ability, it's still one of the best concept one of the best ulti concept of the hero. Being able to take away a hero out of the team fight with one spell, that's still pretty strong, I feel, for that hero. And we see a Lion and Winter Wyvern pick coming from Team Oman. That's a very solid support pickup. An instant Invoker and DK pick. Wow.
I absolutely love this. I always like casting games with invokers in them. It's so much of spells being thrown around. It's so much of fun to cast. This wombo combo playstyle that Invoker always brings to the table. And to be fair, he's in a really good spot, the hero, especially the exalt facet that Invoker has, the Cataclysm, which spawns Forge Spirits.
Fire Spirit, yeah. Oh, Force Spirit.
Forge Spirits next to the Sunstrike targets. Yeah. It's quite nice. It gives this a lot of damage, armor minus across the board with the Forge Spirits coming out, and a lot of control as well. But having said that, I really like the Lion pick. Obviously, one of the favorite supports in the current patch. Wyvern, not entirely sure. Very strong though. We have seen matches with the Wyvern. Good Winter's Curse is all you need, and does give that save against a little bit of a save against the Doom damage as well. Keeping the target alive as long as possible. So it's nice. And then you have Solar Guardian on top of it. So this Doom's initial impact is going to be negated quite a bit with the Solar Guardian on top of the Doom target, as then you have the Cold Embrace as well to heal the target back up. So it's quite nice. And they do have Troll out there as well. I feel like Troll is another core hero that doesn't really care about getting Doom.
Yeah. When we see Doom, usually there's only a few heroes that that we want to play into Doom. The first one should be Wraith King. Having 2 life, it just good against hero like Doom, who only can, because once we did, it's gonna respawn with full HP and mana, and the Doom will be dispelled. And the other hero should be the Medusa. That's the second. I feel like that's the second best hero against Doom, because the hero don't really mind getting Doom. He's just so tanky with the mana shield, and even he got Doom if he has the speed shot turned on. I think that hero still can have a lot of impact during the team fight. So looks like they got one of the second best hero against Doom right now. Also instant AM ban to make sure Medusa have the good game, because AM is one of the probably the best counter against Medusa in out of all these heroes.
Yeah, I think anti-mage for sure, but I feel like also at the same time I don't see this Radiant team picking up anti-mage. I feel like it would have been extremely greedy, because you have these very greedy cores right now. You have Invoker, Doom, DK, like all these heroes require a lot of farm, right? Your early game is like it has to be all about farming. Like you have to hit your timings on Radiance, the Blink Dagger on the DK, Invoker with at least maybe like a Rod, or even go against straight off the bat. But they do take time. But so picking up the anti-mage on top of it, you're just writing yourself a death sentence for the early game. So maybe you shouldn't have worried about that ban, but they just want to make sure that this Medusa is safe. And with this though, this Medusa is going to be extremely hard to kill. You have Cold Embrace, Solar Guardian on top of an already tanky Medusa.
Oh, an OD last pick on the Dire team. So they're gonna have another sort of like another skill to save the target with the Astra. And last pick Ursa coming from Iran. I'm not sure if that Ursa is good enough to out carry the Medusa. When I look at this Ursa and I look at Dire lineups, I feel like it's gonna be a very rough game for him. It's gonna get kited to the Solar Guardian or the Astra or the save from the Cold Embrace. Also these Winter Curse, it's gonna mess up with the Ursa team fight gameplay later. To be honest, I don't like this Ursa last pick.
Yeah.
And what do you think about that?
For sure, and even Ursa, the way that the Ursa is being played right now, you tend to go for that Battle Fury early, and until you get your Blink Dagger, that is going to be at 15 minutes, 16 minutes into the game by the time you have Battle Fury and Blink Dagger both. This Ursa hero is not going to do anything until then for these team fights, and I feel like with the anti-mage, if the Ursa goes Battle Fury, it's again very greedy from Iran. Like all these heroes require so much of farm, whereas Oman, they have these very early game skirmish power with the Wyvern and the Lion and even the Solar Guardian, because even without a single item, that Solar Guardian does so much for the team fight. It allows the hero to be effective. And then you have these saves with the Astral coming out again. Yes, Medusa is also another greedy hero, but unlike on the Dire side, this Medusa is not going to be killable that easily. Like, to kill this Medusa, they need a lot of items, and on their side, they have a lot of save for the Medusa. So I feel like the Oman draft is better. I think it's quite a bit better than the Iran. It's not by a small margin. I feel like they have the better draft outright.
Yeah, I think I'm with you too, Oman, for game 1.
Yeah, for sure. But with that, we should be getting into the game if all the players are loading in. Laning stages are going to be interesting. Where do you think this hero? Who is the support here? Is it the Doom with the DK? Like, I'm confused now.
Okay, let me have a look.
Essentially,
so we saw
at this point
Marcy with the pick me up facet, so that tells me that it's gonna be a support.
Yeah,
Marcy, and I don't think DK or Ursa can be a support right now in this current meta. So Ursa and DK should be core. So it's either Evoker or Doom is gonna be the support. It looks like Evoker support now.
Yeah, because he has gone for the Vex facet as well.
Yeah.
So pretty much going to be the controller, but I feel like that's very greedy from the side of Iran. But on the other side, very standard OD is 100% going to be going mid with the Medusa on that core role, and then we will have the Dawnbreaker on that off lane. And as usual, we do have a bit of a pause in the game as all the players have loaded in. Very standard, it's online Dota. You're bound to happen. Only time that this does not happen is at lands, And when everything is ready, it starts, and that's about it. But online Dota, you are guaranteed of multiple pauses at some point.
Can't go on a game without a pause. It is how it is.
It is how it is, and unless all these players are at the same venue playing together, each individual player is going to have some sort of an issue coming up, because if they're playing in their home setup, playing on their own connection, there might be different reasons as to why you have these tech pauses. That's why LAN is a little bit more entertaining and much smoother in that sense. But I mean, online Dota is it's quite good. We do have the game resuming back up, so we should be having it on screen for you all shortly. But having said that, Dia looking very strong. Oman with a much better draft going into this game. We'll have to wait and see what Iran is going to be able to do against this. They need to get ahead early, I feel like.
Yeah, I do like this Dia. Also the reason why they have really good counter initiation, so it's gonna make it very hard for Marcy to or DK or Ursa who want to run in to make a play. All these heroes, they want to jump in and burst kill a target. But by having Winter Wyvern, Dawnbreaker, and OD in the game, it just makes their job harder. There's a lot of things they need to worry about. The save coming from Astra, the save coming from Cold Embrace or the Sword Art Guardian. I'm not sure which target they need to go on, because they have a lot of multiple ways to save the target right now on the Dia team.
30 seconds to battle.
Very interesting pathing there by the Iranian team. Went into the triangle, now going into that top NB jungle. But by the looks of it, the initial bounties are going to be traded between these two teams. Yeah, like I said, the problem is going to be killing a target because of the numerous amounts of saves that Oman has. You have Astral, you have Medusa, who is extremely tanky, Cold Embrace, and then Solar Guardian as well. So multiple saves for a target. Ursa is going to get kited.
Oh, we might see a first blood.
Quite a bit. Oh,
maybe no.
DK want to get a little bit cute. There's still an opportunity though. Will find the Astral. The Splinter Blast not hitting the Impel to follow up as well. DK getting cute, might end up falling, but a lovely save there coming out from the Marcy.
Okay, that's a good save, but DK still start the game with 50% HP against OD. That's not fun.
Yeah.
Even he has a pretty good, decent base HP regen, but still not having the full HP here in the lane might be a bit harder.
Oh my god,
And
Oman
Marcy.
is not letting Ireland catch a break here.
Wow. That's a good
Throwing
play
the
coming
Marcy.
from,
Yeah.
from the Dawnbreaker and Lion, trying to punish the Marcy, who is gonna take that way, take that path back to the safe lane. But because of that play, I think Dawnbreaker and Lion lost some XP and farm in the lane, 2, maybe 3 last hit.
Yeah. The only good thing that I was thinking about is that Invoker actually helps against the Medusa just because of the EMP, and he is playing that Vex talent, so he is going for those Tornado EMP combinations, which is going to help a little bit against the Medusa, especially in that early game. Not once he has farm, I feel like that doesn't do enough. But towards the early game, this EMP is going to be doing some work against this Medusa.
Yeah, definitely. The extra mana burn is gonna be pretty effective against a hero like Medusa, who rely on mana a lot.
What happened bottom lane? I see Ursa on absolutely no HP at all. And Marcy of course got low before, but what happened to Ursa?
Yeah, I think Dawnbreaker, the hero itself, is just a strong laner. And especially during this... Oh, wait, dispose? Okay, I thought it's gonna be a kill. There's no follow-up. So Dawnbreaker recently, he just got some buff on his innate. It used to be the what's that called? I can't remember the old innate ability called, but it's kind of like a mech.
Starbreaker?
Starbreaker
is your first skill.
Yeah.
Luminosity.
Yeah. It's kind of like his innate used to be like a vision thing, but now it's like a more like a damage thing. So now he just got a lot of free damage at the start of the game with his innate. So right now we can see Dawnbreaker with just Bracer. He has like 61 plus 7 damage and with almost 1000 HP. It's just not easy for Ursa to deal with that in the lane.
Yeah, and really nice. Top lane, we might have a go on to the Medusa. Really low on mana, but she's still so tanky. Like, even after the EMP, one snake and she recovers quite a bit of mana back. And like,
Bottom?
Bottom, they are trying to go onto the Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker needs to be careful. He is trying to run away. The Self-Jammer is going to be there, but this is going to be a dead Dawnbreaker. One more hit. Does not get the Lotus in time, and that is going to go towards the Marcy.
Yeah, Ursa also, he did bought the early pool of speed. It's going to help him to get the kill. It's going to help him to chase down Dawnbreaker. And he even bought the wind lane, so he doubled out on the movement speed just to make sure he could... Oh, Lion might be in trouble. Wow, perfect spell casting. Yeah.
The problem is, if either one of these heroes are caught out alone, I feel like Dawnbreaker and Lion are quite susceptible to dying just because of the damage output that is coming from the Ursa and of course the control from Marcy with the dispose as well. So they need to be careful on how they play it, and they can't be throwing. For example, Lion cannot just randomly impale mana drain.
Yeah.
I feel like as soon as Lion does that, that's like a dead hero in that lane. You need to hold on to that impale until maybe you want to really go for a kill where they are low enough or as a save. In the meantime, shenanigans happening on this bottom lane as the Lion gets disposed back up again, and Ursa already A9 on a killing spree.
Yeah, like you said just now, Lion cannot anyhow use his impel. Just now he just used his impel on the Marcy to dish some damage, and Marcy take the advantage of that window to go for the kill on Lion, and now Lion's gonna die with TP on cooldown. So which means this bottom lane is kind of hard right already for Dawnbreaker.
It's gonna get gone on very easily as the Splinter Blast along with the damage coming out from the Medusa, and Medusa secures that kill. Medusa has no mana, so now the Doom wants to have a look at this. He might actually get this kill here. Shadow down to low HP, but the Cold Embrace coming through and heals him back to full HP. Very rough. Doom still looking for it. He does not have Scorched Earth anymore, so cannot really dive the Medusa under tower, but yikes.
Middle, Evoker TP down.
Invoker cheated mid. Doom might be in a little trouble. The EMP flies out, but the Astral obviously keeping himself alive. But the Tornado to follow up as Zesty on that Invoker with a nice rotation onto that mid lane, getting that kill. As I say, that Dawnbreaker on that bottom lane dies again to Ursa. Things are looking rough, and Iran needed to win this early game, and they are doing it in spades.
Yeah, we like just now before the game start, we're failing on the dire drop. But if they don't have a good start in the lane, it doesn't matter if they have a good line out. They won't get to the mid game. They won't get to the late game if they lose the lane so hard. And right now, Dawnbreaker I don't think he could play the lane anymore if he got left alone.
Indeed, and Medusa is not farming that well. She has only 19 last hits. Or the 20 now, and in the meantime, Doom going to get harassed a little bit out of the lane, but Scorched Earth, not the easiest of targets to bring down.
Yeah, he also has this ability called Ice Armor from the Devour. The extra armor and the attack is slow. It's going to help us a lot against Medusa and Wyvern in the lane.
Yeah, this Doom does not care. He just picked up the outpost in front of the Wyvern space. In the meantime, bottom lane, they are trying to go on to the line all over again. Lion will be the one to fall as A9 is already on a mega kill streak. Good God, this man is fat.
Wow.
As I say, that Doom manages to pick up a kill onto the Wyvern.
Yeah,
Early game going extremely well.
Dawnbreaker
Dawnbreaker might be in trouble here as well. Good Starbreaker there, keeping himself alive. The Celestial Hammer going to work as well, but this Marcy doing so much work as they pick the kill up onto the Dawnbreaker. Will get a return, but yikes, this is going to be a very fast battlefield for the Ursa.
Yeah, and they're still owning top at the same time. They're getting killed everywhere at top and bottom.
Yeah, kills happening across the board as the Invoker goes down bottom lane, but they will find that core kill onto the Medusa, and this Doom does not scare. easily. As with the Scorched Earth, he's going to sit there and hit the Wyvern, but Wyvern is going to have a Splinter Blast, so Doom needs to be a little bit careful. In the meantime, Ursa in a little bit of trouble here, trying to go for that Wisdom Shrine as the Lion picks it up, and now the Mana Drain goes through, the Impel to follow up as well. They might finally bring him down. Does not have the ultimate, but the Ursa will get the return kill, and the gold is going to get split up. And in the meantime, the OD dies solo? Oh no, Masi rotated mid, kill off the OD.
Wow, too many kills happen at the same time. I think our camera is gonna have a rough time as well in this game, number 1 already. But yeah, so far I think Radiant, they're doing better than we thought. So at 7 minutes, both teams managed to get the 7-minute wisdom. That's very, very important.
Oh,
and
Doom going to be utilized on the Wyvern. The Solar Guardian is going to be there on top, so not going to be enough. Or can they find a return kill? They will find the Invoker, but the mana gets completely drained away. Pops the 1 charge, so he's going to have that Starbreaker. Will find the kill onto the Invoker with the Impel, and the Lion steals it. My man, give it to the core. Random Impel thrown out, and he will find the kill on too. So a couple of return kills for Oman.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
yeah, they get some kills, and but right now, if you look at the goal, mid tower is gone. 8 oh
minutes
wow,
in.
8 minutes. Okay. And I think I remember there's a stat say that whoever lost the mid tier 1 tower first, there's a very high chance they might lose the game. Yeah,
Might actually be true, and especially losing it this early. We are not even into 10 minutes now, and the mid tower is gone. The power of the DK showing.
Yeah.
He had a nice time. There was a nice rotation onto the mid lane to grab that kill onto the OD, and then the Masi rotated in and killed off the OD all over again. So, and now EMP into the tornado. The Astral is going to be there. OD is trying to TP out from here, but not going to be enough as they pick up the kill. And now they want to chase after the Wyvern. The Botafan is going to be running away, but might not be able to get out. Hold Snap might be coming off, cool down in a little bit. Yes, it does, and the Earn Charge will go on. There's a lovely Winter's Curse there, but will they find the kill? They will not find the kill as the Invoker survives, and Masi coming in at the clutch of time, and it's going to be the Lion falling as well. It's an absolute disaster for Oman. As 1 by 1, they fall like flies, 1 by 1, just feeding the enemy team at this point.
yeah.
Invoker playing on the edge of life. Oh,
Yeah, from bad to worse right now. 10 minutes, they have already at 5k gold on the Radiant team. They're losing the mid tier 1 tower at 8 minutes. That's a power of DK with a corrosive dragon facet. But I didn't expect this matchup DK against OD can go this bad. I feel like OD can do pretty well against DK in the mid lane. Maybe it could be the Masi rotation. Speaking of Masi, it's gonna be on the top lane dealing with this Medusa.
Yeah, and they do have the EMP available, but now the Solar Guardian on top of the Doom is going to be used onto the Medusa. Medusa loses all that mana, and he might end up falling here. The Cold Embrace keeping him alive for the time being, but there is so much damage onto him as the Medusa finally falls. Masi might be in a little bit of trouble trying to run away. They might find the kill onto the Wyvern, but no. Wyvern survives for the time being. They find the kill onto the Winter Wyvern as well as the Lion. They're looking for more. DK does have another Dragon Tail coming off cooldown a little bit, but can he close the gap is going to be the question.
Okay. No. It's not gonna get.
Run away. But things keep getting worse and worse for Oman here as Iran just seems to be running circles around them. The laning stage going extremely well. And going back to what you were saying, that OD DK lane is actually OD favored. It's just that the OD can't. Oh, as I say that, this might be another kill onto the OD. The Discourse is going to be there. Pops the ultimate. Almost kills off the Masi, but that's not the case as the OD goes down as well. 19 kills to 5. Iran is in a very commanding position as the Medusa dies again. No way.
OD, more like oh no. And
back-to-back levels.
somehow on the cliff, I think Masi is toying with his own allies. Oh no!
I was just playing around as the Invoker goes down. Doesn't even really matter at this point. They're so far ahead at this point. The support dying doesn't really do anything to that even.
Yeah. I think at this point, I'm not sure what Dire heroes can. This is not. They're not doing. They're not winning as they're supposed to. Because OD losing the mid lane and now Medusa need time to recover. and Dawnbreaker don't really have a lane to go. They're falling up. And he's gonna have his Dragon Hole, which means he's gonna go for some pressure on the map. So he's looking to try to pressure mid lane with the Dragon Form. And meanwhile, Ursa just looking for any potential kill down here. Marcy, jump in.
Jump in
That's the
onto
game.
the Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker goes down yet again. Things are looking extremely bad right now, as it is going to be the Lion as well. Another stun onto the Winter Wyvern, and the OD gets put up in the air, and he's going to fall. 4 heroes behind the tier 2 tower and in front of the tier 3. Just things are looking absolutely bad for this Oman team.
It's gonna be really rough for them if they want to come back to this one. They can put everything, they can put all their hope on Medusa. Hopefully he could get fed and carry the game, but that's gonna be like a 40-minute things in order for Medusa to come back. And look at Ursa, just find himself alone like, all the way down here.
He's so strong, the Solar Guardian going to be on top of the Ursa. Ursa might have overstayed his welcome here. He does not have enrage as he finally falls. That's just, okay.
Okay. Looks like Ursa had some chance away to keep the game going. That's okay. More fun for the viewer, more fun for the caster too. But like giving away like this gonna cost them some it's gonna cost them some.
Yeah,
and look at Marcy and Yorker.
They are just toying with them. They are sitting on top of a ward as well. Oh no, he gets hexed up. The Impel is going to be there, but the DK is around the area and drags the DK into the Lion. 2 hits, bang bang, and the Lion dead. That Lion does not have level 6. Poor man.
Oh man, 40 minute don't have a level 6. Kind of rough for him.
Yeah.
It's
I
not
really,
supposed.
it's heartbreaking to see a Lion being manhandled like this. But yeah, Oman had the draft, but definitely does not seem to have worked out for them as Iran. Iran, I feel like they outplayed them on all the lanes at this point.
Yeah, and right now, Dire they don't have a map to play. They can't really go out and farm. They only have a few like assets on the neutral camp. Like down here, Medusa he has 2 camps to farm. He can't even go to the triangle, his own triangle to farm.
They can't really do anything. DK is just way too tanky. I thought there might be a play here. Marcy is playing around. They are going to be using the Winter's Curse onto the Marcy. Marcy getting low here, but the save coming out. Dawnbreaker still not going to be able to get that kill as the Doom flies out onto the OD, and they will find the Dawnbreaker. No, the Cold Embrace comes out, and they are looking for the kill. The Finger of Death not enough as Doom survived, and they will lose the Dawnbreaker in the end. They are not going to get the kill with the Finger even. This line is so sad right now. DK so tanky in the tier 3 tower, gets the kill onto the line. Armlet toggles him way out of him. Ay,
indeed. They're just playing around in front of the enemy tier 4 and without getting caught. The DK still alive with the armlet toggle. This is illegal, man. This is illegal.
Indeed. And this Invoker is also quite farmed now. He's has the Urn of Shadow going. Looking to what was he going for? I didn't see it for a moment, but yeah.
Was queuing up the.
I feel. He's queuing up the shard. Okay, there we go.
He just completed his Spirit Vessel, and now he's going for the shard. It's gonna make his EMP stronger by pulling everyone toward the EMP. It's kind of like the black hole. It's really strong.
Yeah, very strong, especially against this very underfarmed Medusa, who is. Essentially half the net worth of the Ursa. In the meantime, they are trying to go on to Medusa. He will get all his mana taken away and immediately killed. They're looking for a return onto this Invoker. Might not find him. The Astral is going to keep the Ursa out at bay, but it's not going to work as the Cold Embrace goes on to the Dawnbreaker, as the Winter Wyvern is the one to fall. And Dawnbreaker, even with all those saves, will end up falling. 4 heroes dead on the side of Oman, and they are hitting tier 3s at 16 minutes into the game.
Man. OD. Oh, he's trying to go for the DK kill, who is very low health, but again, he can't finish the target because the armlet toggle. And now, DK with this corrosive dragon facet is gonna make them take the tower faster than we thought. 70 minutes, they're hitting high ground already. This is Yeah, this is not.
This is yes, disgusting to watch as the Marshal
Yeah.
will finally fall. They will get a kill. The Winter Skirt switching around targets the 3-man Impel to follow up the Medusa ultimate as well. The Tone Gate's going to be good enough as they find the Invoker as well. Buybacks coming out 70 minutes into the game. They are tier 3s. What are you buying back? What they are buying back? What is happening? As the Marshal jumps back in, they want to try and find the Medusa and they will. The Cold Embrace keeping him alive for the time being, but he will end up falling as the Cyclone goes through. He will keep himself alive. He does. And now the Doom is the one to fall. Marshal needs to be careful. He just bought back into the fight. So OD is sticking down through the Doom. Will end up falling. They are looking for the DK. Not going to be able to find him as he's too tanky with the armlet toggles. But Ursa jumping in onto the backline will get fingered. He did get the kill, but he is going to immediately die. And the Dawnbreaker is going to be the one to pay with his life. But no, the Cold Embrace keeping him alive for the time being. They will find the Marcy. That's a dieback on the Marcy. What is happening? What?
Okay, this is what they gonna. This is the price they have to pay when they play with fire. 2 dieback on the radiant side. Yeah, and I feel they could. Yeah, I can see why they could do this because they are so far ahead, right? But if they keep doing this one or two more time, Medusa's gonna get his item. They have to give some respect to that.
Yeah, because as the game goes late, I feel like they still have a chance. Medusa gets fat, it is going to be extremely difficult to kill.
Yes.
Right now, yes, they are so far ahead, even after throwing that fight and giving away those diebacks, they're still 9k net worth ahead. In the meantime, we do have the Dawnbreaker getting melted. He had a blade mail picked up, but it's just... Yeah, anyone who gets called out right now on the side of Oman is just going to die immediately.
Yeah. OD trying to do some damage here on Doom, but even with the Insanity Eclipse...
They might find one onto the Ursa here. Ursa does not have Enrage available. Will end up falling. That's a nice kill to have. So you don't mind throwing these as long as it is your Medusa who is getting these kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, OD dies. Nobody cares right now. As long as the Medusa is getting fed, I feel like they still have a chance.
That's right, but it's gonna be... Oh, Medusa!
Jumps in, the Solar Guardian on top of him to keep him alive. There is a Cyclone, the EMP to follow up, and he's going to get all his mana taken away. Mantra to try and dodge, not going to work. Dawnbreaker going to get hold snapped up with that Switch Vessel on him.
Radiant's
back
top
off.
tower is under attack.
They need to force the mistakes, I think.
Yeah, Team Iran just having some fun, because I feel like right now the best move should be the Roche, but they're not doing it. They're just trying to have some fun killing heroes outside of their tier 3 tower, under the tower.
Yeah, and that's Dawnbreaker who was saved like a few minutes back going down regardless on that mid lane. Yeah, things 20 minutes in. Rax still alive. Rax will finally fall, at least the range barrack. Astral, Meteor Hammer, does not even land.
Okay.
What happened to the Medusa has? Medusa has Manta only for the time being.
Yeah. That's something. Maybe that could be the start of the comeback with the Medusa Manta style. But if Radiant they keep throwing again, definitely Medusa is gonna have more item. So the right move actually for Radiant is to go for the Roche with Ursa, get the Aegis, and then wait for the Dragon form. They go for the high ground. They shouldn't touch the high ground without Aegis on Ursa. And looks like they heard me.
They seem to be listening. I think they might have had enough fun. They want to try and end this. But Oman is holding on for dear life at this point. They are hoping that Iran might throw once more, which would allow them to come back. But right now, things are definitely looking rough. I feel like there is no comeback unless Iran throws.
Yes. Oman comeback
alone.
Opportunities depend on like the mistake they make on Iran.
Yeah, Iran throwing is not even mistakes at this point. They need to outright throw the game, like dive tier 4s and die at this point.
Oh, Ursa.
Ursa alone, Meteor Hammer going to latch, but the Mystic Stake does not hit him.
Yeah, there's no...
Medusa going for 4 stuff. Yeah, he 100% needs the 4 stuff against this EMP. He cannot afford to have all his mana burnt away.
Okay, DK has Dragon Form ready. He's gonna touch the Rex. with Aegis on Ursa.
Top tower is under attack.
And
Yeah,
Dire's
Hurricane
middle
Pike picked up on him as well.
okay. Oh, Ursa jumping in, almost.
Ursa just does not care.
Okay.
Deletes the OD. Couple of hits. Impel going to hold him in place for the timing, but that's the man. That's the target with the Aegis. Wyvern now trying to fight up against. He will curse the Marcy. Marcy will not even die here. The Sunstrike not going to land here as the Doom going to work on the line. Line will end up falling. Good God, the damage coming out from the other side is just
Wow.
absolutely ballistic. And they are farming near the fountain. Hero farming near the fountain has 3 heroes there. There is a buyback and they will finally go to work on the tier 3 tower. And now in the meantime, the DK will find the triple kill on the Lion as well. That's the dieback on the Lion as 4 heroes are dead on the Oman side.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I kind of surprised. I mean, I kind of admire the sportsmanship on from Oman. They're not calling it yet, even they know they're so far behind.
Yeah. They are fighting tooth and nail till the last moment. The EMP will fly out. It's going to be a dead Dota. It's going to be a dead Medusa. That's a 5-man team fight as the EMP comes in and burns all of Medusa's mana. And
Yeah.
the OD is just too far behind to be relevant.
Oh wow, they even bought a Meteor Hammer on DK. Okay, now they're trying to end the game.
Yeah. They just want to end the game at this point as Urza just keeps on fountain farming at this point. Kills off the Wyvern. 3 hits, I think. That's all it took.
Oh, they caught it.
JG well played call. No point holding on as Iran finishes and closes up the game with what we thought was the weaker drop, but they outplayed Oman on all fronts,
Yeah.
especially in that laning stage.
All 3 lane they lost. Like, I mean, Iran they won all 3 lane. They stormed all 3 lane really hard. I think from the landing stage we can tell they have like a better. I wanted to say a better skill player, but I can't find
It
a
might
better
be
word
the
for it.
case. Yeah, it might be the case. I don't think you
Yeah.
can put it in better. I feel like there is a skill gap between these two teams because on paper I felt like definitely Oman had the better draft, but when I saw Medusa with like 40 CS to the Ursa's 100, I knew that game was over. There is no way that a Medusa is that underfarmed that far into the game. And we see like these fights happening across the board. There is nothing that Oman was able to do. This outright rampaging across the map, Iran. I think a lot of it has to be on these Marcy plays. Marcy played extremely well this game.
Yeah.
The plays that he made in the laning stage and then the rotations that he did into the mid lane, this was overall on point by the Marcy.
Yeah, Marcy right now I feel is pretty strong. It doesn't matter as a core position or the support position. With the pick me up facet, it just has a lot of potential. He can enable his team to jump in, that brings his allies in with the pick me up. Also, he can build his ally out. Just now we saw there's a fight. He just built his friends out with during the Solar Guardian, bring his friends out of the circle with that spell, with the rebound. That hero has a lot of potential. It's really fun to watch. It's really fun to play as well, I think. And I feel Iran. I just went to check up their rank again. So they have really high ranked player compared to the Dire side. So it's definitely a skill gap, I think, between these two teams.
Indeed, and this was the time that Iran actually kind of threw away their lead a little bit, but after that it was all business. They're just trolling a little bit, I guess, with the buybacks coming through and then dying back afterwards, but they were just too far ahead for it to even have an effect on the game in the end.
Yeah.
But
at this point,
might be another 2-0 series, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it. Hopefully we jinx it, so we get to watch more game. But for now, I think it could be a very easy 2-0 for Iran because by the way they play at the rank, it's not easy for Oman to beat a higher rank player like Team Iran. Yeah,
I think the rank difference is definitely telling on them. But let's see, because there have been situations where you have this massive skill gap, but if the enemy team takes it too lightly, you can punish it. These things happen where you're so overconfident in terms of your skill, between it where the lower skill team can overcome that gap. They just need Iran to be a bit more get overconfident and do those mistakes that they did. Even they did in this game, but it was just too far ahead for them to make use of it. But hopefully they will bank on it. But right now it is looking like a 2-0 in favor of Oman. We'll wait and see. Hopefully we didn't curse it, and maybe Oman is able to do something in the second game. I would like to see a third game for sure, and it's always really nice to see underdogs kind of defeating the better team. And but yeah, like overall, I think the Iran looks quite strong. I feel like I'm not entirely sure which group they are in. We'll have to check on that. They might actually be the way that they played across the map. I felt like it was not just that they were good against Oman. I think they seem like a good team overall.
Yeah, I think so too. Because I think right now in the currently group stage, Iran, they are currently on the top, but we're not sure if they could take the series yet. Because even we know that they have like better skill player, but still they need to win another game to take the series. But before that, we're gonna go for a quick break before the game number 2. So stay tuned, boys. Go grab your drink, grab your popcorn, and come back for more Dota later.
See you guys. Hi guys, and welcome back to Iesf World Esports Championship. It's Asia Oceania qualifiers, and y'all are joining us live for the Oman-Iran match. I'm Tara, and joining me for game number 2 as well is going to be Yuhan. Yuhan,
Hello.
game number 1 was an absolute storm. Do you think we might see something different in game number 2? I know I'm putting you on the spot.
I wish I could see. I wish I could see something different, because I mean we are here for like high quality Dota, not for like a turbo game, not for like a one-sided game. But if you are the captain right now, imagine, let's play this scenario. If you are the captain for Team Oma, how are you gonna motivate them? And if you know that the opponent team, they are way stronger than us.
I think, every time I ran into this situation, because when I played, like, it was never in the best team, so we always had to play a team which was very much higher skill than us.
Yeah.
And it was always the case, just, get the experience from it, learn from your mistakes, and have fun. I think sticking to your comfort picks is always good. Like, maybe it's not in meta, or maybe, it is completely off meta heroes. But if you're comfortable with the hero, play it, just have fun with it, and try to learn from it, and majority of the time, especially during lands and all, I would suggest like talking to the better players. They would have if they're nice enough, they would have like a lot of input on maybe what happened, what they did wrong in laning stage, what they did wrong in the drafting stage. For me in Sri Lanka, we had a very nice we had a very nice community in that sense. There was always people willing to teach the newer teams, or the teams that were not as good. It was quite nice. I feel like you need to learn from your mistakes. If you don't learn, you're not going to get better. Even though it's a stomp, I think you learn more from your mistakes. You learn more from your losses than your wins when it comes to Dota. The more you lose, you will, if you can learn from it, it will be more beneficial. Because if you're winning, you don't really care about the game that you win. And you're very happy that you won, but you're not going to go back and see why we won, and I don't see any teams sitting down and analyzing why we won a game. They would always analyze why we lost a game,
True.
So, take it on the chin, have that experience, play up against. You won't get better playing against the same skill level. So you only get better if you play against better players.
That's very true. You hear that, man? Team Oma, better take note. Also, for all the viewers who are watching right now, that's very true. Sometimes we do really learn more from losing. And looks like we have a draft begin here. And first ban Winter Wyvern from Team Iran, and Oman, they ban out the Marcy and Dazzle. So they give some respect here to the Marcy, not gonna give the same hero again to Team Iran.
And Iran bans out the Wyvern. They did run into, not trouble, I would say, but like, it was a bit annoying for them to deal with the Wyvern. I feel like they had a lot of saves. The Wyvern did actually manage to save multiple times. It was just that they were so far behind, it didn't become impactful. But he was at least annoying. And the Wyvern player did manage to get off some really good ultimates during team fights, some really good saves as well. So I understand Iran's thinking of, take away another comfort pick from Oman. Don't give them anything at all at this point. That's what they're thinking.
Yeah, Winter Wyvern also a really good high ground hero, because when we siege into high ground, we're just gonna run into the choke point on the high ground. The path is really small, so it's very easy to get the good curse or the good good damage off with the Splinter Plus. And first pick Purge looks like Iran want to have more fun in this game number 2.
I love it. I saw it and I'm already happy. It's always nice seeing a Pudge. It's always nice seeing a Pudge in a game. I think probably the first in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken, or at least in the games that I have seen. But this has left Undying open. I don't know whether Oman plays Undying. It's so good, the hero. I think it's quite broken. They go with the Venomancer. Not too bad, I guess.
It's a very easy hero to play and dominate the lane with the concept of the hero. Just throw spell and place a plate ward and hit the target. Compared
that's
to
what they're
Pudge.
banking on as well, right? I think that's what they're banking on as well. I feel like they want to have an easier time laning up against Iran. And I feel like they might be drafting to win their lanes more than anything else. I think that's a good start. I think you need to start from somewhere if you want to take it up against maybe a better set of players. fix one thing at a time and then work your way up from there.
Yeah, that's true. One step at a time, one thing at a time. So by picking the Venomancer first, and now they need another damage output hero to pair it with Venomancer. Usually Venomancer that we see this hero as a support, but can be a core as well.
Yeah.
Against Pudge, I don't really enjoy playing Venomancer core into Pudge because the hero has really low movement speed, so it's really easy to get hooked. Okay,
And,
Witch Doctor and Abaddon pick.
Yeah, Abaddon, that's rough. I mean, Iran getting their hands on Abaddon. This hero is very strong in the patch.
Yeah.
We have seen multiple times how strong this hero can be, especially in this tournament as well. Might have a really high win rate for this hero on this tournament, I feel like. But wow, they get two
Terrorblade.
very strong cores in the hands of Terrorblade and Abaddon.
Yeah. And Terrorblade is really good against Venomancer because of reflection. It could reflect, create like an illusion, kind of like an illusion thingy of Venomancer, and the thing is it's gonna carry the Venomancer passive, which means Terrorblade could use Venomancer passive to turn it to against Venomancer itself. So that's a really good pick from Team Iran to counter the Venomancer. Also Abaddon with the Fatigue Shield, the Dispel, the Heal, the Save. It's pretty good against the first two picks coming from Team Oman with the Dispel, could dispel the slow, the Venomancer Gale from that. Also the heal, it's gonna counter the Melodic as well. So far by looking at the draft, I think Team Iran has a small advantage on their side already.
Yeah, for sure. The draft looking better for Iran, even though with this weird Pudge pick that we see, they do seem to be having the better draft on paper.
And right here, not sure what Team Oman is gonna pick to deal with that. So they're gonna go for the Sand King. Okay, that's a rare hero. Is a hero that we don't see a lot right now in this current meta. After he got nerfed on the facet, I think they totally changed both of the facet of the hero. And that hero, this hero is it's a forbidden hero right now. I don't think people want to touch this hero.
Yeah, I think they are going back to the fact that they're looking to play with their comfort picks more than what is meta. I feel like that's what they are drafting around. They pick up the Doom, so not giving Iran played the Doom last time around, so probably a deny pick as well, or maybe they just want to play it. But yeah, a bit of a weird one with the Sand King, and I'm assuming now. Wait, who is core here? Like, is the Doom, is the Sand King, or are both of them cores? Where one is mid and one is offlane?
Yeah, can be. They can play Doom as the carry or the offlane. Sand King can be the offlane or the mid. And Venomancer, Witch Doctor, both of them can be the support. Still have some flexibility here. And Iran, they're gonna go for the Rubik. It's a decent. Yeah. It's one of your most play hero. What do you think about this Rubik game?
Oh, I think Rubik anyway right now in the patch is quite nice. He has been in a very good spot, and I mean he has some really good skills to steal if he does manage to get them. Like you have Doom, which is going to be amplified if Rubik puts it across. You have the Venomancer, Noxious Plague. If Rubik gets on his hand, like all the skills that Rubik gets, it's kind of broken, and there are certain skills that are going to be a bit easier to steal as well. For example, the Sand King Impel is going to be quite easy to steal. Overall, very good laner as well, and overall, very much a fun hero to play.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good Rubik game. Even he don't get any like good stun, like only big spell steal, any like big ultimate ability, but if he could only steal the Venomancer Plague Ward, that's good enough already, I feel.
Yeah, Plague Ward alone would do quite a bit of work for Iran on this Rubik. Yeah, right now Iran draft, even with the Pudge pick, looking a lot better, and Oman seems like a bit. They don't have a way of starting these fights, you want your Witch Doctor to stay at the back, you want your Venomancer to stay at the back. It has to be the Sand King, and Sand King, not the greatest long range initiator. You need your Blink Dagger. There isn't any other sort of catch. Doom might be the only option because he can actually run around with the Scorched Earth to get a Doom off to maybe start things off. But laning stage wise, I feel like Oman might be a little bit better in terms of the laning. Abaddon being the only problem in that situation, but other than that, I feel like the laning might be a little bit better than Iran.
5 seconds remaining.
They're also lacking a good answer to the Terrorblade late game. Doom, it counters like almost every hero in Dota 2, but still, I don't think that's enough to go into the late game. They might need another better carry to deal with the Terrorblade later. So I would suggest to put Doom into the off lane and pick another carry that could out carry Terrorblade in the mid and late game. So something like there's not a lot of good option left to counter the Terrorblade right now. So Morta is okay. Morphling is like also counter edge another. It's a double edge sword. And the last pick Snapfire, they have some good damage output coming from Team Iran right now with the kisses during the team fight.
What about
Also,
Gyrocopter as a core?
Gyrocopter is okay. It might not be the best hero to outcarry TB in the late game. Okay, they go for the Tiny, so they only rely on the Doom or the Sand King magical damage to kill the Terrorblade. But I doubt that will be enough if they go into the late game. But if you look at the lane, Oman Team Oman they have a really good laning with their heroes compared to the Team Iran heroes here.
Yeah, I think the laning stage is going to be key for Oman. They need to run away with this game. They need to snowball quite hard. And that snowball has to be a part of shutting down the Terrorblade, because later on they have pretty much nothing for this Terrorblade. A farmed up Terrorblade is going to be disastrous for Oman, but I mean, they do have the potential to snowball like these, especially the Tiny we saw in the previous series, how much this hero can snowball. Like if he does get the tempo right, that initial laning stage, if it goes well for him, it's a hero that can increase the tempo and kind of start snowballing. And then you have the likes of Sand King as well. If he has a good laning stage, you get that early Blink Dagger can start making plays around the map. And they do have a good amount of burst potential and kill potential with these heroes. You have Sand King with the epicenter, we have Tiny Avatars combination, we have the Witch Doctor Melodit and Death Pod as well. So they do have this good kill potential early on in the game, but they need to make it work in the laning stage.
Yeah, that's true. Laning phase is really important in Dota 2. If you have a good start, if you have a good lane, the transition into the mid game is going to be way easier. But if you have a rough start, we can see just now for the last game, the game might be just over from the laning phase. But hopefully hopefully we get to see a better game in this game number 2. And we're going to see a 5-man smoke here coming from Team Dire.
They might actually run into each other here.
Yeah.
Everyone's around this area, and they need to be careful. The Sand King and the Sand King is alone in this area. So if the Abaddon.
Stun.
Oh, they will get the impel onto the Pudge. The Melodic also hits, but the Blood Grenade is off point, and the Pudge is just casually going to walk away.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. Also, there's a pool of speed on Pudge, so it's gonna be harder for them to get the spell off on the right timing. That's why they couldn't follow up with the stun from the Tiny. They missed the Blood Grenade because there's a pool of speed on Pudge. Okay. No follow-up, but that's okay. Some good damage.
But he has picked up a boot very early on, so the movement speed really helping him there. And Oman not really expecting it, I guess. But they will end up trading runes, or they might actually lose out on. Oh, no, we don't pick up a rune as well. Okay, they will trade.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 2-for-2, right? Yeah, 2-for-2 Baldirans.
Yeah, and this Terrorblade will be playing on the offlane with the Abaddon in that safe lane carry position. not unheard of. We have seen Trailblade play offlane before, so
Yeah. It's a bit greedy, but I think it can work. And mid lane is gonna be Snapfire. Oh, sorry. Let's look at top lane first. So, Doom, Witch Doctor against Terrorblade and Rubik. In this matchup, I feel like both sides have really high kill potential in this lane when they hit level 2.
yeah,
Oh.
both sides for sure does have that kill potential very early on, but they need to get a few levels. Maybe level 3 is the time for the Doom and Witch Doctor maybe make something happen, especially with the Melodic available and then Scorched Earth to close the gap as well.
Yeah.
Should be quite an easy kill if they can find it. But right now, there's trading blows. Both teams waiting for their level 2.
Yeah. So right now they need to play for the level 2. So whoever, like whichever side get level 2 first has very high kill potential. Because when they hit level 2, they have 2 ability, which means they are almost like double their power. So it's very important right now for them to push out the lane, make sure they could get level 2 faster than the opponent side.
Yeah, and
right here, both sides hit level 2 at the same time, but Witch Doctor still level 1. And they could try to attempt, like, or at least do some damage on Doom, just pop the meta, throw him back with telekinesis, and likely him down to 50% HP at least. But right now they're happy to just trade farm, like, because the quick wave is very close, it's closer to the Radiant tier 1 tower. And Witch Doctor know that the wave is not on their side, so they just make a hard camp pool to mess with the lane position, lane creep position.
Trying to stabilize the lane essentially, but Terrorblade is going to get a little bit of creeps out of this. Oh, he backs away. Fun thing. Oh, they might actually go on the Terrorblade here. The Melodic is going to be there. The Scorched Earth to follow up as well. The Telekinesis putting him back, but Shadow still wanting to chase. I don't really think they can. As
enough?
Terrorblade just survives as the Melodic runs out of juice. And he survives. In the meantime, bottom lane, we do see the Venomancer going down alongside the Sand King as I think it was a Pudge hook in the way that the fight started. The Pudge will be the return kill, but so far a little bit less action-packed than game number 1.
Yeah. And bottom lane, a Pudge for 2 kills, I think very worth it for the Abaddon. He's very happy to get two kills down there. And I think Pudge is gonna keep doing that if he can. Just trade his life for the Sand King and
again, Terrorblade might be in a little bit of trouble. The Melodic into the cast goes flying out, and they will find a pick onto the Terrorblade. They're playing on low HP, not really working out. In the meantime, Shadow picks up the courier of Rubik as well, and he was not able to deliver the items. But Shadow needs to be careful as Rubik runs him down. Telekinesis back. He does not have mana for the Fate Bolt, but does he have the damage? It's going to be the question. Still fighting again. The Fate Bolt will secure the kill in the end, and Cole just playing it with a stone cold mindset. He knew exactly his power in the lane, or his hero just standing his ground and finishing up that kill. In the meantime, they are looking for the Witch Doctor, which they will find, and it's going to be Terrorblade picking up that kill.
Okay, Rubik died to the Melodic a bit, but I think that's a really good play coming from Code, from Rubik, and he pushing his hero to the very limit because he know that he has the Lotus, and he even tried to. I saw him like he even tried to like get both kills. He tried to fake pop the Witch Doctor instead of the dude who is last hit. So he tried to maximize his damage, also maximize his mana usage to get both kills. And
Zeski goes fishing and finds the Tiny in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Bottom lane not going as well as the Rubik TP is in with the dust available. The couple of missed kills by the Venomancer here. The hook misses as well, and the Abaddon keeping the Rubik alive with that shield, and they will find that kill onto the Venomancer, just overstaying the work come. And he missed out on the
the Gale?
Yeah, the Gale. He missed out on the Gale, otherwise he might have actually found that Rubik kill, but Tough to say because the Apothec Shield would have removed it still.
Yeah. I think you can still dispel it with the Fatigue Shield, that's right.
Yeah.
But overall, this one, compared to the last game, we actually have more action. And it's gonna be a...
Pudge hook the cart. We do have the Kissers flying out and the toss back into the tower. Looking for the Pudge kill. Can they find it is the question.
Oh, is it enough? Or it's gonna get denied? No deny for you, man.
No deny. And in the meantime, top lane was also fighting. They will end up losing the Rubik there. Turbine might also actually fall as Shadow picks up that kill. So a lot more even in terms of considering the previous game. They lost 2, but they found 3.
Yeah, and now Doom is level 6. Yes, it's level 6 Doom already. So once Terabit come back to the lane, and Doom can just call one friend to go with him to get the kill again. He also has the mana for it. He got the Lotus just now from the 6-minute Lotus pool. And I think Terabit knows that, yeah, it's not gonna go back to the lane to get Doom again. So he just go back to the, he went to the Radiant Triangle to hit some jungle a little bit.
And Sand King gets dove on the tower. They are looking for the Tiny as well. As one after the other, they are diving under the tower. Get this kills. Normally what happens when this happens is there is punish, but apparently no punish.
Oh, this is gonna be it's gonna be hard for Dyer to contest the Lotus now because Rubik and Abaddon is already in position on the shrine to capture the Wisdom. Oh no.
Very rough if they don't get the Wisdom. Rubik picks it up, but Terblade is going to get the other on the other side of the map. Definitely looking very rough now.
Yeah, both 7-minute Wisdom goes to Team Radiant. And it's very important for support to get the Wisdom, to get the early level 6. And speaking of support, middle. You're gonna see a kill, but that's okay.
Yeah, the Witch Doctor ends up falling in that mid lane. Funny thing is that the Sand King still does not have his level 6, which is even rougher.
Oh no.
Yeah. Bit away from it. He should have it within the next repair or so, but unless he doesn't go down here, that is.
Yeah, we don't see so much like goal or net worth gap between the team yet, but there's a huge gap on the experience. It's very important too, right? For the support, for the core to hit that, to actually at least to keep up with the levels between the opponent's side.
They might find the Terrorblade here. The Melodic is going to be there along with the Doom as well to follow up, and they might actually be able to clean this kill up. There is no chance the Terrorblade survives as he burns down to Potapan on that Witch Doctor. Kissers fly out to try and force the Doom back, but a little bit too late in the day.
Wow.
So much of damage.
Yeah.
Wants to keep fighting, add the hook back onto the Tiny. He will end up falling, and they need to get out of dodge here. Escape will get another most probably on a Al91 here. He gets pulled back. He ends up falling as well. So there's 3 heroes going down. One by one, they all fall. This Snapfire is extremely happy and fat.
Yeah, they actually give all 3 kills to the Snapfire mid. And now he just complete his Kaya after the triple kill. So more spell and more damage. Gonna be harder later for the Dire team to deal with that Snapfire.
Very much
stolen Avalanche.
Tiny is getting dove as well. The Avalanche is going to be good enough, but now the hook back onto the Rubik. He'll keep him alive, and this guy doesn't really care. He's just going to TP out.
Yeah.
Tiny needs to be careful. Fairball almost killing him, but they will get the better kill. They will find the Sand King as another Melodic flies out onto the Pudge. Rubik gonna get stuck. He's gonna try and TP out. He might take down to it in base. No, it's not gonna be the case as he survives and Pudge just walks away unscathed.
Okay. They did 2 TP out on their face. Unfortunately, they couldn't finish the kills. Not enough stun or damage. And right now, 10-minute power rune. They might need to contest this one. It's really important for them to secure the power rune. Oh, poke.
The shot lands onto the Witch Doctor, and that's yet another kill. And Witch Doctor, mind you, still does not have ultimate. They will get a return kill onto the puzzle. Noxious Plague flies out onto the Snapfire. This is really good for Oman. They find the second kill as well. considering how the game has been going, they are very happy with this.
Yeah. And Rubik might be in trouble. Okay, nice avalanche hit on 2 hero. That saved his life.
Yeah, otherwise if the Tiny gets on top of you, you are not surviving that.
Yeah. Oh, the toss in? Into the stun? Okay, Rubik might be in trouble.
Yeah, Rubik might actually go down here though, still surviving. In the meantime, there is a dismember being used on the side, and Rubik still running away.
Oh, Sand King still chasing. Oh, he did get a kill, but I don't think he can get out in time. Oh, nice hook. +7 strength already for the punch.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But meanwhile, the Abaddon is still free farming down there. He just got his second relic at 11 minutes, 6,000 net worth. Not so bad, not so bad. It's gonna finish his Radiance in maybe in less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, lead wise also they're not like too far ahead. Iran is just a 2k net worth lead. So
Yeah.
let's see what they can do with this though. That's going to be the question. Witch Doctor finally has his ultimate picked up. This might be a smokable opportunity. They should smoke into maybe the Turbulent, maybe the Snapfire.
Yeah. I think right now they need to play around with the Sand King or the O. Meanwhile, in the Dire Triangle, Rubik might be in trouble. But with the Stolen Burst, right, it's gonna be fine. Jump to the low ground with that spell.
Another
But Sand King's not.
to the Sand King. Sand King surviving for the time being. Avalanche, a toss on the backline. Almost get the Rubik.
Oh.
Yes, they do get the Rubik. And Sand King walks away. They might find a Pudge here as well. Yes, they do. Oh, but the cast drops into Snapfire. The stun is going to be there. Now looking for the Avalanche as
Okay.
well. The death pod going to be utilized as well. That's 3 heroes going down on the side of Iran. And all right, we have some life from Oman.
Yeah. The Scatter Plus with this with this facet, the range is pretty insane. Like, it's pretty long, and the damage is pretty high. He actually killed the Venomancer before he died on Snapfire. And not sure what item is gonna buy next. He actually queuing up the Board Travel in the quick buy. And we might see some action here at the top.
Yeah, top, I feel like they're gunning for a fight here. Rubik TP's top as well. Doom needs to be careful. Venom has to be careful. There is a Pudge rotating towards top as well. They have numbers. Few numbers. Kisses fly out and there is a stun onto the backlight. Canceling the Kissers. But that is about it. And now he's left alone in the middle of everyone. The Pudge getting tossed back and the Tiny is going to be the one to pay for it with his life. A good avalanche, but not going to help him stay alive.
Wow. The fight's still going. They might get 1 or 2 in return. Okay, they kill the Rubik. But still, overall, it's going to be a good trade for Radiant for sure. The fight that started with Snapfire by casting the perfect Cookie stun into the Scatter Plus, followed with the terrible damage. And Tiny blink in to cancel or to interrupt the kisses from Snapfire, but also because of that, he put himself in a very bad position. And overall, that's why. Oh, Witch Doctor.
Doctor with the ultimate. There is no Sunder target. Sunder is good enough, but here comes the epicenter with the Impel. They will find one looking for more onto the Abaddon as well. Abaddon gets hooked in as the Tiny gets the toss off, and they will have the Doom going to be utilized on the Abaddon. They will find the Pudge. Is that going to be all? That's 2 cores that a core and support that they found.
Abaddon might be alive.
Yeah, Abaddon goes down here. That is quite big for this Oman team. Melodic stolen by Rubik, and he will end up falling.
Okay, Tiny's coming back. He has the combo ready, but is it enough to kill Rubik? Looks like it's not enough. And now he's gonna be in a big trouble. Venomancer ulti, get 1 kill return. And Push is coming from the other side. I don't think Venom is getting away.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, he can easily land the hook
Nice.
here, with the movement speed. Dismember to follow up. Going to be another free kill as Numi finds another, and he's very happy with what has been
Yeah,
happening.
that's a really good play by Push. He plays and observer ward down before he hooks, so he got the better vision. It's gonna increase his accuracy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Right now, net worth-wise, Abaddon leading the charge quite easily. Doom falling close behind, obviously, due to the Midas
Yep.
and the Devourer. But proper net worth representation is that Sand King, who is 5k net worth right now, and that's a good 3k
Dire's
behind
top tower
Oh
the
no.
Abaddon.
The support touch actually has higher net worth than the core Sand King and Tiny. That's not a good news. Also, Terrorblade just completed his Pile Insight. That's gonna negate a lot of magical damage coming from the Dire team. Oh, Tiny bring back in.
Indeed, Tiny with the Sun Toss onto the Snapfire. Snapfire leaping forward. They will pop the epicenter for this Turbid. Turbid is the one to fall.
Oh.
As the Mortimer's Kisses fly out, will they be able to find? Oh, they can't. The Sand King survives on just a sliver of HP as an in his room that is going to be picked up now. On the Snapfire, again, Sun Toss pulling up another kill.
Oh. Tiny. Very low HP. One more spell, one more hit. Okay, he got it.
Oh, mega kill.
Unfortunately, Terrorblade at the start, he couldn't get his Thunder off. I think if he could, the story could be different. But overall, this is still a pretty good fight for Radiant. Yeah, if you look at the fight recap, it's gonna be 3 for 3. But in terms of gold chain, XP chain, it's gonna be flavor for Dire, because I think Radiant is leading right now. That's why every kills they get from now on, it's gonna give more gold to the Dire team.
Right now, the team seems to have stabilized a little bit, looking to just farm.
Yeah.
Bring dagger up on Sand King.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Doom still does not have his Radiance at 17 minutes in.
Is he low on HP? Oh, he might be in trouble. Bottom down there. Okay, they got a kill on Doom. That's a big kill. That's the highest level hero on the Dire team.
Yeah, big kill to have. And especially the trade being the Rubik only.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
80 minutes now, Abaddon
Dire's
is on
bottom tower is under
11,000 net worth. It's gonna go for the Manta style into the dagger build. So very standard item build now on the carry Abaddon. It's gonna be hard for Dire here to deal with that later. Because it's
Santos
kinda hard to
onto
kill
the
him.
Abaddon.
Also,
Hook misses.
yeah. Also, they can't ignore this hero. It's gonna dish out a lot of damage with the Radiance and constantly running at you with the Curse of Wonders slow. And Doom is gonna have a rough time later against the Abaddon.
Yep. Probably not
And
the target
Terrorblade.
to be dooming. I think if you really want to doom a target, it has to be the Terrorblade before pre-meta or like the Snapfire. In the meantime, the Shard ultimate popped by the Witch Doctor here, trying to walk away, but going at 900 here by the Rubik, the Snapfire, and the Terrorblade.
Okay. So they have Dagger on Sand King.
Radiant structure.
They have Vessel on Venomancer. They also have a Glimmer on Witch Doctor. If they fight together, they bring all 5 heroes, like jump together or go on the right target together. There's an opportunity Dire they could win a fight. They have the right item, they have the right hero to do so. But they have to execute.
Indeed, they have to. And what time do you think they start knocking on high ground for Iran here?
I don't think they need to rush. Because, bottom.
Snapfire
Doom.
stuns him up with the toss, picks up a few lotuses, and
Ooh,
the
the
hook shot goes missing as it does not latch onto anyone, but it is not going to matter as they clean up the Doom.
Okay. And right now, I feel like the answer you asked is a pretty good answer. When do we hit high ground? Because right now, Abaddon, he's pretty farm.
Middle tower is under
But in order to win Dota 2, they need to destroy the throne. So they need to hit high ground to do that. And speaking of Abaddon, he might be in a big trouble, surrounded by 4 heroes.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle
Ultimate popped. He's trying to TP out, but no, the impel for the cancel, and now the Witch Doctor with that shard ultimate throwing the Abaddon back, but they don't find it. He is too tanky at the Pudge. This does not give two hoots as he jumps in, kill off the Witch Doctor, and they will end up losing the Venomancer as well. That is 3 kills going in favor of the Iranian side.
Okay. It's kind of hard to kill Abaddon. That's that's one thing I know. So in order to hit high ground, they need to go for the Roshan first. They need to get the Aegis or maybe get more item on Abaddon to break the high ground. They don't have to rush. They can take their time. And oh, bottom.
They're trying to look for Shadow here, maybe looking for a return kill. For Dismember on the back line.
Into Scatter Plus, the damage is not enough to kill the Pudge. Doom ulti is on cooldown, but should be able to take at least 1 kill here.
Jump in onto the Pudge here. The epicenter going to be popped for that as well as they find one. They're looking for more. Not going to be the case as the Pudge buys back into the fight. They will find the Rubik, and he buys back into the fight. It's a bit telecast of last game. As soon as they're winning, they tend to buy back. And in the meantime, they will end up losing the Snapfire. There was the return kill onto Warpan, but that's the Witch Doctor and he doesn't mind.
Yeah. It's kind of like deja vu from last game. They also did buyback at the same spot here.
Yeah.
And right here, Abaddon is still diving the Doom inside. Oh, it's going into the fountain and he got a kill. Ooh, A9 is on a monster kill streak.
Yeah, he's just farming across the board, whether it's creeps or heroes, does not really matter.
Yeah.
And
So
here
they
we go
just
to
kill
hide
all
on
five.
Siege, 22 minutes.
Yes, just kill all five of the dire heroes, and it's time to hit high ground again.
Again, they are on. They have used a few buybacks, so need to be a little bit careful.
Yeah. So they use buyback on Pudge and Rubik, and they're still trying to take a fight. Okay, Mr. Hook.
They use Glyph as well.
Oh.
Where did Rubik go? Okay. We have another Dismember going across, and that is the Witch Doctor ending up falling. And Terrible now being thrown into the mix of two, wants to try and fight this, gets him killed up, still surviving. Does have just enough to Sunder as he finds a kill.
Oh no. Doom blinking, trying to finish the Terrorblade, but unfortunately he got sundered by the Terrorblade, and the Doom's gonna die instead of the Terrorblade.
That's a full set of racks claimed
Yeah.
by Iran. Oman in all sorts of trouble all over again at the 27th mark.
Oh, Tiny, the toss in, trying to make something happen here, but I don't think he should do that. It's not strong enough. They also don't have the damage to kill anyone.
Yeah.
Radiant's courier has been
Shouldn't be trying to make any sneaky flash plays. Just needs to close out the game.
Oh. Tiny constantly trying to go for the Outland toss back to make some play, to make some kills happen. But we can tell they don't have a... Oh, Tiny got hooked. That's a good hook.
Onto the Tiny. Gets hooked at the max range, almost a max range hook by the Pudge.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, Tiny is the one to fall. Vino's ultimate has been popped, or rather, the item has got popped. And they do not give two hoots as the Doom picks up a kill. This is nice as the Rubik also goes down to the Sand King, and now a multiple buyback coming through again. The Pudge really wants to fight under the TSD tower, grabbing almost everyone, and Witch Doctor is the last man alive.
Yeah, this is not a fight, guys. This is a bully.
This is pretty much over. I feel like yet again they are hitting on the tier 3 tower bottom. That will be Rax as well. Meteor Hammer to come down. Not looking great. Not looking great.
Dire's middle tower is under
Yeah.
attack.
And they're about to finish the game here. They could try to hit the tier 4 tower, and Abaddon ulti will be up in 5 seconds. Terrorblade, it's okay, even he don't have the Thunder, just to be there for the aura for Terrorblade. They could just end the game right here, right now.
Yeah,
They have no
that's
Doom,
what-
it's still on cooldown for a minute.
Attack Dire's middle tower.
That's what
epicenters
they're
on
looking
CD
to
as well. Yeah. Oh, Pudge. Get tossed in.
That's going to be the dead Pudge as well. But no, he
Shield.
survived. The Kissers to follow up the shield, keeping the Pudge alive. There is no
Wow.
way.
Get down, Mr. President.
Is under attack.
The shield, the pipe, the heal, keeping the support Pudge alive.
Dire's middle tower has
And now here they're about to finish the game. Before... Oh,
Oh, good Witch Doctor ultimate, but immediately cancelled by that cookie as A9 dive in the fountain, finds the kill onto Venom. Immediate buyback. Snapfire now looking for the Doom. Doom taking so much of damage. The hook shot back. The dismember follow up,
Okay.
and he goes down. That's 3 heroes still dead on the Dire side.
I think this is it. They caught it.
GG, well played call. Oman. It's a rough one, but
Yeah.
Iran are your winners of this best of 3 series. 2-0. Bit of a stomp, but I mean, the experience itself, hopefully, Oman can come back next time to kind of put a better performance. But overall, I think Iran looks quite strong, and like I said, they are leading the charts as well. So we can expect more and more good games from them. Their laning state seems fine, their coordination, their aggression, everything seems to be on point for this team.
Yeah, exactly. They did everything better compared to the Team Oman. I think it's just because of they are like higher skill player also.
Yeah.
I think they did deserve this victory in this series here. It's a 2-0 clean, very clean victory for them.
Yeah. I don't think they were worried at any given point throughout the entire series. Hence why we did see different bands and different picks from them putting out a Pudge as well. I think especially after that first game, I think they gave them the confidence to play whatever they like, the way that they want. And,
Yeah.
It's just all down to the laning stage. Oman, I feel like their laning stage is what needs to get fixed first before they do anything else.
Yeah, true. They should start it. I mean, they have pretty good draft, but the landing phase, they definitely have to work on it. There's a lot of things they need to like fix. Also, like not just the landing phase, also like the way they play, like the way they think about the game. It's always started from the mindset, because
I think
we can tell like.
Understand the difference of a good player when you listen to them talk about the game or like certain things about the game, and you can always tell that this person has an understanding of what Dota is. I think a lot of people lose the plot in the sense like if you know how to play the hero, you know what all the heroes do, that it is good enough and that you will climb. Yeah, you will. There's a certain level that you can take just your mechanical skills forward. After that, you need to really understand the game to be able to play it. And Oman just couldn't make anything happen. I think even if they can understand the game, I feel like overall mechanically, I feel like they're missing a few things. So, things to note for them for their next tournament or upcoming matches at Iesf. But right now, Iran favorites to finish things up. Fountain farming at the same time. Very reminiscent playstyle of OG from the TIs that they won. I feel like looking at them, they were playing that same rush, kind of, in your face type of heroes, and really wanted to have fun with the game.
And also in this qualifier, in this West Asia qualifier, there's another team that a lot of people that like to watch, which is Team Jordan, right? It's another like pretty. There's a lot of all-star. There's a lot of like famous players in that roster. We see there's a ATF, Miracle, as the substitute player for that team. Hopefully we get to see the matchup between these two teams, Team Iran and Team Jordan.
Oh yeah, that would be nice.
That would be nice to watch.
When you said the names only, I realized actually Jordan does come from very high skilled Dota pedigree. Like, that country has produced some really good players over the last few years. So that would be nice to see, especially if we can see Miracle and ATF on this. I feel like that would be amazing.
Yeah.
But having said that, I think that's about it for the day in terms of all the matches that were happening. Overall, I think very productive day for some of the teams, and for some of the teams, it's back to the drawing board to see what they did wrong. One funny thing before we do head out, we were talking about a draft that can, maybe catch a team out by surprise. I ran a draft at one point with a Witch Doctor carry, a Void support, and a Naga support.
What?
It's just essentially a one-trick wonder. This was all the way back in like 2013, 2014-ish maybe. It's one trick. If they figure out how to counter it, you're done for. And the actual counter for that lineup was any hero with an MKB, because MKB used to have a mini bash in it back in the day. Yeah, so that's the only way they could counter the Witch Doctor, because Witch Doctor BKB, how do you counter, because we ban out all the heroes that has BKB piercing spells, and then you just run with it. Naga Slave, Void just walks in, Chronos, and Witch Doctor, who is utterly farmed because he's the carry. He has Midas, Aghanim's BKB. He's like sitting outside with, dancing with the Death Pod. Used to be a thing. I ran this as a fun draft a couple of times. Caught certain teams by surprise, and then some people, kind of figured out what we were doing with it and started building MKBs with it.
Okay. Team Omar, better. I hope you're listening to that trend from Montero. Maybe you can do that in the next series. But overall, I feel it's a good run for them. Like you say just now at the start, it's a good experience for them to learn, for them to get better, and we always get to learn better, learn more in all the losses. So don't be upset, Team Omar. There's still opportunity for them in the future to get better, to be in the scene. Yeah.
And with that, that's a good message to everyone who is listening at home as well. Don't give up. Learn from your mistakes. Go through what you're doing wrong. Maybe you will also get there someday if you really want to pursue Dota as a career as well.
Yes.
Having said that, it is going to be me and Johan both signing off for the day. That's all the matches for the day. But do join us tomorrow as well. There are more matches happening tomorrow of the Asia Oceania qualifiers. But until then, see you and good night, guys.
Good night.